Chapter 14. Association. After discrimination, association. Already in the last chapter one have had to invoke, in order to explain the improvement of certain discriminations by practice, the association of the objects to be distinguished, with other more widely differing ones. It is obvious that the advance of our knowledge must consist of both operations, for objects at first appearing as wholes are analyzed into parts, and objects appearing separately are brought together and appear as new compound wholes to the mind. Analysis and synthesis are thus the incessantly alternating mental activities, a stroke of the one preparing the way for a stroke of the other, much as, in walking, a man's two legs are alternately brought into use, both being indispensable for any orderly advance. The manner in which trains of imagery and consideration follow each other through our thinking, the restless flight of one idea before the next, the transitions our minds make between things wide as the poles asunder. Transitions which at first sight startle us by their abruptness, but which, when scrutinized closely, often reveal intermediating links of perfect naturalness and propriety, all this magical, imponderable streaming has from time immemorial excited the admiration of all whose attention happened to be caught by its omnipresent mystery. And it has furthermore challenged the race of philosophers to banish something of the mystery by formulating the process in simpler terms. The problem which the philosophers have set themselves is that of ascertaining principles of connection between the thoughts which thus appear to sprout one out of the other, whereby their peculiar succession or coexistence may be explained. But immediately an ambiguity arises: which sort of connection is meant? Connection thought of, or connection between thoughts? These are two entirely different things, and only in the case of one of them is there any hope of finding principles. The jungle of connections thought of can never be formulated simply. Every conceivable connection may be thought of coexistence, succession, resemblance, contrast, contradiction, cause and effect, means and end, genus and species, part and whole, substance and property, early and late, large and small, landlord and tenant, master and servant, heaven knows what, for the list is literally inexhaustible. The only simplification which could possibly be aimed at would be the reduction of the relations to a smaller number of types, like those which such authors as Kant and Renouvier call the categories of the understanding. According as we followed one category or another we should sweep, with our thought, through the world in this way or in that. And all the categories would be logical, would be relations of reason. They would fuse the items into a continuum. Were this the sort of connection sought between one moment of our thinking and another, our chapter might end here. For the only summary description of these infinite possibilities of transition, is that they are all acts of reason, and that the mind proceeds from one object to another by some rational path of connection. The trueness of this formula is only equaled by its sterility, for psychological purposes. Practically it amounts to simply referring the inquirer to the relations between facts or things, and to telling him that his thinking follows them. But as a matter of fact, his thinking only sometimes follows them, and these so-called transitions of reason are far from being all alike reasonable. If pure thought runs all our trains, why should she run some so fast and some so slow, some through dull flats and some through gorgeous scenery, some to mountain heights and jeweled mines, others through dismal swamps and darkness? And run some off the track altogether, and into the wilderness of lunacy? Why do we spend years straining after a certain scientific or practical problem, but all in vain, thought refusing to evoke the solution we desire? And why, some day, walking in the street with our attention miles away from that quest, does the answer saunter into our minds as carelessly as if it had never been called for, suggested, possibly, by the flowers on the bonnet of the lady in front of us, or possibly by nothing that we can discover? If reason can give us relief then, why did she not do so earlier? The truth must be admitted that thought works under conditions imposed ab extra. The great law of habit itself, that 20 experiences make us recall a thing better than one, that long indulgence in error makes right thinking almost impossible, seems to have no essential foundation in reason. The business of thought is with truth. The number of experiences ought to have nothing to do with her hold of it, and she ought by right to be able to hug it all the closer, after years wasted out of its presence. The contrary arrangements seem quite fantastic and arbitrary, but nevertheless are part of the very bone and marrow of our minds. Reason is only one out of 1,000 possibilities in the thinking of each of us. Who can count all the silly fancies, the grotesque suppositions, the utterly irrelevant reflections he makes in the course of a day? Who can swear that his prejudices and irrational beliefs constitute a less bulky part of his mental furniture than his clarified opinions? It is true that a presiding arbiter seems to sit aloft in the mind, and emphasize the better suggestions into permanence, while it ends by dropping out and leaving unrecorded the confusion. But this is all the difference. The mode of genesis of the worthy and the worthless seems the same. The laws of our actual thinking, of the cogitatum, must account alike for the bad and the good materials on which the arbiter has to decide, for wisdom and for folly. The laws of the arbiter, of the cogitandum, of what we ought to think, are to the former as the laws of ethics are to those of history. Who but an Hegelian historian ever pretended that reason in action was per se a sufficient explanation of the political changes in Europe? There are, then, mechanical conditions on which thought depends, and which, to say the least, determine the order in which is presented the content or material for her comparisons, selections, and decisions. It is a suggestive fact that Locke, and many more recent continental psychologists, have found themselves obliged to invoke a mechanical process to account for the aberrations of thought, the obstructive prepossessions, the frustrations of reason. This they found in the law of habit, or what we now call association by contiguity. But it never occurred to these writers that a process which could go the length of actually producing some ideas and sequences in the mind might safely be trusted to produce others too. And that those habitual associations which further thought may also come from the same mechanical source as those which hinder it. Hartley accordingly suggested habit as a sufficient explanation of all connections of our thoughts, and in so doing planted himself squarely upon the properly psychological aspect of the problem of connection. And sought to treat both rational and irrational connections from a single point of view. The problem which he essayed, however lamely, to answer, was that of the connection between our psychic states considered purely as such, regardless of the objective connections of which they might take cognizance. How does a man come, after thinking of A, to think of B the next moment? Or how does he come to think A and B always together? These were the phenomena which Hartley undertook to explain by cerebral physiology. I believe that he was, in many essential respects, on the right track, and I propose simply to revise his conclusions by the aid of distinctions which he did not make. But the whole historic doctrine of psychological association is tainted with one huge error, that of the construction of our thoughts out of the confounding of themselves together of immutable and incessantly recurring, simple ideas. It is the cohesion of these which the principles of association are considered to account for. And we saw abundant reasons for treating the doctrine of simple ideas or psychic atoms as mythological. And, in all that follows, our problem will be to keep whatever truths the associationist doctrine has caught sight of without weighing it down with the untenable encumbrance that the association is between ideas. Association, so far as the word stands for an effect, is between things thought of. It is things, not ideas, which are associated in the mind. We ought to talk of the association of objects, not of the association of ideas. And so far as association stands for a cause, it is between processes in the brain, it is these which, by being associated in certain ways, determine what successive objects shall be thought. Let us proceed towards our final generalizations by surveying first a few familiar facts. The laws of motor habit in the lower centers of the nervous system are disputed by no one. A series of movements repeated in a certain order tend to unroll themselves with peculiar ease in that order forever afterward. Number 1 awakens number 2, and that awakens number 3, and so on, till the last is produced. A habit of this kind once become inveterate may go on automatically. And so it is with the objects with which our thinking is concerned. With some persons each note of a melody, heard but once, will accurately revive in its proper sequence. Small boys at school learn the inflections of many a Greek noun, adjective, or verb, from the reiterated recitations of the upper classes falling on their ear as they sit at their desks. All this happens with no voluntary effort on their part and with no thought of the spelling of the words. The doggerel rhymes which children use in their games, such as the formula Anna Mana Mona Mike, Barcelona Bona Strike, used for counting out, form another familiar example of things heard in sequence cohering in the same order in the memory. In touch we have a smaller number of instances. Though probably everyone who bathes himself in a certain fixed manner is familiar with the fact that each part of his body over which the water is squeezed from the sponge awakens a premonitory tingling consciousness in that portion of skin which is habitually the next to be deluged. Tastes and smells form no very habitual series in our experience. But even if they did, it is doubtful whether habit would fix the order of their reproduction quite so well as it does that of other sensations. In vision, however, we have a sense in which the order of reproduced things is very nearly as much influenced by habit as is the order of remembered sounds. Rooms, landscapes, buildings, pictures, or persons with whose look we are very familiar, surge up before the mind's eye with all the details of their appearance complete, so soon as we think of any one of their component parts. Some persons, in reciting printed matter by heart, will seem to see each successive word, before they utter it, appear in its order on an imaginary page. A certain chess player, one of those heroes who train themselves to play several games at once blindfold, is reported to say that in bed at night after a match the games are played all over again before his mental eye, each board being pictured as passing in turn through each of its successive stages. In this case, of course, the intense previous voluntary strain of the power of visual representation is what facilitated the fixed order of revival. Association occurs as amply between impressions of different senses as between homogeneous sensations. Seen things and heard things cohere with each other, and with odors and tastes, in representation, in the same order in which they cohered as impressions of the outer world. Feelings of contact reproduce similarly the sights, sounds, and tastes with which experience has associated them. In fact, the objects of our perception, as trees, men, houses, microscopes, of which the real world seems composed, are nothing but clusters of qualities which through simultaneous stimulation have so coalesced that the moment one is excited actually it serves as a sign or cue for the idea of the others to arise. Let a person enter his room in the dark and grope among the objects there. The touch of the matches will instantaneously recall their appearance. If his hand comes in contact with an orange on the table, the golden yellow of the fruit, its savor and perfume will forthwith shoot through his mind. In passing the hand over the sideboard or in jogging the coal scuttle with the foot, the large glossy dark shape of the one and the irregular blackness of the other awaken like a flash and constitute what we call the recognition of the objects. The voice of the violin faintly echoes through the mind as the hand is laid upon it in the dark. And the feeling of the garments or draperies which may hang about the room is not understood till the look correlative to the feeling has in each case been resuscitated. Smells notoriously have the power of recalling the other experiences in whose company they were wont to be felt, perhaps long years ago. And the voluminous emotional character assumed by the images which suddenly pour into the mind at such a time forms one of the staple topics of popular psychologic wonder. Lost and gone and lost and gone. A breath, a whisper, some divine farewell. Desolate sweetness, far and far away. We cannot hear the din of a railroad tram or the yell of its whistle, without thinking of its long, jointed appearance and its headlong speed, nor catch a familiar voice in a crowd without recalling, with the name of the speaker, also his face. But the most notorious and important case of the mental combination of auditory with optical impressions originally experienced together is furnished by language. The child is offered a new and delicious fruit and is at the same time told that it is called a fig, or looking out of the window he exclaims, "What a funny horse," and is told that it is a piebald horse. When learning his letters, the sound of each is repeated to him whilst its shape is before his eye. Thenceforward, long as he may live, he will never see a fig, a piebald horse, or a letter of the alphabet without the name which he first heard in conjunction with each clinging to it in his mind. And inversely he will never hear the name without the faint arousal of the image of the object. The rapidity of association. Reading exemplifies this kind of cohesion even more beautifully. It is an uninterrupted and protracted recall of sounds by sights which have always been coupled with them in the past. I find that I can name 600 letters in 2 minutes on a printed page. 5 distinct acts of association between sight and sound, not to speak of all the other processes concerned, must then have occurred in each second in my mind. In reading entire words the speed is much more rapid. Valentine relates in his Physiology that the reading of a single page of the proof, containing 2,629 letters, took him 1 minute and 32 seconds. In this experiment each letter was understood in 1/28 of a second, but owing to the integration of letters into entire words, forming each a single aggregate impression directly associated with a single acoustic image. We need not suppose as many as 28 separate associations in a sound. The figures, however, suffice to show with what extreme rapidity an actual sensation recalls its customary associates. Both in fact seem to our ordinary attention to come into the mind at once. The time-measuring psychologists of recent days have tried their hand at this problem by more elaborate methods. Galton, using a very simple apparatus, found that the sight of an unforeseen word would awaken an associated idea, in about 5/6 of a second. Wundt next made determinations in which the cue was given by single-syllabled words called out by an assistant. The person experimented on had to press a key as soon as the sound of the word awakened an associated idea. Both word and reaction were chronographically registered, and the total time interval between the two amounted, in 4 observers, to 1.009, 0.896, 1.037, and 1.154 seconds respectively. From this the simple physiological reaction time and the time of merely identifying the word sound, the apperception time, as Wundt calls it, must be subtracted, to get the exact time required for the associated idea to arise. These times were separately determined and subtracted. The difference, called by Wundt the association time, amounted, in the same 4 persons, to 706, 723, 752, and 874 thousandths of a second respectively. The length of the last figure is due to the fact that the person reacting, President G. S. Hall, was an American, whose associations with German words would naturally be slower than those of natives. The shortest association time noted was when the word Sturm suggested to Professor Wundt the word wind in 0.341 second. Finally, Mr. Cattell made some interesting observations upon the association time between the look of letters and their names. I pasted letters, he says, on a revolving drum, and determined at what rate they could be read aloud as they passed by a slit in a screen. He found it to vary according as one, or more than one letter, was visible at a time through the slit, and gives half a second as about the time which it takes to see and name a single letter seen alone. When 2 or more letters are always in view, not only do the processes of seeing and naming overlap, but while the subject is seeing one letter he begins to see the ones next following, and so can read them more quickly. Of the 9 persons experimented on, 4 could read the letters faster when 5 were in view at once, but were not helped by a 6th letter, 3 were not helped by a 5th, and 2 not by a 4th letter. This shows that while one idea is in the center, 2, 3, or 4 additional ideas may be in the background of consciousness. The second letter in view shortens the time about 1/40th, the third 1/60th, the fourth 1/100, the fifth 1/200 seconds. I find it takes about twice as long to read, aloud, as fast as possible, words which have no connection as words which make sentences and letters which have no connection as letters which make words. When the words make sentences and the letters words, not only do the processes of seeing and naming overlap, but by one mental effort the subject can recognize a whole group of words or letters. And by one will act choose the motions to be made in naming, so that the rate at which the words and letters are read is really only limited by the maximum rapidity at which the speech organs can be moved. As the result of a large number of experiments, the writer found that he had read words not making sentences at the rate of 1/4 sec, words making sentences, a passage from Swift, at the rate of 1/8 section, per word. The rate at which a person reads a foreign language is proportional to his familiarity with the language. For example, when reading as fast as possible, the writer's rate was English 138, French 167, German 250, Italian 327, Latin 434, and Greek 484, the figures giving the thousandths of a second taken to read each word. Experiments made on others strikingly confirm these results. The subject does not know that he is reading the foreign language more slowly than his own. This explains why foreigners seem to talk so fast. This simple method of determining a person's familiarity with a language might be used in school examinations. The time required to see and name colors and pictures of objects was determined in the same way. The time was found to be about the same, over 1/2 section, for colors as for pictures, and about twice as long as for words and letters. Other experiments I have made show that we can recognize a single color or picture in a slightly shorter time than a word or letter, but take longer to name it. This is because, in the case of words and letters, the association between the idea and name has taken place so often that the process has become automatic, whereas in the case of colors and pictures we must by a voluntary effort choose the name. In later experiments Mr. Cattell studied the time for various associations to be performed, the termini, i.e., cue and answer, being words. A word in one language was to call up its equivalent in another, the name of an author the tongue in which he wrote, that of a city the country in which it lay, that of a writer one of his works, etc. The mean variation from the average is very great in all these experiments, and the interesting feature which they show is the existence of certain constant differences between associations of different sorts. Thus, from country to city, Mr. C.'s time was 0.340 seconds. From season to month, Mr. C.'s time was 0.399. From language to author, Mr. C.'s time was 0.523. From author to work, Mr. C.'s time was 0.596. The average time of two observers, experimenting on 8 different types of association, was 0.420 and 0.436 seconds, respectively. The very wide range of variation is undoubtedly a consequence of the fact that the words used as cues, and the different types of association studied, differ much in their degree of familiarity. For example, B is a teacher of mathematics. C has busied himself more with literature. C knows quite as well as B that 7 plus 5 is equal to 12, yet he needs 1/10 a second longer to call it to mind. B knows quite as well as C that Dante was a poet, but needs 1/20th of a second longer to think of it. Such experiments lay bare the mental life in a way that is startling and not always gratifying. The law of contiguity. Time determinations apart, the facts we have run over can all be summed up in the simple statement that objects once experienced together tend to become associated in the imagination, so that when any one of them is thought of, the others are likely to be thought of also, in the same order of sequence or coexistence as before. This statement we may name the law of mental association by contiguity. I preserve this name in order to depart as little as possible from tradition, although Mr. Ward's designation of the process as that of association by continuity or Wundt as that of external association, to distinguish it from the internal association which we shall presently learn to know under the name of association by similarity, are perhaps better terms. Whatever we name the law, since it expresses merely a phenomenon of mental habit, the most natural way of accounting for it is to conceive it as a result of the laws of habit in the nervous system. In other words, it is to ascribe it to a physiological cause. If it be truly a law of those nerve centers which coordinate sensory and motor processes together, that paths once used for coupling any pair of them are thereby made more permeable, there appears no reason why the same law should not hold good of ideational centers and their coupling paths as well. Parts of these centers which have once been in action together will thus grow so linked that excitement at one point will irradiate through the system. The chances of complete irradiation will be strong in proportion as the previous excitements have been frequent, and as the present points excited afresh are numerous. If all points were originally excited together, the irradiation may be sensibly simultaneous throughout the system, when any single point or group of points is touched off. But where the original impressions were successive, the conjugation of a Greek verb, for example, awakening nerve tracts in a definite order, they will now, when one of them awakens, discharge into each other in that definite order and in no other way. The reader will recollect all that has been said of increased tension in nerve tracts and of the summation of stimuli, ff. We must therefore suppose that in these ideational tracts as well as elsewhere, activity may be awakened, in any particular locality, by the summation therein of a number of tensions, each incapable alone of provoking an actual discharge. Suppose for example the locality M to be in functional continuity with 4 other localities, K, L, N, and O. Suppose moreover that on 4 previous occasions it has been separately combined with each of these localities in a common activity. M may then be indirectly awakened by any cause which tends to awaken either K, L, N, or O. But if the cause which awakens K, for instance, be so slight as only to increase its tension without arousing it to full discharge, K will only succeed in slightly increasing the tension of M. But if at the same time the tensions of L, N, and O are similarly increased, the combined effects of all 4 upon M may be so great as to awaken an actual discharge in this latter locality. In like manner if the paths between M and the 4 other localities have been so slightly excavated by previous experience as to require a very intense excitement in either of the localities before M can be awakened, a less strong excitement than this in any one will fail to reach M. But if all 4 at once are mildly excited, their compound effect on M may be adequate to its full arousal. The psychological law of association of objects thought of through their previous contiguity in thought or experience would thus be in effect, within the mind, of the physical fact that nerve currents propagate themselves easiest through those tracts of conduction which have been already most in use. Descartes and Locke hit upon this explanation, which modern science has not yet succeeded in improving. Custom, says Locke, settles habits of thinking in the understanding, as well as of determining in the will, and of motions in the body. All which seem to be but trains of motion in the animal spirits. By this Locke meant identically what we understand by neural processes, which, once set a-going, continue in the same steps they have been used to, which by often treading are worn into a smooth path, and the motion in it becomes easy and, as it were, natural. Hartley was more thorough in his grasp of the principle. The sensorial nerve currents, produced when objects are fully present, were for him vibrations, and those which produce ideas of objects in their absence were miniature vibrations. And he sums up the cause of mental association in a single formula by saying, any vibrations, A, B, C, etc., by being associated together a sufficient number of times, get such a power over A, B, C, etc. The corresponding miniature vibrations, that any of the vibrations A, when impressed alone, shall be able to excite B, C, etc., the miniatures of the rest. It is evident that if there be any law of neural habits similar to this, the contiguities, coexistences, and successions, met with in outer experience, must inevitably be copied more or less perfectly in our thought. If A, B, C, D, E be a sequence of outer impressions, they may be events or they may be successively experienced properties of an object, which once gave rise to the successive ideas A, B, C, D, E, then no sooner will A impress us again and awaken the A. Then B, C, D, E will arise as ideas even before B, C, D, E have come in as impressions. In other words, the order of impressions will the next time be anticipated, and the mental order will so far forth copy the order of the outer world. Any object and met again will make us expect its former concomitants, through the overflowing of its brain tract into the paths which lead to theirs. And all these suggestions will be effects of a material law. Where the associations are, as here, of successively appearing things, the distinction I made at the outset of the chapter, between a connection thought of and a connection of thoughts, is unimportant. For the connection thought of is concomitance or succession, and the connection between the thoughts is just the same. The objects and the ideas fit into parallel schemes, and may be described in identical language, as contiguous things tending to be thought again together, or contiguous ideas tending to recur together. Now were these cases fair samples of all association, the distinction I drew might well be termed a Spitzfindigit or piece of pedantic hairsplitting, and be dropped. But as a matter of fact we cannot treat the subject so simply. The same outer object may suggest either of many realities formerly associated with it, for in the vicissitudes of our outer experience we are constantly liable to meet the same thing in the midst of differing companions, and a philosophy of association that should merely say that it will suggest one of these, or even of that one of them which it has oftenest accompanied, would go but a very short way into the rationale of the subject. This, however, is about as far as most associationists have gone with their principle of contiguity. Granted an object, A, they never tell us beforehand which of its associates it will suggest. Their wisdom is limited to showing, after it has suggested a second object, that that object was once an associate. They have had to supplement their principle of contiguity by other principles, such as those of similarity and contrast, before they could begin to do justice to the richness of the facts. The elementary law of association. I shall try to show, in the pages which immediately follow, that there is no other elementary causal law of association than the law of neural habit. All the materials of our thought are due to the way in which one elementary process of the cerebral hemispheres tends to excite whatever other elementary process it may have excited at some former time. The number of elementary processes at work, however, and the nature of those which at any time are fully effective in rousing the others, determine the character of the total brain action, and, as a consequence of this, they determine the object thought of at the time. According as this resultant object is one thing or another, we call it a product of association by contiguity or of association by similarity, or contrast, or whatever other sorts we may have recognized as ultimate. Its production, however, is, in each one of these cases, to be explained by a merely quantitative variation in the elementary brain processes momentarily at work under the law of habit, so that psychic contiguity, similarity, etc. are derivatives of a single profounder kind of fact. My thesis, stated thus briefly, will soon become more clear, and at the same time certain disturbing factors, which cooperate with the law of neural habit, will come to view. Let us then assume as the basis of all our subsequent reasoning this law: when two elementary brain processes have been active together or in immediate succession, one of them, on reoccurring, tends to propagate its excitement into the other. But, as a matter of fact, every elementary process has found itself at different times excited in conjunction with many other processes, and this by unavoidable outward causes. Which of these others it shall awaken now becomes a problem. Shall B or C be aroused next by the present A? We must make a further postulate, based, however, on the fact of tension in nerve tissue, and on the fact of summation of excitements, each incomplete or latent in itself, into an open resultant. The process B, rather than C, will awake, if in addition to the vibrating tract some other tract D is in a state of sub-excitement, and formerly was excited with B alone and not with A. In short, we may say, the amount of activity at any given point in the brain cortex is the sum of the tendencies of all other points to discharge into it. Such tendencies being proportionate, 1, to the number of times the excitement of each other point may have accompanied that of the point in question. 2, to the intensity of such excitements, and, 3, to the absence of any rival point functionally disconnected with the first point, into which the discharges might be diverted. Expressing the fundamental law in this most complicated way leads to the greatest ultimate simplification. Let us, for the present, only treat of spontaneous trains of thought and ideation, such as occur in reverie or musing. The case of voluntary thinking toward a certain end shall come up later. Take, to fix our ideas, the two verses from Locksley Hall. I, the heir of all the ages in the foremost files of time. N. For I doubt not through the ages one increasing purpose runs. Why is it that when we recite from memory one of these lines, and get as far as the ages, that portion of the other line which follows, and, so to speak, sprouts out of the ages, does not also sprout out of our memory, and confuse the sense of our words? Simply because the word that follows the ages has its brain process awakened not simply by the brain process of the ages alone, but by it plus the brain processes of all the words preceding the ages. The word ages at its moment of strongest activity would, per se, indifferently discharge into either in or one. So would the previous words, whose tension is momentarily much less strong than that of ages, each of them indifferently discharge into either of a large number of other words with which they have been at different times combined. But when the processes of the air of all the ages, simultaneously vibrate in the brain, the last one of them in a maximal, the others in a fading phase of excitement, then the strongest line of discharge will be that which they all alike tend to take. In and not one or any other word will be the next to awaken, for its brain process has previously vibrated in unison not only with that of ages, but with that of all those other words whose activity is dying away. It is a good case of the effectiveness over thought of what we called on a fringe. But if some one of these preceding words, air, for example, had an intensely strong association with some brain tracts entirely disjoined in experience from the poem of Locksley Hall, if the reciter, for instance, were tremulously awaiting the opening of a will which might make him a millionaire, it is probable that the path of discharge through the words of the poem would be suddenly interrupted at the word air. His emotional interest in that word would be such that its own special associations would prevail over the combined ones of the other words. He would, as we say, be abruptly reminded of his personal situation, and the poem would lapse altogether from his thoughts. The writer of these pages has every year to learn the names of a large number of students who sit in alphabetical order in a lecture room. He finally learns to call them by name, as they sit in their accustomed places. On meeting one in the street, however, early in the year, the face hardly ever recalls the name, but it may recall the place of its owner in the lecture room, his neighbors' faces, and consequently his general alphabetical position. And then, usually as the common associate of all these combined data, the student's name surges up in his mind. A father wishes to show to some guests the progress of his rather dull child in kindergarten instruction. Holding the knife upright on the table, he says, "What do you call that, my boy?" "I calls it a knife, I does," is the sturdy reply, from which the child cannot be induced to swerve by any alteration in the form of question, until the father recollecting that in the kindergarten a pencil was used, and not a knife, draws a long one from his pocket, holds it in the same way, and then gets the wished-for answer, "I calls it vertical." All the concomitants of the kindergarten experience had to recombine their effect before the word vertical could be reawakened. Professor Bain, in his chapters on compound association, has treated in a minute an exhaustive way of this type of mental sequence, and what he has done so well need not be here repeated. Impartial redintegration. The ideal working of the law of compound association, were it unmodified by any extraneous influence, would be such as to keep the mind in a perpetual treadmill of concrete reminiscences from which no detail could be omitted. Suppose, for example, we begin by thinking of a certain dinner party. The only thing which all the components of the dinner party could combine to recall would be the first concrete occurrence which ensued upon it. All the details of this occurrence could in turn only combine to awaken the next following occurrence, and so on. If A, B, C, D, E, for instance, be the elementary nerve tracts excited by the last act of the dinner party, call this act A, and L, M, N, O, P, be those of walking home through the frosty night, which we may call B. Then the thought of A must awaken that of B, because A, B, C, D, E, will each and all discharge into L through the paths by which their original discharge took place. Similarly they will discharge into M, N, O, and P, and these latter tracks will also each reinforce the other's action because, in the experience B, they have already vibrated in unison. The lines in Fig. 40 symbolize the summation of discharges into each of the components of B, and the consequent strength of the combination of influences by which B in its totality is awakened. Hamilton first used the word redintegration to designate all association. Such processes as we have just described might in an emphatic sense be termed redintegrations, for they would necessarily lead, if unobstructed, to the reinstatement in thought of the entire content of large trains of past experience. From this complete redintegration there could be no escape save through the eruption of some new and strong present impression of the senses, or through the excessive tendency of some one of the elementary brain tracts to discharge independently into an aberrant quarter of the brain. Such was the tendency of the word bear, in the verse from Locksley Hall, which was our first example. How such tendencies are constituted we shall have soon to inquire with some care. Unless they are present, the panorama of the past, once opened, must unroll itself with fatal literality to the end, unless some outward sound, sight, or touch divert the current of thought. Figure 40. Let us call this process impartial redintegration. Whether it ever occurs in an absolutely complete form is doubtful. We all immediately recognize, however, that in some minds there is a much greater tendency than in others for the flow of thought to take this form. Those insufferably garrulous old women, those dry and fanciless beings who spare you no detail, however petty, of the facts they are recounting, and upon the thread of whose narrative all the irrelevant items cluster as pertinaciously as the essential ones, the slaves of literal fact, the stumblers over the smallest abrupt step in thought, are figures known to all of us. Comic literature has made her profit out of them. Juliet's nurse is a classical example. George Eliot's village characters and some of Dickens's minor personages supply excellent instances. Perhaps as successful a rendering as any of this mental type is the character of Miss Bates in Miss Austen's Emma. Hear how she redintegrates. "But where could you hear it?" cried Miss Bates. "Where could you possibly hear it, Mr. Knightley? For it is not 5 minutes since I received Mrs. Cole's note. No, it cannot be more than 5, or at least 10, for I had got my bonnet and spencer on, just ready to come out. I was only gone down to speak to Patty again about the pork. Jane was standing in the passage. Were not you, Jane? For my mother was so afraid that we had not any salting pan large enough. So I said I would go down and see, and Jane said, shall I go down instead? For I think you have a little cold, and Patty has been washing the kitchen. Oh, my dear, said I, well, and just then came the note. A Miss Hawkins, that's all I know, a Miss Hawkins, of Bath. But, Mr. Knightley, how could you possibly have heard it? For the very moment Mr. Cole told Mrs. Cole of it, she sat down and wrote to me. A Miss Hawkins. But in every one of us there are moments when this complete reproduction of all the items of a past experience occurs. What are those moments? They are moments of emotional recall of the past as something which once was, but is gone forever, moments, the interest of which consists in the feeling that our self was once other than it now is. When this is the case, any detail, however minute, which will make the past picture more complete, will also have its effect in swelling that total contrast between now and then which forms the central interest of our contemplation. Ordinary or mixed association. This case helps us to understand why it is that the ordinary spontaneous flow of our ideas does not follow the law of impartial redintegration. In no revival of a past experience are all the items of our thought equally operative in determining what the next thought shall be. Always some ingredient is prepotent over the rest. Its special suggestions or associations in this case will often be different from those which it has in common with the whole group of items, and its tendency to awaken these outlying associates will deflect the path of our reverie. Just as in the original sensible experience our attention focalized itself upon a few of the impressions of the scene before us, so here in the reproduction of those impressions an equal partiality is shown. And some items are emphasized above the rest. What these items shall be is, in most cases of spontaneous reverie, hard to determine beforehand. In subjective terms we say that the prepotent items are those which appeal most to our interest. Expressed in brain terms, the law of interest will be, some one brain process is always prepotent above its concomitants in arousing action elsewhere. Two processes, says Mr. Hodgson, are constantly going on in redintegration. The one a process of corrosion, melting, decay, the other a process of renewing, arising, becoming. No object of representation remains long before consciousness in the same state, but fades, decays, and becomes indistinct. Those parts of the object, however, which possess an interest resist this tendency to gradual decay of the whole object. This inequality in the object, some parts, the uninteresting, submitting to decay. Others, the interesting parts, resisting it, when it has continued for a certain time, ends in becoming a new object. Only where the interest is diffused equally over all the parts, as in the emotional memory just referred to, where, as all past, they all interest us alike, is this law departed from. It will be least obeyed by those minds which have the smallest variety and intensity of interests, those who, by the general flatness and poverty of their aesthetic nature, are kept forever rotating among the literal sequences of their local and personal history. Most of us, however, are better organized than this, and our musings pursue an erratic course, swerving continually into some new direction traced by the shifting play of interest as it ever falls on some partial item in each complex representation that is evoked. Thus it so often comes about that we find ourselves thinking at two nearly adjacent moments of things separated by the whole diameter of space and time. Not till we carefully recall each step of our cogitation do we see how naturally we came by Hodgson's law to pass from one to the other. Thus, for instance, after looking at my clock just now, 1879, I found myself thinking of a recent resolution in the Senate about our legal tender notes. The clock called up the image of the man who had repaired its gong. He suggested the jeweler's shop where I had last seen him, that shop, some shirt studs which I had bought there, the value of gold and its recent decline. The latter, the equal value of greenbacks, and this, naturally, the question of how long they were to last, and of the Bayard proposition. Each of these images offered various points of interest. Those which formed the turning points of my thought are easily assigned. The gong was momentarily the most interesting part of the clock, because, from having begun with a beautiful tone, it had become discordant and aroused disappointment. But for this the clock might have suggested the friend who gave it to me, or any one of 1,000 circumstances connected with clocks. The jeweler's shop suggested the studs, because they alone of all its contents were tinged with the egoistic interest of possession. This interest in the studs, their value, made me single out the material as its chief source, etc., to the end. Every reader who will arrest himself at any moment and say, "How came I to be thinking of just this?" will be sure to trace a train of representations linked together by lines of contiguity and points of interest inextricably combined. This is the ordinary process of the association of ideas as it spontaneously goes on in average minds. We may call it ordinary, or mixed, association. Another example of it is given by Hobbes in a passage which has been quoted so often as to be classical. In a discourse of our present civil war, what could seem more impertinent than to ask, as one did, what was the value of a Roman penny? Yet the coherence to me was manifest enough. For the thought of the war introduced the thought of the delivering up the king to his enemies, the thought of that brought in the thought of the delivering up of Christ. And that again the thought of the 30 pence, which was the price of that treason, and thence easily followed that malicious question, and all this in a moment of time, for thought is quick. Can we determine, now, when a certain portion of the going thought has, by dint of its interest, become so prepotent as to make its own exclusive associates the dominant features of the coming thought, can we, I say, determine which of its own associates shall be evoked? For they are many. As Hodgson says, the interesting parts of the decaying object are free to combine again with any objects or parts of objects with which at any time they have been combined before. All the former combinations of these parts may come back into consciousness, one must, but which will? Mr. Hodgson replies. There can be but one answer, that which has been most habitually combined with them before. This new object begins at once to form itself in consciousness, and to group its parts round the part still remaining from the former object, part after part comes out and arranges itself in its old position. But scarcely has the process begun, when the original law of interest begins to operate on this new formation, seizes on the interesting parts and impresses them on the attention to the exclusion of the rest. And the whole process is repeated again with endless variety. I venture to propose this as a complete and true account of the whole process of read integration. In restricting the discharge from the interesting item into that channel which is simply most habitual in the sense of most frequent, Hodgson's account is assuredly imperfect. An image by no means always revives its most frequent associate, although frequency is certainly one of the most potent determinants of revival. If I abruptly utter the word swallow, the reader, if by habit an ornithologist, will think of a bird. If a physiologist or a medical specialist in throat diseases, he will think of deglutition. If I say date, he will, if a fruit merchant or an Arabian traveler, think of the produce of the palm, if an habitual student of history, figures with AD or BC before them will rise in his mind. If I say bed, bath, morning, his own daily toilet will be invincibly suggested by the combined names of 3 of its habitual associates. But frequent lines of transition are often set at naught. The sight of C. Goring's System der kritischen Philosophie has most frequently awakened in me thoughts of the opinions therein propounded. The idea of suicide has never been connected with the volumes. But a moment since, as my eye fell upon them, suicide was the thought that flashed into my mind. Why? Because but yesterday I received a letter from Leipzig informing me that this philosopher's recent death by drowning was an act of self-destruction. Thoughts tend, then, to awaken their most recent as well as their most habitual associates. This is a matter of notorious experience, too notorious, in fact, to need illustration. If we have seen our friend this morning, the mention of his name now recalls the circumstances of that interview, rather than any more remote details concerning him. If Shakespeare's plays are mentioned, and we were last night reading Richard II. Vestiges of that play rather than of Hamlet or Othello float through our mind. Excitement of peculiar tracts, or peculiar modes of general excitement in the brain, leave a sort of tenderness or exalted sensibility behind them which takes days to die away. As long as it lasts, those tracts or those modes are liable to have their activities awakened by causes which at other times might leave them in repose. Hence, recency in experience is a prime factor in determining revival in thought. Vividness in an original experience may also have the same effect as habit or recency in bringing about likelihood of revival. If we have once witnessed an execution, any subsequent conversation or reading about capital punishment will almost certainly suggest images of that particular scene. Thus it is that events lived through only once, and in youth, may come in after years, by reason of their exciting quality or emotional intensity, to serve as types or instances used by our mind to illustrate any and every occurring topic whose interest is most remotely pertinent to theirs. If a man in his boyhood once talked with Napoleon, any mention of great men or historical events, battles or thrones, or the whirligig of fortune, or islands in the ocean, will be apt to draw to his lips the incidents of that one memorable interview. If the word tooth now suddenly appears on the page before the reader's eye, there are 50 chances out of 100 that, if he gives it time to awaken any image, it will be an image of some operation of dentistry in which he has been the sufferer. Daily he has touched his teeth and masticated with them, this very morning he brushed them, chewed his breakfast and picked them, but the rarer and remoter associations arise more promptly because they were so much more intense. A fourth factor in tracing the course of reproduction is congruity in emotional tone between the reproduced idea and our mood. The same objects do not recall the same associates when we are cheerful as when we are melancholy. Nothing, in fact, is more striking than our utter inability to keep up trains of joyous imagery when we are depressed in spirits. Storm, darkness, war, images of disease, poverty, and perishing afflict unremittingly the imaginations of melancholiacs. And those of sanguine temperament, when their spirits are high, find it impossible to give any permanence to evil forebodings or to gloomy thoughts. In an instant the train of association dances off to flowers and sunshine, and images of spring and hope. The records of Arctic or African travel perused in one mood awaken no thoughts but those of horror at the malignity of nature. Read at another time they suggest only enthusiastic reflections on the indomitable power and pluck of man. Few novels so overflow with joyous animal spirits as The Three Guardsmen of Dumas. Yet it may awaken in the mind of a reader depressed with seasickness, as the writer can personally testify, a most dismal and woeful consciousness of the cruelty and carnage of which heroes like Athos, Porthos, and Aramis make themselves guilty. Habit, recency, vividness, and emotional congruity are, then, all reasons why one representation rather than another should be awakened by the interesting portion of a departing thought. We may say with truth that in the majority of cases the coming representation will have been either habitual, recent, or vivid, and will be congruous. If all these qualities unite in any one absent associate, we may predict almost infallibly that that associate of the going thought will form an important ingredient in the coming thought. In spite of the fact, however, that the succession of representations is thus redeemed from perfect indeterminism and limited to a few classes whose characteristic quality is fixed by the nature of our past experience, it must still be confessed that an immense number of terms in the linked chain of our representations fall outside of all assignable rule. To take the instance of the clock given on. Why did the jeweler's shop suggest the shirt studs rather than a chain which I had bought there more recently, which had cost more, and whose sentimental associations were much more interesting? Both chain and studs had excited brain tracts simultaneously with the shop. The only reason why the nerve stream from the shop tract switched off into the stud tract rather than into the chain tract must be that the stud tract happened at that moment to lie more open. Either because of some accidental alteration in its nutrition or because the incipient subconscious tensions of the brain as a whole had so distributed their equilibrium, that it was more unstable here than in the chain tract. Any reader's introspection will easily furnish similar instances. It thus remains true that to a certain extent, even in those forms of ordinary mixed association which lie nearest to impartial redintegration, which associate of the interesting item shall emerge must be called largely a matter of accident, that is, for our intelligence. No doubt it is determined by cerebral causes, but they are too subtle and shifting for our analysis. Association by similarity. In partial or mixed association we have all along supposed the interesting portion of the disappearing thought to be of considerable extent, and to be sufficiently complex to constitute by itself a concrete object. Sir William Hamilton relates, for instance, that after thinking of Ben Lomond he found himself thinking of the Prussian system of education, and discovered that the links of association were a German gentleman whom he had met on Ben Lomond, Germany, etc. The interesting part of Ben Lomond, as he had experienced it, the part operative in determining the train of his ideas was the complex image of a particular man. But now let us suppose that that selective agency of interested attention, which may thus convert impartial redintegration into partial association, let us suppose that it refines itself still further and accentuates a portion of the passing thought, so small as to be no longer the image of a concrete thing, but only of an abstract quality or property. Let us moreover suppose that the part thus accentuated persists in consciousness, or, in cerebral terms, has its brain process continue, after the other portions of the thought have faded. This small surviving portion will then surround itself with its own associates after the fashion we have already seen, and the relation between the new thought's object and the object of the faded thought will be a relation of similarity. The pair of thoughts will form an instance of what is called association by similarity. The similars which are here associated, or of which the first is followed by the second in the mind, are seen to be compounds. Experience proves that this is always the case. There is no tendency on the part of simple ideas, attributes, or qualities to remind us of their like. The thought of one shade of blue does not remind us of that of another shade of blue, etc. Unless indeed we have in mind some general purpose like naming the tint, when we should naturally think of other blues of the scale, through mixed association of purpose, names, and tints, together. But there is no elementary tendency of pure qualities to awaken their similars in the mind. We saw in the chapter on discrimination that two compound things are similar when some one quality or group of qualities is shared alike by both, although as regards their other qualities they may have nothing in common. The moon is similar to a gas jet, it is also similar to a football, but a gas jet and a football are not similar to each other. When we affirm the similarity of two compound things, we should always say in what respect it obtains. Moon and gas jet are similar in respect of luminosity, and nothing else, moon and football in respect of rotundity, and nothing else. Football and gas jet are in no respect similar, that is, they possess no common point, no identical attribute. Similarity, in compounds, is partial identity. When the same attribute appears in two phenomena, though it be their only common property, the two phenomena are similar in so far forth. To return now to our associated representations. If the thought of the moon is succeeded by the thought of a football, and that by the thought of one of Mr. X's railroads, it is because the attribute rotundity in the moon broke away from all the rest and surrounded itself with an entirely new set of companions, elasticity, leathery integument, swift mobility in obedience to human caprice, etc. And because the last-named attribute in the football in turn broke away from its companions, and, itself persisting, surrounded itself with such new attributes as make up the notions of a railroad king, of a rising and falling stock market, and the like. The gradual passage from impartial redintegration to similar association through what we have called ordinary mixed association may be symbolized by diagrams. Figure 41 is impartial redintegration, Figure 42 is mixed, and Figure 43 similar association. A in each is the passing, B the coming thought. In impartial, all parts of A are equally operative in calling up B. In mixed, most parts of A are inert. The part M alone breaks out and awakens B. In similar, the focalized part M is much smaller than in the previous case, and after awakening its new set of associates, instead of fading out itself, it continues persistently active along with them, forming an identical part in the two ideas, and making these, pro tanto, resemble each other. Figure 41. Figure 42. Figure 43. Why a single portion of the passing thought should break out from its concert with the rest and act, as we say, on its own hook, why the other parts should become inert, are mysteries which we can ascertain but not explain. Possibly a minuter insight into the laws of neural action will someday clear the matter up, possibly neural laws will not suffice, and we shall need to invoke a dynamic reaction of the form of consciousness upon its content. But into this we cannot enter now. To sum up, then, we see that the difference between the three kinds of association reduces itself to a simple difference in the amount of that portion of the nerve tract supporting the going thought which is operative in calling up the thought which comes. But the modus operandi of this active part is the same, be it large or be it small. The items constituting the coming object waken in every instance because their nerve tracts once were excited continuously with those of the going object or its operative part. This ultimate physiological law of habit among the neural elements is what runs the train. The direction of its course and the form of its transitions, whether redintegrative, associative, or similar, are due to unknown regulative or determinative conditions which accomplish their effect by opening this switch and closing that, setting the engine sometimes at half speed, and coupling or uncoupling cars. This last figure of speech, into which I have glided unwittingly, affords itself an excellent instance of association by similarity. I was thinking of the deflections of the course of ideas. Now, from Hobbes's time downward, English writers have been fond of speaking of the train of our representations. This word happened to stand out in the midst of my complex thought with peculiarly sharp accentuation, and to surround itself with numerous details of railroad imagery. Only such details became clear, however, as had their nerve tracts besieged by a double set of influences, those from train on the one hand, and those from the movement of thought on the other. It may possibly be that the prepotency of the suggestions of the word train at this moment were due to the recent excitation of the railroad brain tract by the instance chosen a few pages back of two railroad king playing football with the stock market. It is apparent from such an example how inextricably complex are all the contributory factors whose resultant is the line of our reverie. It would be folly in most cases to attempt to trace them out. From an instance like the above, where the pivot of the similar association was formed by a definite concrete word, train, to those where it is so subtle as utterly to elude our analysis, the passage is unbroken. We can form a series of examples. When Mr. Bagehot says that the mind of the savage, so far from being in a state of nature, is tattooed all over with monstrous superstitions, the case is very like the one we have just been considering. When Sir James Stephen compares our belief in the uniformity of nature, the congruity of the future with the past, to a man rowing one way and looking another, and steering his boat by keeping her stern in a line with an object behind him, the operative link becomes harder to dissect out. It is subtler still in Dr. Holmes's phrase, that stories in passing from mouth to mouth make a great deal of leeway in proportion to their headway, or in Mr. Lowell's description of German sentences, that they have a way of yawing and going stern foremost and not minding the helm for several minutes after it has been put down. And finally, it is a real puzzle when the color pale blue is said to have feminine and blood-red masculine affinities. And if I hear a friend describe a certain family as having blotting paper voices, the image, though immediately felt to be apposite, baffles the utmost powers of analysis. The higher poets all use abrupt epithets, which are alike intimate and remote, and, as Emerson says, sweetly torment us with invitations to their inaccessible homes. In these latter instances we must suppose that there is an identical portion in the similar objects, and that its brain tract is energetically operative, without, however, being sufficiently isolable in its activity as to stand out per se, and form the condition of a distinctly discriminated, abstract idea. We cannot even by careful search see the bridge over which we passed from the heart of one representation to that of the next. In some brains, however, this mode of transition is extremely common. It would be one of the most important of physiological discoveries could we assign the mechanical or chemical difference which makes the thoughts of one brain cling close to impartial red integration, while those of another shoot about in all the lawless revelry of similarity. Why, in these latter brains, action should tend to focalize itself in small spots, while in the others it fills patiently its broad bed, it seems impossible to guess. Whatever the difference may be, it is what separates the man of genius from the prosaic creature of habit and routine thinking. In chapter 22 we shall need to recur again to this point. Association in voluntary thought. Hitherto we have assumed the process of suggestion of one object by another to be spontaneous. The train of imagery wanders at its own sweet will, now trudging in sober grooves of habit, now with a hop, skip, and jump darting across the whole field of time and space. This is reverie, or musing. But great segments of the flux of our ideas consist of something very different from this. They are guided by a distinct purpose or conscious interest. As the Germans say, we nachdenken, or think towards a certain end. It is now necessary to examine what modification is made in the trains of our imagery by the having of an end in view. The course of our ideas is then called voluntary. Physiologically considered, we must suppose that a purpose means the persistent activity of certain rather definite brain processes throughout the whole course of thought. Our most usual cogitations are not pure reveries, absolute driftings, but revolve about some central interest or topic to which most of the images are relevant, and towards which we return promptly after occasional digressions. This interest is subserved by the persistently active brain tracts we have supposed. In the mixed associations which we have hitherto studied, the parts of each object which form the pivots on which our thoughts successively turn have their interest largely determined by their connection with some general interest which for the time has seized upon the mind. If we call Z the brain tract of general interest, then, if the object ABC turns up, and B has more associations with Z than have either A or C, B will become the object's interesting, pivotal portion, and will call up its own associates exclusively. For the energy of B's brain tract will be augmented by Z's activity, an activity which, from lack of previous connection between Z and A or C, does not influence A or C. If, for instance, I think of Paris whilst I am hungry, I shall not improbably find that its restaurants have become the pivot of my thought, etc., etc. But in the theoretic as well as in the practical life there are interests of a more acute sort, taking the form of definite images of some achievement, be it action or acquisition, which we desire to effect. The train of ideas arising under the influence of such an interest constitutes usually the thought of the means by which the end shall be attained. If the end by its simple presence does not instantaneously suggest the means, the search for the latter becomes an intellectual problem. The solution of problems is the most characteristic and peculiar sort of voluntary thinking. Where the end thought of is some outward deed or gain, the solution is largely composed of the actual motor processes, walking, speaking, writing, etc., which lead up to it. Where the end is in the first instance only ideal, as in laying out a place of operations, the steps are purely imaginary. In both of these cases the discovery of the means may form a new sort of end, of an entirely peculiar nature, an end, namely, which we intensely desire before we have attained it, but of the nature of which, even whilst most strongly craving it, we have no distinct imagination whatever. Such an end is a problem. The same state of things occurs whenever we seek to recall something forgotten, or to state the reason for a judgment which we have made intuitively. The desire strains and presses in a direction which it feels to be right but towards a point which it is unable to see. In short, the absence of an item is a determinant of our representations quite as positive as its presence can ever be. The gap becomes no mere void, but what is called an aching void. If we try to explain in terms of brain action how a thought which only potentially exists can yet be effective, we seem driven to believe that the brain tract thereof must actually be excited, but only in a minimal and subconscious way. Try, for instance, to symbolize what goes on in a man who is racking his brains to remember a thought which occurred to him last week. The associates of the thought are there, many of them at least, but they refuse to awaken the thought itself. We cannot suppose that they do not irradiate at all into its brain tract, because his mind quivers on the very edge of its recovery. Its actual rhythm sounds in his ears, the words seem on the imminent point of following, but fail. What it is that blocks the discharge and keeps the brain excitement here from passing beyond the nascent into the vivid state cannot be guessed. But we see in the philosophy of desire and pleasure, that such nascent excitements, spontaneously tending to a crescendo, but inhibited or checked by other causes, may become potent mental stimuli and determinants of desire. All questioning, wonder, emotion of curiosity, must be referred to cerebral causes of some such form as this. The great difference between the effort to recall things forgotten and the search after the means to a given end, is that the latter have not, whilst the former have, already formed a part of our experience. If we first study the mode of recalling a thing forgotten, we can take up with better understanding the voluntary quest of the unknown. The forgotten thing is felt by us as a gap in the midst of certain other things. If it is a thought, we possess a dim idea of where we were and what we were about when it occurred to us. We recollect the general subject to which it relates. But all these details refuse to shoot together into a solid whole, for the lack of the vivid traits of this missing thought, the relation whereof to each detail forms now the main interest of the latter. We keep running over the details in our mind, dissatisfied, craving something more. From each detail there radiate lines of association forming so many tentative guesses. Many of these are immediately seen to be irrelevant, are therefore void of interest, and lapse immediately from consciousness. Others are associated with the other details present, and with the missing thought as well. When these surge up, we have a peculiar feeling that we are warm, as the children say when they play hide and seek, and such associates as these we clutch at and keep before the attention. Thus we recollect successively that when we had the thought in question we were at the dinner table, then that our friend J.D. was there, then that the subject talked about was so and so. Finally, that the thought came apropos of a certain anecdote, and then that it had something to do with a French quotation. Now all these added associations arise independently of the will, by the spontaneous process we know so well. All that the will does is to emphasize and linger over those which seem pertinent, and ignore the rest. Through this hovering of the attention in the neighborhood of the desired object, the accumulation of associates becomes so great that the combined tensions of their neural processes break through the bar. And the nervous wave pours into the tract which has so long been awaiting its advent. And as the expectant, subconscious itching there, bursts into the fullness of vivid feeling, the mind finds an inexpressible relief. The whole process can be rudely symbolized in a diagram. Call the forgotten thing Z, the first facts with which we felt it was related, A, B, and C, and the details finally operative in calling it up, L, M, and N. Each circle will then stand for the brain process underlying the thought of the object denoted by the letter contained within it. The activity in Z will at first be a mere tension. But as the activities in A, B, and C little by little irradiate into L, M, and N, and as all these processes are somehow connected with Z, their combined irradiations upon Z, represented by the centripetal arrows, succeed in helping the tension there to overcome the resistance, and in rousing Z also to full activity. Figure 44. The tension present from the first in Z, even though it keep below the threshold of discharge, is probably to some degree cooperative with A, B, C in determining that L, M, N shall awake. Without Z's tension there might be a slower accumulation of objects connected with it. But, as aforesaid, the objects come before us through the brain's own laws, and the ego of the thinker can only remain on hand, as it were, to recognize their relative values and brood over some of them, whilst others are let drop. As when we have lost a material object we cannot recover it by a direct effort, but only through moving about such neighborhoods wherein it is likely to lie, and trusting that it will then strike our eye. So here, by not letting our attention leave the neighborhood of what we seek, we trust that it will end by speaking to us of its own accord. Turn now to the case of finding the unknown means to a distinctly conceived end. The end here stands in the place of A, B, C, in the diagram. It is the starting point of the irradiations of suggestion. And here, as in that case, what the voluntary attention does is only to dismiss some of the suggestions as irrelevant, and hold fast to others which are felt to be more pertinent. Let these be symbolized by L, M, N. These latter at last accumulate sufficiently to discharge altogether into Z, the excitement of which process is, in the mental sphere, equivalent to the solution of our problem. The only difference between this case and the last, is that in this one there need be no original sub-excitement in Z, cooperating from the very first. When we seek a forgotten name, we must suppose the name center to be in a state of active tension from the very outset, because of that peculiar feeling of recognition which we get at the moment of recall. The plenitude of the thought seems here but a maximum degree of something which our mind divined in advance. It instantaneously fills a socket completely molded to its shape. And it seems most natural to ascribe the identity of quality in our feeling of the gaping socket and our feeling of what comes to fill it, to the sameness of a nerve tract excited in different degrees. In the solving of a problem, on the contrary, the recognition that we have found the means is much less immediate. Here, what we are aware of in advance seems to be its relations with the items we already know. It must bear a causal relation, or it must be an effect, or it must contain an attribute common to two items, or it must be a uniform concomitant, or what not. We know, in short, a lot about it, whilst as yet we have no knowledge of acquaintance with it, see, or in Mr. Hodgson's language, we know what we want to find beforehand, in a certain sense, in its second intention, and do not know it, in another sense, in its first intention. Our intuition that one of the ideas which turn up is, at last, our quicitum, is due to our recognition that its relations are identical with those we had in mind, and this may be a rather slow act of judgment. In fact, every one knows that an object may be for some time present to his mind before its relations to other matters are perceived. To quote Hodgson again, the mode of operation is common to voluntary memory and reason. But reasoning adds to memory the function of comparing or judging the images which arise. Memory aims at filling the gap with an image which has at some particular time filled it before, reasoning with one which bears certain time and space relations to the images before and after. Or, to use perhaps clearer language, one which stands in determinate logical relations to those data round about the gap which filled our mind at the start. This feeling of the blank form of relationship before we get the material quality of the thing related will surprise no one who has read From the guessing of newspaper enigmas to the plotting of the policy of an empire, there is no other process than this. We trust to the laws of cerebral nature to present us spontaneously with the appropriate idea. Our only command over it is by the effort we make to keep the painful unfilled gap in consciousness. Two circumstances are important to notice. The first is, that volition has no power of calling up images, but only of rejecting and selecting from those offered by spontaneous redintegration. But the rapidity with which this selection is made, owing to the familiarity of the ways in which spontaneous redintegration runs, gives the process of reasoning the appearance of evoking images that are foreseen to be conformable to the purpose. There is no seeing them before they are offered, there is no summoning them before they are seen. The other circumstance is, that every kind of reasoning is nothing, in its simplest form, but attention. It is foreign to our purpose here to enter into any detailed analysis of the different classes of mental pursuit. In a scientific research we get perhaps as rich an example as can be found. The inquirer starts with a fact of which he seeks the reason, or with an hypothesis of which he seeks the proof. In either case he keeps turning the matter incessantly in his mind until, by the arousal of associate upon associate, some habitual, some similar, one arises which he recognizes to suit his need. This, however, may take years. No rules can be given by which the investigator may proceed straight to his result, but both here and in the case of reminiscence the accumulation of helps in the way of associations may advance more rapidly by the use of certain routine methods. In striving to recall a thought, for example, we may of set purpose run through the successive classes of circumstance with which it may possibly have been connected, trusting that when the right member of the class has turned up it will help the thought's revival. Thus we may run through all the places in which we may have had it. We may run through the persons whom we remember to have conversed with, or we may call up successively all the books we have lately been reading. If we are trying to remember a person we may run through a list of streets or of professions. Some item out of the lists thus methodically gone over will very likely be associated with the fact we are in need of, and may suggest it or help to do so. And yet the item might never have arisen without such systematic procedure. In scientific research this accumulation of associates has been methodized by Mill under the title of the Four Methods of Experimental Inquiry. By the method of agreement, by that of difference, by those of residues, and concomitant variations, which cannot here be more nearly defined, we make certain lists of cases. And by ruminating these lists in our minds the cause we seek will be more likely to emerge. But the final stroke of discovery is only prepared, not effected, by them. The brain tracks must, of their own accord, shoot the right way at last, or we shall still grope in darkness. That in some brains the tracks do shoot the right way much oftener than in others, and that we cannot tell why, these are ultimate facts to which we must never close our eyes. Even in forming our lists of instances according to Mill's methods, we are at the mercy of the spontaneous workings of similarity in our brain. How are a number of facts, resembling the one whose cause we seek, to be brought together in a list unless the one will rapidly suggest the other through association by similarity? Similarity no elementary law. Such is the analysis I propose, first of the three main types of spontaneous association, and then of voluntary association. It will be observed that the object called up may bear any logical relation whatever to the one which suggested it. The law requires only that one condition should be fulfilled. The fading object must be due to a brain process some of whose elements awaken through habit some of the elements of the brain process of the object which comes to view. This awakening is the operative machinery, the causal agency, throughout, quite as much so in the kind of association I have called by the name of similarity, as in any other sort. The similarity between the objects, or between the thoughts, if similarity there be between these latter, has no causal agency in carrying us from one to the other. It is but a result, the effect of the usual causal agent when this happens to work in a certain particular and assignable way. But ordinary writers talk as if the similarity of the objects were itself an agent, coordinate with habit, and independent of it, and like it able to push objects before the mind. This is quite unintelligible. The similarity of two things does not exist till both things are there, it is meaningless to talk of it as an agent of production of anything, whether in the physical or the psychical realms. It is a relation which the mind perceives after the fact, just as it may perceive the relations of superiority, of distance, of causality, of container and content, of substance and accident, or of contrast between an object and some second object which the associative machinery calls up. There are, nevertheless, able writers who not only insist on preserving association by similarity as a distinct elementary law, but who make it the most elementary law, and seek to derive contiguous association from it. Their reasoning is as follows: when the present impression A awakens the idea B of its past contiguous associate B, how can this occur except through first reviving an image A of its own past occurrence? This is the term directly connected with B. So that the process, instead of being simply a B, is a B. Now A and A are similars, therefore no association by contiguity can occur except through a previous association by similarity. The most important supposition here made is that every impression on entering the mind must needs awaken an image of its past self, in the light of which it is apperceived or understood, and through the intermediation of which it enters into relation with the mind's other objects. This assumption is almost universally made, and yet it is hard to find any good reason for it. It first came before us when we were reviewing the facts of aphasia and mental blindness, cff. But we then saw no need of optical and auditory images to interpret optical and auditory sensations by. On the contrary, we agreed that auditory sensations were understood by us only so far as they awakened non-auditory images, and optical sensations only so far as they awakened non-optical images. In the chapters on memory, on reasoning, and on perception, the same assumption will meet us again, and again will have to be rejected as groundless. The sensational process A and the ideational process A probably occupy essentially the same tracts. When the outer stimulus comes and those tracts vibrate with the sensation A, they discharge as directly into the paths which lead to B as when there is no outer stimulus and they only vibrate with the idea A. To say that the process A can only reach these paths by the help of the weaker process A is like saying that we need a candle to see the sun by. A replaces A, does all that it does and more. And there is no intelligible meaning, to my mind, in saying that the weaker process coexists with the stronger. I therefore consider that these writers are altogether wrong. The only plausible proof they give of the coexistence of A with A is when it gives us a sense of familiarity but fails to awaken any distinct thought of past contiguous associates. In a later chapter one shall consider this case. Here I content myself with saying that it does not seem conclusive as to the point at issue, and that I still believe association of coexistent or sequent impressions to be the one elementary law. Contrast has also been held to be an independent agent in association. But the reproduction of an object contrasting with one already in the mind is easily explained on our principles. Recent writers, in fact, all reduce it either to similarity or contiguity. Contrast always presupposes generic similarity. It is only the extremes of a class which are contrasted, black and white, not black and sour, or white and prickly. A machinery which reproduces a similar at all, may reproduce the opposite similar, as well as any intermediate term. Moreover, the greater number of contrasts are habitually coupled in speech, young and old, life and death, rich and poor, etc. And are, as Dr. Bain says, in everybody's memory. I trust that the student will now feel that the way to a deeper understanding of the order of our ideas lies in the direction of cerebral physiology. The elementary process of revival can be nothing but the law of habit. Truly the day is distant when physiologists shall actually trace from cell group to cell group the irradiations which we have hypothetically invoked. Probably it will never arrive. The schematism we have used is, moreover, taken immediately from the analysis of objects into their elementary parts, and only extended by analogy to the brain. And yet it is only as incorporated in the brain that such a schematism can represent anything causal. This is, to my mind, the conclusive reason for saying that the order of presentation of the mind's materials is due to cerebral physiology alone. The law of accidental prepotency of certain processes over others falls also within the sphere of cerebral probabilities. Granting such instability as the brain tissue requires, certain points must always discharge more quickly and strongly than others. And this prepotency would shift its place from moment to moment by accidental causes, giving us a perfect mechanical diagram of the capricious play of similar association in the most gifted mind. The study of dreams confirms this view. The usual abundance of paths of irradiation seems, in the dormant brain, reduced. A few only are pervious, and the most fantastic sequences occur because the currents run, like sparks in burnt-up paper, wherever the nutrition of the moment creates an opening, but nowhere else. The effects of interested attention and volition remain. These activities seem to hold fast to certain elements, and by emphasizing them and dwelling on them, to make their associates the only ones which are evoked. This is the point at which an anti-mechanical psychology must, if anywhere, make it stand in dealing with association. Everything else is pretty certainly due to cerebral laws. My own opinion on the question of active attention and spiritual spontaneity is expressed elsewhere. But even though there be a mental spontaneity, it can certainly not create ideas or summon them ex abrupto. Its power is limited to selecting amongst those which the associative machinery has already introduced or tends to introduce. If it can emphasize, reinforce, or protract for a second either one of these, it can do all that the most eager advocate of free will need demand. For it then decides the direction of the next associations by making them hinge upon the emphasized term, and determining in this wise the course of the man's thinking, it also determines his acts. The history of opinion concerning association may be briefly glanced at ere we end the chapter. Aristotle seems to have caught both the facts and the principle of explanation. But he did not expand his views, and it was not till the time of Hobbes that the matter was again touched on in a definite way. Hobbes first formulated the problem of the succession of our thoughts. He writes in Leviathan, chapter 3, as follows. By consequence, or train of thoughts, I understand that succession of one thought to another which is called, to distinguish it from discourse in words, mental discourse. When a man thinketh on anything whatsoever, his next thought after is not altogether so casual as it seems to be. Not every thought to every thought succeeds indifferently. But as we have no imagination, whereof we have not formerly had sense, in whole or in parts, so we have no transition from one imagination to another, whereof we never had the like before in our senses. The reason whereof is this. All fancies are motions within us, relics of those made in the sense, and those motions that immediately succeeded one another in the sense continue also together after sense, insomuch as the former coming again to take place, and be predominant. The latter followeth, by coherence of the matter moved, in such manner, as water upon a plain table is drawn which way any one part of it is guided by the finger. But because in sense, to one and the same thing perceived, sometimes one thing, sometimes another succeedeth, it comes to pass in time that, in the imagining of anything, there is no certainty what we shall imagine next. Only this is certain, it shall be something that succeeded the same before, at one time or another. This train of thoughts, or mental discourse, is of two sorts. The first is unguided, without design, and inconstant. Wherein there is no passionate thought, to govern and direct those that follow, to itself, as the end and scope of some desire, or other passion. The second is more constant, as being regulated by some desire and design. For the impression made by such things as we desire, or fear, is strong and permanent, or, if it cease for a time, of quick return, so strong is it, sometimes, as to hinder and break our sleep. From desire ariseth the thought of some means we have seen produce the like of that which we aim at, and from the thought of that, the thought of means to that mean, and so continually, till we come to some beginning within our own power. And because the end, by the greatness of the impression, comes often to mind, in case our thoughts begin to wander, they are quickly again reduced into the way, which observed by one of the 7 wise men, made him give men this precept. Which is now worn out, respite finem. That is to say, in all your actions, look often upon what you would have, as the thing that directs all your thoughts in the way to attain it. The train of regulated thoughts is of two kinds. 1. When of an effect imagined we seek the causes, or means that produce it, and this is common to man and beast. The other is, when imagining anything whatsoever, we seek all the possible effects that can by it be produced. That is to say, we imagine what we can do with it, when we have it. Of which I have not at any time seen any sign, but in man only. For this is a curiosity hardly incident to the nature of any living creature that has no other passion but sensual, such as are hunger, thirst, lust, and anger. In sum, the discourse of the mind, when it is governed by design, is nothing but seeking or the faculty of invention, which the Latins called sagacitas, and solertia, a hunting out of the causes, of some effect, present or past. Or of the effects, of some present or past cause. The most important passage after this of Hobbes is Hume's. As all simple ideas may be separated by the imagination, and may be united again in what form it pleases, nothing would be more unaccountable than the operations of that faculty. Were it not guided by some universal principles, which render it, in some measure, uniform with itself in all times and places. Were ideas entirely loose and unconnected, chance alone would join them. And 'tis impossible the same simple ideas should fall regularly into complex ones, as they commonly do, without some bond of union among them, some associating quality, by which one idea naturally introduces another. This uniting principle among ideas is not to be considered as an inseparable connection, for that has been already excluded from the imagination. Nor yet are we to conclude that without it the mind cannot join two ideas. For nothing is more free than that faculty, but we are only to regard it as a gentle force, which commonly prevails, and is the cause why, among other things, languages so nearly correspond to each other. Nature in a manner pointing to every one those simple ideas which are most proper to be united in a complex one. The qualities from which this association arises, and by which the mind is after this manner conveyed from one idea to another, are three, viz., resemblance, contiguity in time or place, and cause and effect. I believe it will not be very necessary to prove that these qualities produce an association among ideas, and upon the appearance of one idea naturally introduce another. 'Tis plain that in the course of our thinking, and in the constant revolution of our ideas, our imagination runs easily from one idea to any other that resembles it, and that this quality alone is to the fancy a sufficient bond and association. 'Tis likewise evident, that as the senses, in changing their objects, are necessitated to change them regularly, and take them as they lie contiguous to each other, the imagination must by long custom acquire the same method of thinking, and run along the parts of space and time in conceiving its objects. As to the connection that is made by the relation of cause and effect, we shall have occasion afterwards to examine it to the bottom, and therefore shall not at present insist upon it. 'Tis sufficient to observe that there is no relation which produces a stronger connection in the fancy, and makes one idea more readily recall another, than the relation of cause and effect betwixt their objects. These are therefore the principles of union or cohesion among our simple ideas, and in the imagination supply the place of that inseparable connection by which they are united in our memory. Here is a kind of attraction, which in the mental world will be found to have as extraordinary effects as in the natural, and to show itself in as many and as various forms. Its effects are everywhere conspicuous. But as to its causes, they are mostly unknown, and must be resolved into original qualities of human nature, which I pretend not to explain. Hume did not, however, any more than Hobbes, follow out the effects of which he speaks. And the task of popularizing the notion of association and making an effective school based on association of ideas alone was reserved for Hartley and James Mill. These authors traced minutely the presence of association in all the cardinal notions and operations of the mind. The several faculties of the mind were dispossessed, the one principle of association between ideas did all their work. As Priestley says, "Nothing is requisite to make any man whatever he is, but a sentient principle with this single law. Not only all our intellectual pleasures and pains but all the phenomena of memory, imagination, volition, reasoning and every other mental affection and operation, are but different modes or cases of the association of ideas. An eminent French psychologist, M. Ribot, repeats Hume's comparison of the law of association with that of gravitation, and goes on to say, "It is remarkable that this discovery was made so late. Nothing is simpler, apparently, than to notice that this law of association is the truly fundamental, irreducible phenomenon of our mental life, that it is at the bottom of all our acts, that it permits of no exception. That neither dream, reverie, mystic ecstasy, nor the most abstract reasoning can exist without it, that its suppression would be equivalent to that of thought itself. Nevertheless, no ancient author understood it, for one cannot seriously maintain that a few scattered lines in Aristotle and the Stoics constitute a theory and clear view of the subject. It is to Hobbes, Hume, and Hartley that we must attribute the origin of these studies on the connection of our ideas. The discovery of the ultimate law of our psychologic acts has this, then, in common with many other discoveries: it came late and seems so simple that it may justly astonish us. Perhaps it is not superfluous to ask in what this manner of explanation is superior to the current theory of faculties. The most extended usage consists, as we know, in dividing intellectual phenomena into classes, in separating those which differ, in grouping together those of the same nature and in giving to these a common name and in attributing them to the same cause. It is thus that we have come to distinguish those diverse aspects of intelligence which are called judgment, reasoning, abstraction, perception, etc. This method is precisely the one followed in physics, where the words caloric, electricity, gravity, designate the unknown causes of certain groups of phenomena. If one thus never forgets that the diverse faculties are only the unknown causes of known phenomena, that they are simply a convenient means of classifying the facts and speaking of them. If one does not fall into the common fault of making out of them substantial entities, creations which now agree, now disagree, so forming in the intelligence a little republic, then, we can see nothing reprehensible in this distribution into faculties, conformable as it is to the rules of a sound method and of a good natural classification. In what then is Mr. Bain's procedure superior to the method of the faculties? It is that the latter is simply a classification while his is an explanation. Between the psychology which traces intellectual facts back to certain faculties, and that which reduces them to the single law of association, there is, according to our way of thinking, the same difference that we find in physics between those who attribute its phenomena to 5 or 6 causes, and those who derive gravity, caloric, light, etc. from motion. The system of the faculties explains nothing because each one of them is only a flatus vocis which is of value merely through the phenomena which it contains, and signifies nothing more than these phenomena. The new theory, on the contrary, shows that the different processes of intelligence are only diverse cases of a single law, that imagination, deduction, induction, perception, etc. are but so many determinate ways in which ideas may combine with each other, and that the differences of faculties are only differences of association. It explains all intellectual facts, certainly not after the manner of metaphysics which demands the ultimate and absolute reason of things, but after the manner of physics which seeks only their secondary and immediate cause. The inexperienced reader may be glad of a brief indication of the manner in which all the different mental operations may be conceived to consist of images of sensation associated together. Memory is the association of a present image with others known to belong to the past. Expectation the same, with future substituted for past. Fancy, the association of images without temporal order. Belief in anything not present to sense is the very lively, strong, and steadfast association of the image of that thing with some present sensation, so that as long as the sensation persists the image cannot be excluded from the mind. Judgment is transferring the idea of truth by association from one proposition to another that resembles it. Reasoning is the perception that, whatever has any mark has that which it is a mark of. In the concrete case, the mark or middle term being always associated with each of the other terms and so serving as a link by which they are themselves indirectly associated together. This same kind of transfer of a sensible experience associated with another to a third also associated with that other, serves to explain emotional facts. When we are pleased or hurt we express it, and the expression associates itself with the feeling. Hearing the same expression from another revives the associated feeling, and we sympathize, i.e. grieve or are glad with him. The other social affections, benevolence, conscientiousness, ambition, etc., arise in like manner by the transfer of the bodily pleasure experienced as a reward for social service, and hence associated with it, to the act of service itself, the link of reward being dropped out. Just so avarice when the miser transfers the bodily pleasures associated with the spending of money to the money itself, dropping the link of spending. Fear is a transfer of the bodily hurt associated by experience with the thing feared, to the thought of the thing, with the precise features of the hurt left out. Thus we fear a dog without distinctly imagining his bite. Love is the association of the agreeableness of certain sensible experiences with the idea of the object capable of affording them. The experiences themselves may cease to be distinctly imagined after the notion of their pleasure has been transferred to the object, constituting our love therefore. Volition is the association of ideas of muscular motion with the ideas of those pleasures which the motion produces. The motion at first occurs automatically and results in a pleasure unforeseen. The latter becomes so associated with the motion that whenever we think of it the idea of the motion arises, and the idea of the motion when vivid causes the motion to occur. This is an act of will. Nothing is easier than for a philosopher of this school to explain from experience such a notion as that of infinitude. He sees in it an ordinary manifestation of one of the laws of the association of ideas, the law that the idea of a thing irresistibly suggests the idea of any other thing which has been often experienced in close conjunction with it. And not otherwise. As we have never had experience of any point of space without other points beyond it, nor of any point of time without others following it, the law of indissoluble association makes it impossible for us to think of any point of space or time, however distant, without having the idea irresistibly realized, in imagination, of other points still more remote. And thus the supposed original and inherent property of these two ideas is completely explained and accounted for by the law of association. And we are enabled to see that if space or time were really susceptible of termination, we should be just as unable as we now are to conceive the idea. These examples of the associationist psychology are, with the exception of the last, very crudely expressed, but they suffice for our temporary need. Hartley and James Mill improved upon Hume so far as to employ but a single principle of association, that of contiguity or habit. Hartley ignores resemblance, James Mill expressly repudiates it in a passage which is assuredly one of the curiosities of literature. I believe it will be found that we are accustomed to see like things together. When we see a tree, we generally see more trees than one, a sheep, more sheep than one, a man, more men than one. From this observation, I think, we may refer resemblance to the law of frequency, i.e. contiguity, of which it seems to form only a particular case. Mr. Herbert Spencer has still more recently tried to construct a psychology which ignores association by similarity, and in a chapter, which also is a curiosity. He tries to explain the association of two ideas by a conscious reference of the first to the point of time when its sensation was experienced, which point of time is no sooner thought of than its content, namely, the second idea, arises. Messrs. Bain and Mill, however, and the immense majority of contemporary psychologists retain both resemblance and contiguity as irreducible principles of association. Professor Bain's exposition of association is by common consent looked upon as the best expression of the English school. Perception of agreement and difference, retentiveness, and the two sorts of association, contiguity and similarity, are by him regarded as constituting all that is meant by intellect proper. His pages are painstaking and instructive from a descriptive point of view, though, after my own attempt to deal with the subject causally, I can hardly award to them any profound explanatory value. Association by similarity, too much neglected by the British school before Bain, receives from him the most generous exemplification. As an instructive passage, the following, out of many equally good, may be chosen to quote. We may have similarity in form with diversity of use, and similarity of use with diversity of form. A rope suggests other ropes and cords, if we look to the appearance, but looking to the use, it may suggest an iron cable, a wooden prop, an iron girding, a leather band, or beveled gear. In spite of diversity of appearance, the suggestion turns on what answers a common end. If we are very much attracted by sensible appearances, there will be the more difficulty in recalling things that agree only in the use. If, on the other hand, we are profoundly sensitive to the one point of practical efficiency as a tool, the peculiarities not essential to this will be little noticed. And we shall be ever ready to revive past objects corresponding in use to some one present, although diverse in all other circumstances. We become oblivious to the difference between a horse, a steam engine, and a waterfall, when our minds are engrossed with the one circumstance of moving power. The diversity in these had no doubt for a long time the effect of keeping back their first identification, and to obtuse intellects, this identification might have been forever impossible. A strong concentration of mind upon the single peculiarity of mechanical force, and a degree of indifference to the general aspect of the things themselves, must conspire with the intellectual energy of resuscitation by similars, in order to summon together in the view three structures so different. We can see, by an instance like this, how new adaptations of existing machinery might arise in the mind of a mechanical inventor. When it first occurred to a reflecting mind that moving water had a property identical with human or brute force, namely, the property of setting other masses in motion, overcoming inertia and resistance. When the sight of the stream suggested through this point of likeness the power of the animal, a new addition was made to the class of prime movers, and when circumstances permitted, this power could become a substitute for the others. It may seem to the modern understanding, familiar with water wheels and drifting rafts, that the similarity here was an extremely obvious one. But if we put ourselves back into an early state of mind, when running water affected the mind by its brilliancy, its roar, and irregular devastation, we may easily suppose that to identify this with animal muscular energy was by no means an obvious effect. Doubtless when a mind arose, insensible by natural constitution to the superficial aspects of things, and having withal a great stretch of identifying intellect, such a comparison would then be possible. We may pursue the same example one stage further, and come to the discovery of steam power, or the identification of expanding vapor with the previously known sources of mechanical force. To the common eye, for ages, vapor presented itself as clouds in the sky, or as a hissing noise at the spout of a kettle, with the formation of a foggy curling cloud at a few inches distance. The forcing up of the lid of a kettle may also have been occasionally observed. But how long was it ere anyone was struck with the parallelism of this appearance with a blast of wind, a rush of water, or an exertion of animal muscle? The discordance was too great to be broken through by such a faint and limited amount of likeness. In one mind, however, the identification did take place, and was followed out into its consequences. The likeness had occurred to other minds previously, but not with the same results. Such minds must have been in some way or other distinguished above the millions of mankind, and we are now endeavoring to give the explanation of their superiority. The intellectual character of what contained all the elements preparatory to a great stroke of similarity in such a case, a high susceptibility, both by nature and by education, to the mechanical properties of bodies. Ample previous knowledge or familiarity, and indifference to the superficial and sensational effects of things. It is not only possible, however, but exceedingly probable, that many men possessed all these accomplishments. They are of a kind not transcending common abilities. They would in some degree attach to a mechanical education almost as a matter of course. That the discovery was not sooner made supposes that something farther, and not of common occurrence, was necessary, and this additional endowment appears to be the identifying power of similarity in general. The tendency to detect likeness in the midst of disparity and disguise. This supposition accounts for the fact, and is consistent with the known intellectual character of the inventor of the steam engine. Dr. Hodgson's account of association is by all odds the best yet propounded in English. All these writers hold more or less explicitly to the notion of atomistic ideas, which recur. In Germany, the same mythological supposition has been more radically grasped, and carried out to a still more logical, if more repulsive, extreme, by Herbart and his followers, who until recently may be said to have reigned almost supreme in their native country. For Herbart each idea is a permanently existing entity, the entrance whereof into consciousness is but an accidental determination of its being. So far as it succeeds in occupying the theater of consciousness, it crowds out another idea previously there. This act of inhibition gives it, however, a sort of hold on the other representation which on all later occasions facilitates its following the other into the mind. The ingenuity with which most special cases of association are formulated in this mechanical language of struggle and inhibition, is great, and surpasses in analytic thoroughness anything that has been done by the British school. This, however, is a doubtful merit, in a case where the elements dealt with are artificial. And I must confess that to my mind there is something almost hideous in the glib Herbartian jargon about Vorstellungsmassen and their Hemungen and Hemungsummen, and Sinken and Ireben and Schweben, and Verschmelzungen and Komplexionen. Herlips, the most recent systematic German psychologist, has, I regret to say, carried out the theory of ideas in a way which the great originality, learning, and acuteness he shows make only the more regrettable. Such elaborately artificial constructions are, it seems to me, only a burden and a hindrance, not a help, to our science. In French, M. Rabier in his chapter on association, handles the subject more vigorously and acutely than any one. His treatment of it, though short, seems to me for general soundness to rank second only to Hodgson's. In the last chapter we already invoked association to account for the effects of use in improving discrimination. In later chapters we shall see abundant proof of the immense part which it plays in other processes, and shall then readily admit that few principles of analysis, in any science, have proved more fertile than this one. However vaguely formulated it often may have been. Our own attempt to formulate it more definitely, and to escape the usual confusion between causal agencies and relations merely known, must not blind us to the immense services of those by whom the confusion was unfelt. From this practical point of view it would be a true ignoratio elenchi to flatter one's self that one has dealt a heavy blow at the psychology of association, when one has exploded the theory of atomistic ideas. Or shown that contiguity and similarity between ideas can only be there after association is done. The whole body of the associationist psychology remains standing after you have translated ideas into objects, on the one hand, and brain processes on the other. And the analysis of faculties and operations is as conclusive in these terms as in those traditionally used. The theory propounded in this chapter, and a good many pages of the text, were originally published in the Popular Science Monthly for March, 1880. Compare Renouvelier's criticism of associationism in his Essays de critique générale, Logique, 2, page 493 fol. Unless the name belong to a rapidly uttered sentence, when no substantive image may have time to arise. In his observations he says that time was lost in mentally taking in the word which was the cue, owing to the quiet unobtrusive way in which I found it necessary to bring it into view, so as not to distract the thoughts. Moreover, a substantive standing by itself is usually the equivalent of too abstract an idea for us to conceive properly without delay. Thus it is very difficult to get a quick conception of the word carriage, because there are so many different kinds, two-wheeled, four-wheeled, open and closed, and in so many different possible positions, that the mind possibly hesitates amidst an obscure sense of many alternations that cannot blend together. But limit the idea to say a landau, and the mental association declares itself more quickly. Inquiries, etc., page 190. Physial, Psych, 2, 280 fol. For interesting remarks on the sorts of things associated, in these experiments, with the prompting word, see Galton, op. cit. pages 185 to 203, and Trotschult in Wundt Psychologische Studien, I, 213. Mind, 11, 64 to 5. This value is much smaller than that got by Wundt as above. No reason for the difference is suggested by Mr. Cattell. Wundt calls attention to the fact that the figures found by him give an average, 0.720 foot, exactly equal to the time interval which in his experiments, Vide Infra, chapter on time, was reproduced without error either way, and to that required, according to the Webers, for the legs to swing in rapid locomotion. It is not improbable, he adds, that this psychic constant, of the mean association time and of the most correct appreciation of a time interval, may have been developed under the influence of the most usual bodily movements, which also have determined the manner in which we tend to subdivide rhythmically longer periods of time. Physial, Psych. 2, 286. The rapprochement is of that tentative sort which it is no harm for psychologists to make, provided they recollect how very fictitious and incomparable mutually all these averages derived from different observers, working under different conditions. R. Mr. Cattell's figure throws Wundt's ingenious parallel entirely out of line. The only measurements of association time which so far seem likely to have much theoretic importance are a few made on insane patients by von Schisch, Mendel's Neurologisches Centralblatt, 15 Mai, 1885, 3 JHRG, page 217. The simple reaction time was found about normal in 3 patients, one with progressive paralysis, one with inveterate mania of persecution, one recovering from ordinary mania. In the convalescent maniac and the paralytic, however, the association time was hardly half as much as Wundt's normal figure, 0.28 and 0.23 instead of 0.7 foot, smaller also than Cattell's, whilst in the sufferer from delusions of persecution and hallucinations it was twice as great as normal, 1.39 instead of 0.7. This latter patient's time was 6-fold that of the paralytic. Per von Schisch remarks on the connection of the short times with diminished power for clear and consistent processes of thought, and on that of the long times with the persistent fixation of the attention upon monotonous objects, delusions. Miss Marie Wolitzky, Revue Philosophique, 28, 583, has carried von Schisch's observations still farther, making 18,000 measurements in all. She found association time increased in paralytic dementia and diminished in mania. Choice time, on the contrary, is increased in mania. Mind, 12, 67-74. Compare Bain's law of association by contiguity. Actions, sensations, and states of feeling, occurring together or in close succession, tend to grow together, or cohere, in such a way that, when any one of them is afterwards presented to the mind, the others are apt to be brought up in idea, senses and intellect. p. 327, compare also Hartley's formulation, any sensations A, B, C, etc., by being associated with one another a sufficient number of times, get such a power over the corresponding ideas, B, C, etc., that any one of the sensations A, when impressed alone, shall be able to excite in the mind B, C, etc., the ideas of the rest. Observations on Man, Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 2, Prop. X. The statement in the text differs from these in holding fast to the objective point of view. It is things, and objective properties in things, which are associated in our thought. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th ed., Article Psychology, page 60. Kernel 2. Physial, Psych, 2d edition 2, 300. The difficulty here as with habit überhaupt is in seeing how new paths come first to be formed, cf. above. Experience shows that a new path is formed between centers for sensible impressions whenever these vibrate together or in rapid succession. A child sees a certain bottle and hears it called milk, and thenceforward thinks the name when he again sees the bottle. But why the successive or simultaneous excitement of two centers independently stimulated from without, one by sight and the other by hearing, should result in a path between them, one does not immediately see. We can only make hypotheses. Any hypothesis of the specific mode of their formation which tallies well with the observed facts of association will be in so far forth credible, in spite of possible obscurity. Herr Münsterberg thinks, Beiträge zur EXP Psychology, Heft I, p. 132, that between centers excited successively from without no path ought to be formed, and that consequently all contiguous association is between simultaneous experiences. Mr. Ward, Locke Sit. Thinks, on the contrary, that it can only be between successive experiences. The association of objects simultaneously presented can be resolved into an association of objects successively attended to. It seems hardly possible to mention a case in which attention to the associated objects could not have been successive. In fact, an aggregate of objects on which attention could be focused at once would be already associated. Between these extreme possibilities, I have refrained from deciding in the text, and have described contiguous association as holding between both successively and coexistently presented objects. The physiological question as to how we may conceive the paths to originate had better be postponed till it comes to us again in the chapter on the will, where we can treat it in a broader way. It is enough here to have called attention to it as a serious problem. Essay, Book 2, Chapter 33, Section 6. Compare Hume, who, like Locke, only uses the principle to account for unreasonable and obstructive mental associations. 'Twould have been easy to have made an imaginary dissection of the brain, and have shown why, upon our conception of any idea, the animal spirits run into all the contiguous traces, and rouse up the other ideas that are related to it. But though I have neglected any advantage which I might have drawn from this topic in explaining the relations of ideas, I am afraid I must here have recourse to it, in order to account for the mistakes that arise from these relations. I shall therefore observe, that as the mind is endowed with a power of exciting any idea it pleases, whenever it dispatches the spirits into that region of the brain in which the idea is placed, these spirits always excite the idea, when they run precisely into the proper traces, and rummage that cell which belongs to the idea. But as their motion is seldom direct, and naturally turns a little to the one side or the other, for this reason the animal spirits, falling into the contiguous traces, present other related ideas in lieu of that which the mind desired at first to survey. This change we are not always sensible of, but continuing still the same train of thought, make use of the related idea which is presented to us, and employ it in our reasoning, as if it were the same with what we demanded. This is the cause of many mistakes and sophisms in philosophy, as will naturally be imagined, and as it would be easy to show, if there was occasion. Op. Cit. Prop. 11. See Chapter 3. I strongly advise the student to read his Senses and Intellect, pages 544 to 556. Time and Space, page 266. Compare Coleridge. The true practical general law of association is this, that whatever makes certain parts of a total impression more vivid or distinct than the rest will determine the mind to recall these, in preference to others equally linked together by the common condition of contemporaneity or of contiguity. But the will itself, by confining and intensifying the attention, may arbitrarily give vividness or distinctness to any object whatsoever. Biographia Literaria, Chapter 5. Leviathan, Pti, Chapter 3, in it. I refer to a recency of a few hours. Mr. Galton found that experiences from boyhood and youth were more likely to be suggested by words seen at random than experiences of later years. See his highly interesting account of experiments in his Inquiries into Human Faculty, pages 191 to 203. For other instances see Wall, in Virtulch. F. Wis. Phil, 9, 144 to 417, 1885. I retain the title of association by similarity in order not to depart from common usage. The reader will observe, however, that my nomenclature is not based on the same principle throughout. Impartial redintegration connotes neural processes, similarity is an objective relation perceived by the mind. Ordinary or mixed association is a merely denotative word. Total recall, partial recall, and focalized recall, of associates, would be better terms. But as the denotation of the latter word is almost identical with that of association by similarity, I think it better to sacrifice propriety to popularity, and to keep the latter well-worn phrase. No one has described this process better than Hobbes. Sometimes a man seeks what he hath lost, and from that place and time wherein he misses it, his mind runs back from place to place and time to and where and when he had it. That is to say, to find some certain and limited time and place, in which to begin a method of seeking. Again, from thence his thoughts run over the same places and times to find what action or other occasion might make him lose it. This we call remembrance, or calling to mind. Sometimes a man knows a place determinate, within the compass whereof he is to seek. And then his thoughts run over all the parts thereof, in the same manner as one would sweep a room to find a jewel, or as a spaniel ranges the field till he find a scent, or as a man should run over the alphabet to start a rhyme. Leviathan, 165, page 10. Theory of Practice, Volume 1, page 394. Ibid, page 394. All association is called redintegration by Hodgson. Ibid, page 400. Compare Bain, Emotions and Will, page 377. The outgoings of the mind are necessarily random. The end alone is the thing that is clear to the view, and with that there is a perception of the fitness of every passing suggestion. The volitional energy keeps up the attention on the active search. And the moment that anything in point rises before the mind, it springs upon that like a wild beast upon its prey. Compare what is said of the principle of similarity by F. H. Bradley, Principles of Logic, pages 294 ff. E. Rabier, Psychology, 187 ff. Paulhan, Critique philosophique, Tumi Siri, I. 458, Rabier, Ibid 460, Pilon, Ibid 2, 55, B. P. Bown, Introduction to Psych. Theory, 92, Ward, Encyclop. Brit. Art. Psychology, page 60, Wall, Björteljarsch. F. Wyss. Philos, 9, 426-431. Dar. Makash is accordingly only logical when he sinks similarity in what he calls the law of correlation, according to which, when we have discovered a relation between things, the idea of one tends to bring up the others. Psychology. The cognitive powers, p. 130, the relations mentioned by this author are identity, whole and parts, resemblance, space, time, quantity, active property, and cause and effect. If perceived relations among objects are to be treated as grounds for their appearance before the mind, similarity has of course no right to an exclusive, or even to a predominant, place. C.F. Bain, Senses and Intellect, 504 ff. J. S. Mill, Note 39 to J. Mill's Analysis, Lips, Grundtatschen, 97. C. For farther details, Hamilton's Reed, Appendices D and D, and L. Ferry, La Psychologie de l'Association, Paris, 1883. Also Robertson, Art. Association in Encyclop. Britannica. Treatise of Human Nature, Part 1. Section 4. Observations on Man, London, 1749. Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind, 1829. Hartley's Theory, 2d edition, 1790, page 27. Current, that is, in France. W. J. La Psychologie Angloise, page 242. Priestley, Op. Cit. P. XXX. Review of Baines's Psychology, by J. S. Mill, in Eden. Review, October 1, 1859, page 293. Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind, J. S. Mill's edition, Volume 1, page 111. On the Associability of Relations Between Feelings, in Principles of Psychology, Volume 1, page 259. It is impossible to regard the cohering of each feeling with previously experienced feelings of the same class, order, genus, species, and, so far as may be, the same variety, which Spencer calls, p. 257, the sole process of association of feelings, as any equivalent for what is commonly known as association by similarity. The Senses and the Intellect, pages 491-3. See his Time and Space, Chapter 5, and his Theory of Practice, sections 53-57. Psychology als Wissenschaft, 1824, 2. Professor Ribot, in Chapter 1 of his Contemporary German Psychology, has given a good account of Herbart and his school, and of Benck, his rival and partial analogue. See also 2 articles on the Herbartian psychology, by G. F. Stout, in Mind for 1888. J. D. Morell's Outlines of Mental Philosophy, 2d edition, London, 1862, largely follows Herbart and Benck. I know of no other English book which does so. See his Grundtatchen des Bewusstseins, 1883, Chapter 6 Edi Passim, especially pages 106 ff, 364. The most burdensome and utterly gratuitous of them are perhaps Steinthal's, in his Einleitung in Die Psychologie, 2 te awful. 1881, cf. also G. Glogo, Steinthal's Psychologische Formeln, 1886. Lekens de Philosophie, I, Psychology, Chapter 16, 1884. Mr. F. H. Bradley seems to me to have been guilty of something very like this ignoratio elenchi in the, of course, subtle and witty but decidedly long-winded critique of the association of ideas, contained in Book 2, Part 2, Chap. I, of his Principles of Logic. Chapter 15. The Perception of Time. In the next 2 chapters one shall deal with what is sometimes called internal perception, or the perception of time, and of events as occupying a date therein, especially when the date is a past one. In which case the perception in question goes by the name of memory. To remember a thing as past, it is necessary that the notion of past should be one of our ideas. We shall see in the chapter on memory that many things come to be thought by us as past, not because of any intrinsic quality of their own, but rather because they are associated with other things which for us signify pastness. But how do these things get their pastness? What is the original of our experience of pastness, from whence we get the meaning of the term? It is this question which the reader is invited to consider in the present chapter. We shall see that we have a constant feeling sui generis of pastness, to which every one of our experiences in turn falls a prey. To think a thing as past is to think it amongst the objects or in the direction of the objects which at the present moment appear affected by this quality. This is the original of our notion of pastime, upon which memory and history build their systems. And in this chapter we shall consider this immediate sense of time alone. If the constitution of consciousness were that of a string of bead-like sensations and images, all separate, we never could have any knowledge except that of the present instant. The moment each of our sensations ceased it would be gone forever. And we should be as if we had never been. We should be wholly incapable of acquiring experience. Even if our ideas were associated in trains, but only as they are in imagination, we should still be without the capacity of acquiring knowledge. One idea, upon this supposition, would follow another. But that would be all. Each of our successive states of consciousness, the moment it ceased, would be gone forever. Each of those momentary states would be our whole being. We might, nevertheless, under these circumstances, act in a rational way, provided the mechanism which produced our trains of images produced them in a rational order. We should make appropriate speeches, though unaware of any word except the one just on our lips. We should decide upon the right policy without ever a glimpse of the total grounds of our choice. Our consciousness would be like a glowworm spark, illuminating the point it immediately covered, but leaving all beyond in total darkness. Whether a very highly developed practical life be possible under such conditions as these is more than doubtful. It is, however, conceivable. I make the fanciful hypothesis merely to set off our real nature by the contrast. Our feelings are not thus contracted, and our consciousness never shrinks to the dimensions of a glowworm spark. The knowledge of some other part of the stream, past or future, near or remote, is always mixed in with our knowledge of the present thing. A simple sensation, as we shall hereafter see, is an abstraction, and all our concrete states of mind are representations of objects with some amount of complexity. Part of the complexity is the echo of the objects just past, and, in a less degree, perhaps, the foretaste of those just to arrive. Objects fade out of consciousness slowly. If the present thought is of A B C D F G, the next one will be of B C D F G H, and the one after that of C D F G H I, the lingerings of the past dropping successively away, and the incomings of the future making up the loss. These lingerings of old objects, these incomings of new, are the germs of memory in expectation, the retrospective and the prospective sense of time. They give that continuity to consciousness without which it could not be called a stream. The sensible present has duration. Let anyone try, I will not say to arrest, but to notice or attend to, the present moment of time. One of the most baffling experiences occurs. Where is it, this present? It has melted in our grasp, fled ere we could touch it, gone in the instant of becoming. As a poet, quoted by Mr. Hodgson, says, Le moment où je parle est déjà loin de moi. And it is only as entering into the living and moving organization of a much wider tract of time that the strict present is apprehended at all. It is, in fact, an altogether ideal abstraction, not only never realized in sense, but probably never even conceived of by those unaccustomed to philosophic meditation. Reflection leads us to the conclusion that it must exist, but that it does exist can never be a fact of our immediate experience. The only fact of our immediate experience is what Mr. E. R. Clay has well called the specious present. His words deserve to be quoted in full. The relation of experience to time has not been profoundly studied. Its objects are given as being of the present, but the part of time referred to by the datum is a very different thing from the conterminous of the past and future which philosophy denotes by the name present. The present to which the datum refers is really a part of the past, a recent past, delusively given as being a time that intervenes between the past and the future. Let it be named the specious present, and let the past, that is given as being the past, be known as the obvious past. All the notes of a bar of a song seem to the listener to be contained in the present. All the changes of place of a meteor seem to the beholder to be contained in the present. At the instant of the termination of such series, no part of the time measured by them seems to be a past. Time, then, considered relatively to human apprehension, consists of four parts, viz., the obvious past, the specious present, the real present, and the future. Omitting the specious present, it consists of three nonentities, the past, which does not exist, the future, which does not exist, and their conterminous, the present. The faculty from which it proceeds lies to us in the fiction of the specious present. In short, the practically cognized present is no knife edge, but a saddleback, with a certain breadth of its own on which we sit perched, and from which we look in two directions into time. The unit of composition of our perception of time is a duration, with a bow and a stern, as it were, a rearward and a forward-looking end. It is only as parts of this duration block that the relation of succession of one end to the other is perceived. We do not first feel one end and then feel the other after it, and from the perception of the succession infer an interval of time between, but we seem to feel the interval of time as a whole, with its two ends embedded in it. The experience is from the outset a synthetic datum, not a simple one, and to sensible perception its elements are inseparable, although attention looking back may easily decompose the experience, and distinguish its beginning from its end. When we come to study the perception of space, we shall find it quite analogous to time in this regard. Date in time corresponds to position in space. And although we now mentally construct large spaces by mentally imagining remoter and remoter positions, just as we now construct great durations by mentally prolonging a series of successive dates. Yet the original experience of both space and time is always of something already given as a unit, inside of which attention afterward discriminates parts in relation to each other. Without the parts already given as in a time and in a space, subsequent discrimination of them could hardly do more than perceive them as different from each other. It would have no motive for calling the difference temporal order in this instance and spatial position in that. And just as in certain experiences we may be conscious of an extensive space full of objects, without locating each of them distinctly therein. So, when many impressions follow an excessively rapid succession in time, although we may be distinctly aware that they occupy some duration, and are not simultaneous, we may be quite at a loss to tell which comes first and which last. Or we may even invert their real order in our judgment. In complicated reaction time experiments, where signals and motions, and clicks of the apparatus come in exceedingly rapid order, one is at first much perplexed in deciding what the order is. Yet of the fact of its occupancy of time we are never in doubt. Accuracy of our estimate of short durations. We must now proceed to an account of the facts of time perception in detail as preliminary to our speculative conclusion. Many of the facts are matters of patient experimentation, others of common experience. First of all, we note a marked difference between the elementary sensations of duration and those of space. The former have a much narrower range. The time sense may be called a myopic organ, in comparison with the eye, for example. The eye sees rods, acres, even miles, at a single glance, and these totals it can afterward subdivide into an almost infinite number of distinctly identified parts. The units of duration, on the other hand, which the time sense is able to take in at a single stroke, are groups of a few seconds, and within these units very few subdivisions, perhaps 40 at most. As we shall presently see, can be clearly discerned. The durations we have practically most to deal with, minutes, hours, and days, have to be symbolically conceived, and constructed by mental addition, after the fashion of those extents of hundreds of miles and upward, which in the field of space are beyond the range of most men's practical interests altogether. To realize a quarter of a mile we need only look out of the window and feel its length by an act which, though it may in part result from organized associations, yet seems immediately performed. To realize an hour, we must count now, indefinitely. Each now is the feeling of a separate bit of time, and the exact sum of the bits never makes a very clear impression on our mind. How many bits can we clearly apprehend at once? Very few if they are long bits, more if they are extremely short, most if they come to us in compound groups, each including smaller bits of its own. Hearing is the sense by which the subdivision of durations is most sharply made. Almost all the experimental work on the time sense has been done by means of strokes of sound. How long a series of sounds, then, can we group in the mind so as not to confound it with a longer or a shorter series? Our spontaneous tendency is to break up any monotonously given series of sounds into some sort of a rhythm. We involuntarily accentuate every second, or third, or fourth beat, or we break the series in still more intricate ways. Whenever we thus grasp the impressions in rhythmic form, we can identify a longer string of them without confusion. Each variety of verse, for example, has its law. And the recurrent stresses and sinkings make us feel with peculiar readiness the lack of a syllable or the presence of one too much. Divers verses may again be bound together in the form of a stanza, and we may then say of another stanza, its second verse differs by so much from that of the first stanza. When but for the felt stanza form the two differing verses would have come to us too separately to be compared at all. But these superposed systems of rhythm soon reach their limit. In music, as Wundt says, while the measure may easily contain 12 changes of intensity of sound, as in 12/8 time, the rhythmical group may embrace 6 measures, and the period consist of 4, exceptionally of 5, 8 groups. Wundt and his pupil Dietz have both tried to determine experimentally the maximal extent of our immediate distinct consciousness for successive impressions. Wundt found that 12 impressions could be distinguished clearly as a united cluster, provided they were caught in a certain rhythm by the mind, and succeeded each other at intervals not smaller than 0.3 and not larger than 0.5 of a second. This makes the total time distinctly apprehended to be equal to from 3.6 to 6 seconds. Dietz gives larger figures. The most favorable intervals for clearly catching the strokes were when they came at from 0.3 second to 0.18 second apart. 40 strokes might then be remembered as a whole, and identified without error when repeated, provided the mind grasped them in 5 subgroups of 8, or in 8 subgroups of 5 strokes each. When no grouping of the strokes beyond making couples of them by the attention was allowed, and practically it was found impossible not to group them in at least this simplest of all ways, 16 was the largest number that could be clearly apprehended as a whole. This would make 40 times 0.8 second, or 12 seconds, to be the maximum filled duration of which we can be both distinctly and immediately aware. The maximum unfilled, or vacant duration, seems to lie within the same objective range. Estel and Menner, also working in Wundt's laboratory, found it to vary from 5 or 6 to 12 seconds, and perhaps more. The differences seemed due to practice rather than to idiosyncrasy. These figures may be roughly taken to stand for the most important part of what, with Mr. Clay, we called, a few pages back, the specious present. The specious present has, in addition, a vaguely vanishing backward and forward fringe. But its nucleus is probably the dozen seconds or less that have just elapsed. If these are the maximum, what, then, is the minimum amount of duration which we can distinctly feel? The smallest figure experimentally ascertained was by Exner, who distinctly heard the doubleness of 2 successive clicks of a Savart's wheel, and of 2 successive snaps of an electric spark. When their interval was made as small as about 1/500 of a second. With the eye, perception is less delicate. 2 sparks, made to fall beside each other in rapid succession on the center of the retina, ceased to be recognized as successive by Exner when their interval fell below 0.044 foot. Where, as here, the succeeding impressions are only 2 in number, we can easiest perceive the interval between them. President Hall, who experimented with a modified Savart's wheel, which gave clicks in varying number and at varying intervals, says, in order that their discontinuity may be clearly perceived, 4 or even 3 clicks or beats must be farther apart than 2 need to be. When 2 are easily distinguished, 3 or 4 separated by the same interval, are often confidently pronounced to be 2 or 3 respectively. It would be well if observations were so directed as to ascertain, at least up to 10 or 20, the increase, of interval, required by each additional click in a series for the sense of discontinuity to remain constant throughout. Where the first impression falls on one sense, and the second on another, the perception of the intervening time tends to be less certain and delicate, and it makes a difference which impression comes first. Thus, Exner found the smallest perceptible interval to be, in seconds. From sight to touch 0.071. From touch to sight 0.053. From sight to hearing 0.16. From hearing to sight 0.06. From one ear to another 0.64. To be conscious of a time interval at all is one thing, to tell whether it be shorter or longer than another interval is a different thing. A number of experimental data are on hand which give us a measure of the delicacy of this latter perception. The problem is that of the smallest difference between 2 times which we can perceive. The difference is at its minimum when the times themselves are very short. Exner, reacting as rapidly as possible with his foot, upon a signal seen by the eye, spark, noted all the reactions which seemed to him either slow or fast in the making. He thought thus that deviations of about 1/100 of a second either way from the average were correctly noticed by him at the time. The average was here 0.1840 foot. Hall and Jastrow listened to the intervals between the clicks of their apparatus. Between 2 such equal intervals of 4.27 foot each, a middle interval was included, which might be made either shorter or longer than the extremes. After the series had been heard 2 or even 3 times, no impression of the relative length of the middle interval would often exist. And only after hearing the 4th and last repetition of the series, would the judgment incline to the plus or minus side. Inserting the variable between 2 invariable and like intervals greatly facilitated judgment, which between 2 unlike terms is far less accurate. 3 observers in these experiments made no error when the middle interval varied 1/60th from the extremes. When it varied 1/120, errors occurred, but were few. This would make the minimum absolute difference perceived as large as 0.355 foot. This minimum absolute difference, of course, increases as the times compared grow long. Attempts have been made to ascertain what ratio it bears to the times themselves. According to Fechner's psychophysic law, it ought always to bear the same ratio. Various observers, however, have found this not to be the case. On the contrary, very interesting oscillations in the accuracy of judgment and in the direction of the error, oscillations dependent upon the absolute amount of the times compared, have been noticed by all who have experimented with the question. Of these a brief account may be given. In the first place, in every list of intervals experimented with there will be found what Weierord calls an indifference point. That is to say, an interval which we judge with maximum accuracy, a time which we tend to estimate as neither longer or shorter than it really is, and away from which, in both directions, errors increase their size. This time varies from one observer to another, but its average is remarkably constant, as the following table shows. The times, noted by the year, and the average indifference points, given in seconds, were 4. Wundt 0.72. Collard 0.75. Estel, probably, 0.75. Menner 0.71. Stevens 0.71. Mach 0.35. Bucola, about 0.40. The odd thing about these figures is the recurrence they show in so many men of about 3/4 of a second, as the interval of time most easy to catch and reproduce, odder still. Both Estel and Menner found that multiples of this time were more accurately reproduced than the time intervals of intermediary length. And Glass found a certain periodicity, with the constant increment of 1.25 seconds, in his observations. There would seem thus to exist something like a periodic or rhythmic sharpening of our time sense, of which the period differs somewhat from one observer to the next. Our sense of time, like other senses, seems subject to the law of contrast. It appeared pretty plainly in Estel's observations that an interval sounded shorter if a long one had immediately preceded it, and longer when the opposite was the case. Like other senses, too, our sense of time is sharpened by practice. Menner ascribes almost all the discrepancies between other observers and himself to this cause alone. Tracks of time filled, with clicks of sound, seem longer than vacant ones of the same duration, when the latter does not exceed a second or two. This, which reminds one of what happens with spaces seen by the eye, becomes reversed when longer times are taken. It is, perhaps, in accordance with this law that a loud sound, limiting a short interval of time, makes it appear longer, a slight sound shorter. In comparing intervals marked out by sounds, we must take care to keep the sounds uniform. There is a certain emotional feeling accompanying the intervals of time, as is well known in music. The sense of haste goes with one measure of rapidity, that of delay with another, and these two feelings harmonize with different mental moods. Weierord listened to series of strokes performed by a metronome at rates varying from 40 to 200 a minute, and found that they very naturally fell into 7 categories, from very slow to very fast. Each category of feeling included the intervals following each other within a certain range of speed, and no others. This is a qualitative, not a quantitative judgment, an aesthetic judgment, in fact. The middle category, of speed that was neutral, or, as he calls it, adequate, contained intervals that were grouped about 0.62 second, and Weierord says that this made what one might almost call an agreeable time. The feeling of time and accent in music, of rhythm, is quite independent of that of melody. Tunes with marked rhythm can be readily recognized when simply drummed on the table with the fingertips. We have no sense for empty time. Although subdividing the time by beats of sensation aids our accurate knowledge of the amount of it that elapses, such subdivision does not seem at the first glance essential to our perception of its flow. Let one sit with closed eyes and, abstracting entirely from the outer world, attend exclusively to the passage of time, like one who wakes, as the poet says, to hear time flowing in the middle of the night, and all things moving to a day of doom. There seems under such circumstances as these no variety in the material content of our thought, and what we notice appears, if anything, to be the pure series of durations budding, as it were, and growing beneath our indrawn gaze. Is this really so or not? The question is important, for, if the experience be what it roughly seems, we have a sort of special sense for pure time, a sense to which empty duration is an adequate stimulus. While if it be an illusion, it must be that our perception of time's flight, in the experiences quoted, is due to the filling of the time, and to our memory of a content which it had a moment previous, and which we feel to agree or disagree with its content now. It takes but a small exertion of introspection to show that the latter alternative is the true one, and that we can no more intuit a duration than we can intuit an extension, devoid of all sensible content. Just as with closed eyes we perceive a dark visual field in which a curdling play of obscurest luminosity is always going on, so, be we never so abstracted from distinct outward impressions, we are always inwardly immersed in what Wundt has somewhere called the twilight of our general consciousness. Our heartbeats, our breathing, the pulses of our attention, fragments of words or sentences that pass through our imagination, are what people this dim habitat. Now, all these processes are rhythmical, and are apprehended by us, as they occur, in their totality, the breathing and pulses of attention, as coherent successions, each with its rise and fall. The heart beats similarly, only relatively far more brief, the words not separately, but in connected groups. In short, empty our minds as we may, some form of changing process remains for us to feel, and cannot be expelled. And along with the sense of the process and its rhythm goes the sense of the length of time it lasts. Awareness of change is thus the condition on which our perception of time's flow depends. But there exists no reason to suppose that empty time's own changes are sufficient for the awareness of change to be aroused. The change must be of some concrete sort, an outward or inward sensible series, or a process of attention or volition. And here again we have an analogy with space. The earliest form of distinct space perception is undoubtedly that of a movement over some one of our sensitive surfaces, and this movement is originally given as a simple whole of feeling, and is only decomposed into its elements, successive positions successively occupied by the moving body, when our education in discrimination is much advanced. But a movement is a change, a process, so we see that in the time world and the space world alike the first known things are not elements, but combinations, not separate units, but wholes already formed. The condition of being of the wholes may be the elements. But the condition of our knowing the elements is our having already felt the wholes as wholes. In the experience of watching empty time flow, empty, to be taken hereafter in the relative sense just set forth, we tell it off in pulses. We say, now. Now. Now, or we count, more. More. More, as we feel it bud. This composition out of units of duration is called the law of time's discrete flow. The discreteness is, however, merely due to the fact that our successive acts of recognition or apperception of what it is are discrete. The sensation is as continuous as any sensation can be. All continuous sensations are named in beats. We notice that a certain finite more of them is passing or already passed. To adopt Hodgson's image, the sensation is the measuring tape, the perception the dividing engine which stamps its length. As we listen to a steady sound, we take it in discrete pulses of recognition, calling it successively, the same. The same. The same. The case stands no otherwise with time. After a small number of beats our impression of the amount we have told off becomes quite vague. Our only way of knowing it accurately is by counting, or noticing the clock, or through some other symbolic conception. When the times exceed hours or days, the conception is absolutely symbolic. We think of the amount we mean either solely as a name, or by running over a few salient dates therein, with no pretense of imagining the full durations that lie between them. No one has anything like a perception of the greater length of the time between now and the 1st century than of that between now and the 10th. To an historian, it is true, the longer interval will suggest a host of additional dates and events, and so appear a more multitudinous thing. And for the same reason most people will think they directly perceive the length of the past fortnight to exceed that of the past week. But there is properly no comparative time intuition in these cases at all. It is but dates and events, representing time, their abundance symbolizing its length. I am sure that this is so, even where the times compared are no more than an hour or so in length. It is the same with spaces of many miles, which we always compare with each other by the numbers which measure them. From this we pass naturally to speak of certain familial variations in our estimation of lengths of time. In general, a time filled with varied and interesting experiences seems short in passing, but long as we look back. On the other hand, a tract of time empty of experiences seems long in passing, but in retrospect short. A week of travel and sightseeing may subtend an angle more like 3 weeks in the memory, and a month of sickness hardly yields more memories than a day. The length in retrospect depends obviously on the multitudinousness of the memories which the time affords. Many objects, events, changes, many subdivisions, immediately widen the view as we look back. Emptiness, monotony, familiarity, make it shrivel up. In Vaughan Holtei's Vagabonds, one Anton is described as revisiting his native village. 7 years, he exclaims, 7 years since I ran away. More like 70 it seems, so much has happened. I cannot think of it all without becoming dizzy, at any rate not now. And yet again, when I look at the village, at the church tower, it seems as if I could hardly have been 7 days away. Prof. Lazarus, from whom I borrow this quotation, thus explains both of these contrasted illusions by our principle of the awakened memories being multitudinous or few. The circle of experiences, widely extended, rich in variety, which he had in view on the day of his leaving the village rises now in his mind as its image lies before him. And with it, in rapid succession and violent motion, not in chronologic order, or from chronologic motives, but suggesting each other by all sorts of connections, arise massive images of all his rich vagabondage and roving life. They roll and wave confusedly together, first perhaps one from the first year, then from the 6th, soon from the 2nd, again from the 5th, the 1st, etc. Until it seems as if 70 years must have been there, and he reels with the fullness of his vision. Then the inner eye turns away from all this past. The outer one turns to the village, especially to the church tower. The sight of it calls back the old sight of it, so that the consciousness is filled with that alone, or almost alone. The one vision compares itself with the other, and looks so near, so unchanged, that it seems as if only a week of time could have come between. The same space of time seems shorter as we grow older, that is, the days, the months, and the years do so, whether the hours do so is doubtful, and the minutes and seconds to all appearance remain about the same. Whoever counts many lustra in his memory need only question himself to find that the last of these, the past 5 years, have sped much more quickly than the preceding periods of equal amount. Let any one remember his last 8 or 10 school years, it is the space of a century. Compare with them the last 8 or 10 years of life, it is the space of an hour. So writes Prof. Paul Janet, and gives a solution which can hardly be said to diminish the mystery. There is a law, he says, by which the apparent length of an interval at a given epoch of a man's life is proportional to the total length of the life itself. A child of 10 feels a year as 1/10 of his whole life, a man of 50 as 1/50, the whole life meanwhile apparently preserving a constant length. This formula roughly expresses the phenomena, it is true, but cannot possibly be an elementary psychic law. And it is certain that, in great part at least, the foreshortening of the years as we grow older is due to the monotony of memory's content, and the consequent simplification of the backward-glancing view. In youth we may have an absolutely new experience, subjective or objective, every hour of the day. Apprehension is vivid, retentiveness strong, and our recollections of that time, like those of a time spent in rapid and interesting travel, are of something intricate, multitudinous, and long drawn out. But as each passing year converts some of this experience into automatic routine which we hardly note at all, the days and the weeks smooth themselves out in recollection to contentless units, and the years grow hollow and collapse. So much for the apparent shortening of tracts of time in retrospect. They shorten in passing whenever we are so fully occupied with their content as not to note the actual time itself. A day full of excitement, with no pause, is said to pass ere we know it. On the contrary, a day full of waiting, of unsatisfied desire for change, will seem a small eternity. Tedium, ennui, languile, boredom, are words for which, probably, every language known to man has its equivalent. It comes about whenever, from the relative emptiness of content of attractive time, we grow attentive to the passage of the time itself. Expecting, and being ready for, a new impression to succeed. When it fails to come, we get an empty time instead of it, and such experiences, ceaselessly renewed, make us most formidably aware of the extent of the mere time itself. Close your eyes and simply wait to hear somebody tell you that a minute has elapsed. The full length of your leisure with it seems incredible. You engulf yourself into its bowels as into those of that interminable first week of an ocean voyage, and find yourself wondering that history can have overcome many such periods in its course. All because you attend so closely to the mere feeling of the time per se, and because your attention to that is susceptible of such fine-grained successive subdivision. The odiousness of the whole experience comes from its insipidity. For stimulation is the indispensable requisite for pleasure in an experience, and the feeling of bare time is the least stimulating experience we can have. The sensation of tedium is a protest, says Volkmann, against the entire present. Exactly parallel variations occur in our consciousness of space. A road we walk back over, hoping to find at each step an object we have dropped, seems to us longer than when we walked over it the other way. A space we measure by pacing appears longer than one we traverse with no thought of its length. And in general an amount of space attended to in itself leaves with us more impression of spaciousness than one of which we only note the content. I do not say that everything in these fluctuations of estimate can be accounted for by the time's content being crowded and interesting, or simple and tame. Both in the shortening of time by old age and in its lengthening by ennui some deeper cause may be at work. This cause can only be ascertained, if it exist, by finding out why we perceive time at all. To this inquiry let us, though without much hope, proceed. The feeling of past time is a present feeling. If asked why we perceive the light of the sun, or the sound of an explosion, we reply, because certain outer forces, ether waves or air waves, smite upon the brain, awakening therein changes, to which the conscious perceptions, light and sound, respond. But we hasten to add that neither light nor sound copy or mirror the ether or air waves, they represent them only symbolically. The only case, says Helmholtz, in which such copying occurs, and in which our perceptions can truly correspond with outer reality, is that of the tune succession of phenomena. Simultaneity, succession, and the regular return of simultaneity or succession, can obtain as well in sensations as in outer events. Events, like our perceptions of them, take place in time, so that the time relations of the latter can furnish a true copy of those of the former. The sensation of the thunder follows the sensation of the lightning just as the sonorous convulsing of the air by the electric discharge reaches the observer's place later than that of the luminiferous ether. One experiences an almost instinctive impulse, in pursuing such reflections as these, to follow them to a sort of crude speculative conclusion, and to think that he has at last got the mystery of cognition where, to use a vulgar phrase, the wool is short. What more natural, we say, than that the sequences and durations of things should become known? The succession of the outer forces stamps itself as a like succession upon the brain. The brain's successive changes are copied exactly by correspondingly successive pulses of the mental stream. The mental stream, feeling itself, must feel the time relations of its own states. But as these are copies of the outward time relations, so must it know them too. That is to say, these latter time relations arouse their own cognition. Or, in other words, the mere existence of time in those changes out of the mind which affect the mind is a sufficient cause why time is perceived by the mind. This philosophy is unfortunately too crude. Even though we were to conceive the outer successions as forces stamping their image on the brain, and the brain successions as forces stamping their image on the mind, still, between the mind's own changes being successive, and knowing their own succession, lies as broad a chasm as between the object and subject of any case of cognition in the world. A succession of feelings, in and of itself, is not a feeling of succession. And since, to our successive feelings, a feeling of their own succession is added, that must be treated as an additional fact requiring its own special elucidation, which this talk about outer time relations stamping copies of themselves within leaves all untouched. I have shown, at the outset of the article, that what is past, to be known as past, must be known with what is present, and during the present spot of time. As the clear understanding of this point has some importance, let me, at the risk of repetition, recur to it again. Volkmann has expressed the matter admirably, as follows. One might be tempted to answer the question of the origin of the time idea by simply pointing to the train of ideas, whose various members, starting from the first, successively attain to full clearness. But against this it must be objected that the successive ideas are not yet the idea of succession, because succession in thought is not the thought of succession. If idea A follows idea B, consciousness simply exchanges one for another. That becomes after A is for our consciousness a non-existent fact, for this after is given neither in B nor in A, and no third idea has been supposed. The thinking of the sequence of B upon A is another kind of thinking from that which brought forth A and then brought forth B, and this first kind of thinking is absent so long as merely the thinking of A and the thinking of B are there. In short, when we look at the matter sharply, we come to this antithesis, that if A and B are to be represented as occurring in succession they must be simultaneously represented. If we are to think of them as one after the other, we must think them both at once. If we represent the actual time stream of our thinking by an horizontal line, the thought of the stream or of any segment of its length, past, present, or to come, might be figured in a perpendicular raised upon the horizontal at a certain point. The length of this perpendicular stands for a certain object or content, which in this case is the time thought of, and all of which is thought of together at the actual moment of the stream upon which the perpendicular is raised. Mr. James Ward puts the matter very well in his masterly article, Psychology, in the 9th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, page 64. He says, "We may, if we represent succession as a line, represent simultaneity as a second line at right angles to the first, empty time, or time length without time breadth, we may say, is a mere abstraction. Now, it is with the former line that we have to do in treating of time as it is, and with the latter in treating of our intuition of time, where, just as in a perspective representation of distance, we are confined to lines in a plane at right angles to the actual line of depth. In a succession of events, say of sense impressions, A, B, C, D, E, the presence of B means the absence of A and C, but the presentation of this succession involves the simultaneous presence in some mode or other of two or more of the presentations A, B, C, D. In reality, past, present, and future are differences in time, but in presentation all that corresponds to these differences is in consciousness simultaneously. There is thus a sort of perspective projection of past objects upon present consciousness, similar to that of wide landscapes upon a camera screen. And since we saw a while ago that our maximum distinct intuition of duration hardly covers more than a dozen seconds, while our maximum vague intuition is probably not more than that of a minute or so, we must suppose that this amount of duration is pictured fairly steadily in each passing instant of consciousness by virtue of some fairly constant feature in the brain process to which the consciousness is tied. This feature of the brain process, whatever it be, must be the cause of our perceiving the fact of time at all. The duration thus steadily perceived is hardly more than the specious present, as it was called a few pages back. Its content is in a constant flux, events dawning into its forward end as fast as they fade out of its rearward one, and each of them changing its time coefficient from not yet, or not quite yet, to just gone, or gone, as it passes by. Meanwhile, the specious present, the intuited duration, stands permanent, like the rainbow on the waterfall, with its own quality unchanged by the events that stream through it. Each of these, as it slips out, retains the power of being reproduced. And when reproduced, is reproduced with the duration and neighbors which it originally had. Please observe, however, that the reproduction of an event, after it has once completely dropped out of the rearward end of the specious present, is an entirely different psychic fact from its direct perception in the specious present as a thing immediately past. A creature might be entirely devoid of reproductive memory, and yet have the time sense, but the latter would be limited, in his case, to the few seconds immediately passing by. Time older than that he would never recall. I assume reproduction in the text, because I am speaking of human beings who notoriously possess it. Thus memory gets strewn with dated things, dated in the sense of being before or after each other. The date of a thing is a mere relation of before or after the present thing or some past or future thing. Some things we date simply by mentally tossing them into the past or future direction. So in space we think of England as simply to the eastward, of Charleston as lying south. But, again, we may date an event exactly, by fitting it between two terms of a past or future series explicitly conceived, just as we may accurately think of England or Charleston being just so many miles away. The things and events thus vaguely or exactly dated become thenceforward those signs and symbols of longer time spaces, of which we previously spoke. According as we think of a multitude of them, or of few, so we imagine the time they represent to be long or short. But the original paragon and prototype of all conceived times is the specious present, the short duration of which we are immediately and incessantly sensible. To what cerebral process is the sense of time due? Now, to what element in the brain process may this sensibility be due? It cannot, as we have seen, be due to the mere duration itself of the process. It must be due to an element present at every moment of the process, and this element must bear the same inscrutable sort of relation to its correlative feeling which all other elements of neural activity bear to their psychic products. Be the latter what they may. Several suggestions have been made as to what the element is in the case of time. Treating of them in a note, I will try to express briefly the only conclusion which seems to emerge from a study of them and of the facts, unripe though that conclusion be. The phenomena of summation of stimuli in the nervous system prove that each stimulus leaves some latent activity behind it which only gradually passes away. See above. Psychological proof of the same fact is afforded by those after-images which we perceive when a sensorial stimulus is gone. We may read off peculiarities in an after-image, left by an object on the eye, which we failed to note in the original. We may hark back and take in the meaning of a sound several seconds after it has ceased. Delay for a minute, however, and the echo itself of the clock or the question is mute, present sensations have banished it beyond recall. With the feeling of the present thing there must at all times mingle the fading echo of all those other things which the previous few seconds have supplied. Or, to state it in neural terms, there is at every moment accumulation of brain processes overlapping each other, of which the fainter ones are the dying phases of processes which but shortly previous were active in a maximal degree. The amount of the overlapping determines the feeling of the duration occupied. What events shall appear to occupy the duration depends on just what processes the overlapping processes are. We know so little of the intimate nature of the brain's activity that even where a sensation monotonously endures, we cannot say that the earlier moments of it do not leave fading processes behind which coexist with those of the present moment. Duration and events together form our intuition of the specious present with its content. Why such an intuition should result from such a combination of brain processes I do not pretend to say. All I aim at is to state the most elemental form of the psychophysical conjunction. I have assumed that the brain processes are sensational ones. Processes of active attention, see Mr. Ward's account will leave similar fading brain processes behind. If the mental processes are conceptual, a complication is introduced of which I will in a moment speak. Meanwhile, still speaking of sensational processes, a remark of Wundt's will throw additional light on the account I give. As is known, Wundt and others have proved that every act of perception of a sensorial stimulus takes an appreciable time. When two different stimuli, e.g. a sight and a sound, are given at once or nearly at once, we have difficulty in attending to both, and may wrongly judge their interval, or even invert their order. Now, as the result of his experiments on such stimuli, Wundt lays down this law, that of the three possible determinations we may make of their order. Namely, simultaneity, continuous transition, and discontinuous transition, only the first and last are realized, never the second. Invariably, when we fail to perceive the impressions as simultaneous, we notice a shorter or longer empty time between them, which seems to correspond to the sinking of one of the ideas and to the rise of the other. For our attention may share itself equally between the two impressions, which will then compose one total percept, and be simultaneously felt. Or it may be so adapted to one event as to cause it to be perceived immediately, and then the second event can be perceived only after a certain time of latency, during which the attention reaches its effective maximum for it and diminishes for the first event. In this case the events are perceived as two, and in successive order, that is, as separated by a time interval in which attention is not sufficiently accommodated to either to bring a distinct perception about. While we are hurrying from one to the other, everything between them vanishes in the twilight of general consciousness. One might call this the law of discontinuous succession in time, of percepts to which we cannot easily attend at once. Each percept then requires a separate brain process, and when one brain process is at its maximum, the other would appear perforce to be in either a waning or a waxing phase. If our theory of the time feeling be true, empty time must then subjectively appear to separate the two percepts, no matter how close together they may objectively be. For, according to that theory, the feeling of a time duration is the immediate effect of such an overlapping of brain processes of different phase, wherever and from whatever cause it may occur. To pass, now, to conceptual processes, suppose I think of the creation, then of the Christian era, then of the Battle of Waterloo, all within a few seconds. These matters have their dates far outside the specious present. The processes by which I think them, however, all overlap. What events, then, does the specious present seem to contain? Simply my successive acts of thinking these long-past things, not the long-past things themselves. As the instantly present thought may be of a long-past thing, so the just-past thought may be of another long-past thing. When a long-past event is reproduced in memory and conceived with its date, the reproduction and conceiving traverse the specious present. The immediate content of the latter is thus all my direct experiences, whether subjective or objective. Some of these meanwhile may be representative of other experiences indefinitely remote. The number of these direct experiences which the specious present and immediately intuited past may embrace measures the extent of our primary, as Exner calls it, or, as Richer calls it, of our elementary memory. The sensation resultant from the overlapping is that of the duration which the experiences seem to fill. As is the number of any larger set of events to that of these experiences, so we suppose is the length of that duration to this duration. But of the longer duration we have no direct realizing sense. The variations in our appreciation of the same amount of real time may possibly be explained by alterations in the rate of fading in the images, producing changes in the complication of superposed processes, to which changes changed states of consciousness may correspond. But however long we may conceive a space of time to be, the objective amount of it which is directly perceived at any one moment by us can never exceed the scope of our primary memory at the moment in question. We have every reason to think that creatures may possibly differ enormously in the amounts of duration which they intuitively feel, and in the fineness of the events that may fill it. Von Baer has indulged in some interesting computations of the effect of such differences in changing the aspect of nature. Suppose we were able, within the length of a second, to note 10,000 events distinctly, instead of barely 10, as now. If our life were then destined to hold the same number of impressions, it might be 1,000 times as short. We should live less than a month, and personally know nothing of the change of seasons. If born in winter, we should believe in summer as we now believe in the heats of the Carboniferous era. The motions of organic beings would be so slow to our senses as to be inferred, not seen. The sun would stand still in the sky, the moon be almost free from change, and so on. But now reverse the hypothesis and suppose a being to get only 1/1000th part of the sensations that we get in a given time, and consequently to live 1,000 times as long. Winters and summers will be to him like quarters of an hour. Mushrooms and the swifter growing plants will shoot into being so rapidly as to appear instantaneous creations. Annual shrubs will rise and fall from the earth like restlessly boiling water springs. The motions of animals will be as invisible as are to us the movements of bullets and cannonballs. The sun will scour through the sky like a meteor, leaving a fiery trail behind him, etc. That such imaginary cases, barring the superhuman longevity, may be realized somewhere in the animal kingdom, it would be rash to deny. A gnat's wings, says Mr. Spencer, make 10 or 15,000 strokes a second. Each stroke implies a separate nervous action. Each such nervous action or change in a nervous center is probably as appreciable by the gnat as is a quick movement of his arm by a man. And if this, or anything like this, is the fact, then the time occupied by a given external change, measured by many movements in the one case, must seem much longer than in the other case, when measured by one movement. In hashish intoxication there is a curious increase in the apparent time perspective. We utter a sentence, and ere the end is reached the beginning seems already to date from indefinitely long ago. We enter a short street, and it is as if we should never get to the end of it. This alteration might conceivably result from an approach to the condition of Von Baer's and Spencer's short-lived beings. If our discrimination of successions became finer-grained, so that we noted 10 stages in a process where previously we only noted one, and if at the same time the processes faded 10 times as fast as before, we might have a specious present of the same subjective length as now, giving us the same time feeling and containing as many distinguishable successive events. But out from the earlier end of it would have dropped 9/10 of the real events it now contains. They would have fallen into the general reservoir of merely dated memories, reproducible at will. The beginning of our sentences would have to be expressly recalled, each word would appear to pass through consciousness at 1/10 of its usual speed. The condition would, in short, be exactly analogous to the enlargement of space by a microscope. Fewer real things at once in the immediate field of view, but each of them taking up more than its normal room, and making the excluded one seem unnaturally far away. Under other conditions, processes seem to fade rapidly without the compensating increase in the subdivisibility of successions. Here the apparent length of the specious present contracts. Consciousness dwindles to a point, and loses all intuitive sense of the whence and whither of its path. Express acts of memory replace rapid bird's-eye views. In my own case, something like this occurs in extreme fatigue. Long illnesses produce it. Occasionally, it appears to accompany aphasia. It would be vain to seek to imagine the exact brain change in any of these cases, but we must admit the possibility that to some extent the variations of time estimate between youth and age, and excitement and ennui, are due to such causes. More immediate than to the one we assigned some time ago. But whether our feeling of the time which immediately past events have filled be of something long or of something short, it is not what it is because those events are past, but because they have left behind them processes which are present. To those processes, however caused, the mind would still respond by feeling a specious present, with one part of it just vanishing or vanished into the past. As the Creator is supposed to have made Adam with a navel, sign of a birth which never occurred, so he might instantaneously make a man with a brain in which were processes just like the fading ones of an ordinary brain. The first real stimulus after creation would set up a process additional to these. The processes would overlap. And the new created man would unquestionably have the feeling, at the very primal instant of his life, of having been in existence already some little space of time. Let me sum up, now, by saying that we are constantly conscious of a certain duration, the specious present, varying in length from a few seconds to probably not more than a minute. And that this duration, with its content perceived as having one part earlier and the other part later, is the original intuition of time. Longer times are conceived by adding, shorter ones by dividing, portions of this vaguely bounded unit, and are habitually thought by us symbolically. Kant's notion of an intuition of objective time as an infinite necessary continuum has nothing to support it. The cause of the intuition which we really have cannot be the duration of our brain processes or our mental changes. That duration is rather the object of the intuition which, being realized at every moment of such duration, must be due to a permanently present cause. This cause, probably the simultaneous presence of brain processes of different phase, fluctuates. And hence a certain range of variation in the amount of the intuition, and in its subdivisibility, accrues. This chapter is reprinted almost verbatim from the Journal of Speculative Philosophy, Volume 20, page 374. James Mill, Analysis, Volume 10, p. 319, J. S. Mill's edition. What I find, when I look at consciousness at all, is, that what I cannot divest myself of, or not have in consciousness, if I have consciousness at all, is a sequence of different feelings. The simultaneous perception of both sub-feelings, whether as parts of a coexistence or of a sequence, is the total feeling, the minimum of consciousness, and this minimum has duration. Time duration, however, is inseparable from the minimum, notwithstanding that, in an isolated moment, we could not tell which part of it came first, which last. We do not require to know that the sub-feelings come in sequence, first one, then the other, nor to know what coming in sequence means. But we have, in any artificially isolated minimum of consciousness, the rudiments of the perception of former and latter in time, in the sub-feeling that grows fainter, and the sub-feeling that grows stronger, and the change between them. In the next place, I remark that the rudiments of memory are involved in the minimum of consciousness. The first beginnings of it appear in that minimum, just as the first beginnings of perception do. As each member of the change or difference which goes to compose that minimum is the rudiment of a single perception, so the priority of one member to the other, although both are given to consciousness in one empirical present moment, is the rudiment of memory. The fact that the minimum of consciousness is difference or change in feelings, is the ultimate explanation of memory as well as of single perceptions. A former and a latter are included in the minimum of consciousness. And this is what is meant by saying that all consciousness is in the form of time, or that time is the form of feeling, the form of sensibility. Crudely and popularly we divide the course of time into past, present, and future. But, strictly speaking, there is no present, it is composed of past and future divided by an indivisible point or instant. That instant, or time point, is the strict present. What we call, loosely, the present, is an empirical portion of the course of time, containing at least a minimum of consciousness, in which the instant of change is the present time point. If we take this as the present time point, it is clear that the minimum of feeling contains two portions, a sub-feeling that goes and a sub-feeling that comes. One is remembered, the other imagined. The limits of both are indefinite at beginning and end of the minimum, and ready to melt into other minima, proceeding from other stimuli. Time and consciousness do not come to us ready marked out into minima. We have to do that by reflection, asking ourselves, what is the least empirical moment of consciousness? That least empirical moment is what we usually call the present moment, and even this is too minute for ordinary use. The present moment is often extended practically to a few seconds, or even minutes, beyond which we specify what length of time we mean, as the present hour, or day, or year, or century. But this popular way of thinking imposes itself on great numbers even of philosophically minded people, and they talk about the present as if it was a datum, as if time came to us marked into present periods like a measuring tape. S. H. Hodgson, Philosophy of Reflection, Volume 1, pages 248 to 254. The representation of time agrees with that of space in that a certain amount of it must be presented together, included between its initial and terminal limit. A continuous ideation, flowing from one point to another, would indeed occupy time, but not represent it, for it would exchange one element of succession for another instead of grasping the whole succession at once. Both points, the beginning and the end, are equally essential to the conception of time, and must be present with equal clearness together. Herbart, Psychol. ALSW, Section 115. Assume that similar pendulum strokes follow each other at regular intervals in a consciousness otherwise void. When the first one is over, an image of it remains in the fancy until the second succeeds. This, then, reproduces the first by virtue of the law of association by similarity, but at the same time meets with the aforesaid persisting image. Thus does the simple repetition of the sound provide all the elements of time perception. The first sound, as it is recalled by association, gives the beginning, the second the end, and the persistent image in the fancy represents the length of the interval. At the moment of the second impression, the entire time perception exists at once, for then all its elements are presented together, the second sound and the image in the fancy immediately, and the first impression by reproduction. But, in the same act, we are aware of a state in which only the first sound existed, and of another in which only its image existed in the fancy. Such a consciousness as this is that of time. In it no succession of ideas takes place. Wundt, Physio, Psych, 1st edition pages 681-2. Note here the assumption that the persistence and the reproduction of an impression are two processes which may go on simultaneously. Also that Wundt's description is merely an attempt to analyze the deliverance of a time perception, and no explanation of the manner in which it comes about. The alternative, page 167. Locke, in his dim way, derived the sense of duration from reflection on the succession of our ideas, Essay, Book 2, Chapter 14, Section 3, Chapter 15, Section 12. Reid justly remarks that if 10 successive elements are to make duration, then one must make duration, otherwise duration must be made up of parts that have no duration, which is impossible. I conclude, therefore, that there must be duration in every single interval or element of which the whole duration is made up. Nothing, indeed, is more certain than that every elementary part of extension must have extension. Now, it must be observed that in these elements of duration, or single intervals of successive ideas, there is no succession of ideas, yet we must conceive them to have duration. Whence we may conclude with certainty that there is a conception of duration where there is no succession of ideas in the mind. Intellectual Powers, Essay 3, Chapter 5. Who on any church point, says Royer Collard in the fragments added to Geoffroy's translation of Reid, la durée dans la succession, on any ly trouver jamais, la durée a précède la succession. La notion de la durée a précède la notion de la succession. L'n est donc tout à fait indépendant, dirait-on. Oui, l'n est tout à fait indépendant. Physio, Psych, 2, 54, 55. Ibid, 2, 213. Philosophische Studien, 2, 362. Counting was of course not permitted. It would have given a symbolic concept and no intuitive or immediate perception of the totality of the series. With counting we may of course compare together series of any length, series whose beginnings have faded from our mind, and of whose totality we retain no sensible impression at all. To count a series of clicks is an altogether different thing from merely perceiving them as discontinuous. In the latter case we need only be conscious of the bits of empty duration between them. In the former we must perform rapid acts of association between them and as many names of numbers. Estel in Wundt's Philosophische Studien, 2, 50. Menner, Ibid 2, 571. In Dietz's experiments even numbers of strokes were better caught than odd ones, by the ear. The rapidity of their sequence had a great influence on the result. At more than 4 seconds apart it was impossible to perceive series of them as units in all, cf. Wundt, Physio, Psych, 2, 214. They were simply counted as so many individual strokes. Below 0.21 to 0. 11 second, according to the observer, judgment again became confused. It was found that the rate of succession most favorable for grasping long series was when the strokes were sounded at intervals of from 0.3 foot to 0.18 apart. Series of 4, 6, 8, 16 were more easily identified than series of 10, 12, 14, 18. The latter could hardly be clearly grasped at all. Among odd numbers 3, 5, 7 were the series easiest caught, next, 9, 15, hardest of all, 11 and 13. And 17 was impossible to apprehend. The exact interval of the sparks was 0.00205 foot. The doubleness of their snap was usually replaced by a single seeming sound when it fell to 0.00198 foot, the sound becoming louder when the sparks seemed simultaneous. The difference between these two intervals is only 7/1000000 of a second. And, as Exner remarks, our ear and brain must be wonderfully efficient organs to get distinct feelings from so slight an objective difference as this. See Pfluger's Archive, BD, 11. Ibid, page 407. When the sparks fell so close together that their irradiation circles overlapped, they appeared like one spark moving from the position of the first to that of the second, and they might then follow each other as close as 0.015 foot without the direction of the movement ceasing to be clear. When one spark fell on the center, the other on the margin, of the retina, the time interval for successive apprehension had to be raised to 0.076 foot. Hall and Jastrow, Studies of Rhythm. Mind, 11, 58. Nevertheless, multitudinous impressions may be felt as discontinuous, though separated by excessively minute intervals of time. Grunhagen says, Pfluger's Archive, 6, 175, that 10,000 electric shocks a second are felt as interrupted, by the tongue. Von Wittig, Ibid 2, 329, that between 1,000 and 2,000 strokes a second are felt as discrete by the finger. W. Preyer, on the other hand, Die Grenzen des Empfindungsvermögens, etc., 1868, page 15, makes contacts appear continuous to the finger when 36.8 of them follow in a second. Similarly, Mach, Wiener Sitzeb, Lee, 2, 142, gives about 26. Lalanne, Comptes Rendus, I/32, page 1314, found summation of finger contacts after 22 repetitions in a second. Such discrepant figures are of doubtful worth. On the retina 20 to 30 impressions a second at the very utmost can be felt as discrete when they fail on the same spot. The ear, which begins to fuse stimuli together into a musical tone when they follow at the rate of a little over 30 a second, can still feel 132 of them a second as discontinuous when they take the shape of beats, Helmholtz, Tonum Finden. 3D ed. Page 270. Pfluger's Archive, 11, 428. Also in Hermann's HDBH D Physial, 2 BD I, THL, pages 260-2. Pfluger's Archive, 7, 639. Tigerstedt, Behang till Kongel. Svenska Vetenskapsakad, Handel, BD. 8, half 2, Stockholm, 1884, revises Exner's figures, and shows that his conclusions are exaggerated. According to Tigerstedt, two observers almost always rightly appreciated 0.05 or 0.06 foot of reaction time difference. Half the time they did it rightly when the difference sank to 0.03 foot, though from 0.03 and 0.06 differences were often not noticed at all. Bucola found, La Leg del Tempo nei Fenomeni de Pensiero, Milano, 1883, p. 371, that, after much practice in making rapid reactions upon a signal, he estimated directly, in figures, his own reaction time, in 10 experiments, with an error of from 0.016 foot to 0.018, in 6, with one of 0.005 to 0.069. In 1, with one of 0.002 foot, and in 3, with one of 0.003. Mind, 11, 61, 1886. Mach, Wiener Sitzungsb, Lee, 2. 133, 1865, Estel, Locke Sit page 65, Menner, Locke Sit page 586, Bucola, Op Sit page 378. Fechner labors to prove that his law is only overlaid by other interfering laws in the figures recorded by these experimenters, but his case seems to me to be one of desperate infatuation with a hobby. See Wunds philosophisch Studien 3, 1. Curious discrepancies exist between the German and the American observers with respect to the direction of the error below and above the point of indifference, differences perhaps due to the fatigue involved in the American method. The Germans lengthened intervals below it and shortened those above. With 7 Americans experimented on by Stevens, this was exactly reversed. The German method was to passively listen to the intervals, then judge. The American was to reproduce them actively by movements of the hand. In Menner's experiments there was found a second indifference point at about 5 seconds, beyond which times were judged again too long. Glass, whose work on the subject is the latest, Philos Studien, for 23, found, when corrections were allowed for, that all times except 0.8 seconds were estimated too short. He found a series of points of greatest relative accuracy, viz. At 1.5, 2, 5, 3.75, 5, 6.25, etc., seconds respectively, and thought that his observations roughly corroborated Weber's law. As maximum and minimum are printed interchangeably in Glass's article, it is hard to follow. With Weyrauth and his pupils the indifference point lay as high as from 1.5 seconds to 4.9 seconds, according to the Observer, cf. Der Zeitzen, 1868, page 112. In most of these experiments the time heard was actively reproduced, after a short pause, by movements of the hand, which were recorded. Wundt gives good reasons, Physio, Psych, 2, 289, 290, for rejecting Weyrauth's figures as erroneous. Weyrauth's book, it should be said, is full of important matter, nevertheless. Physio, Psych, 2, 286, 290. Philosophische Studien, I, 86. Mind, 11, 400. Locke Sit page 144. Op Sit page 376. Mach's and Bucola's figures, it will be observed, are about 1/2 of the rest, submultiples, therefore. It ought to be observed, however, that Bucola's figure has little value, his observations not being well fitted to show this particular point. Estel's figures led him to think that all the multiples enjoyed this privilege. With Menner, on the other hand, only the odd multiples showed diminution of the average error, thus, 0.71, 2.15, 3.55, 5, 6.4, 7.8, 9.3, and 10.65 second were respectively registered with the least error. Cf. Phil. Studien, 2, pages 57, 562-5. Cf. Especially pages 558 to 561. Wundt, Physio, Psych, 2, 287. Hall and Jastrow, Mind, 11, 62. Menner, Locke Sit page 553. The number of distinguishable differences of speed between these limits is, as he takes care to remark, very much larger than 7. Der Zeitzen, page 137. p. 19, section 18, page 112. I leave the text just as it was printed in the Journal of Speculative Philosophy, for October 1886, in 1887. Since then Münsterberg in his Masterly Beitrag zur experimentellen Psychologie, Heft 2, 1889, seems to have made it clear what the sensible changes are by which we measure the lapse of time. When the time which separates two sensible impressions is less than 1/3 of a second, he thinks it is almost entirely the amount to which the memory image of the first impression has faded when the second one overtakes it. Which makes us feel how wide they are apart. p. 29, when the time is longer than this, we rely, he thinks, exclusively upon the feelings of muscular tension and relaxation, which we are constantly receiving although we give to them so little of our direct attention. These feelings are primarily in the muscles by which we adopt our sense organs in attending to the signals used, some of the muscles being in the eye and ear themselves, some of them in the head, neck, etc. We here judge two time intervals to be equal when between the beginning and end of each we feel exactly similar relaxations and subsequent expectant tensions of these muscles to have occurred. In reproducing intervals ourselves we try to make our feelings of this sort just what they were when we passively heard the interval. These feelings by themselves, however, can only be used when the intervals are very short, for the tension anticipatory of the terminal stimulus naturally reaches its maximum very soon. With longer intervals we take the feeling of our inspirations and expirations into account. With our expirations all the other muscular tensions in our body undergo a rhythmical decrease, with our inspirations the reverse takes place. When, therefore, we note a time interval of several seconds with intent to reproduce it, what we seek is to make the earlier and later interval agree in the number and amount of these respiratory changes combined with sense organ adjustments with which they are filled. Münsterberg has studied carefully in his own ease the variations of the respiratory factor. They are many. But he sums up his experience by saying that whether he measured by inspirations that were divided by momentary pauses into 6 parts, or by inspirations that were continuous, whether with sensory tension during inspiration and relaxation during expiration, or by tension during both inspiration and expiration, separated by a sudden interpolated relaxation, whether with special notice taken of the cephalic tensions, or of those in the trunk and shoulders, in all cases alike and without exception he involuntarily endeavored, whenever he compared 2 times or tried to make one the same as the other, to get exactly the same respiratory conditions and conditions of tension, all the subjective conditions, in short, exactly the same during the second interval as they were during the first. Münsterberg corroborated his subjective observations by experiments. The observer of the time had to reproduce as exactly as possible an interval between 2 sharp sounds given him by an assistant. The only condition imposed upon him was that he should not modify his breathing for the purposes of measurement. It was then found that when the assistant broke in at random with his signals, the judgment of the observer was vastly less accurate than when the assistant carefully watched the observer's breathing and made both the beginning of the time given him and that of the time which he was to give coincide with identical phases thereof. Finally, Münsterberg with great plausibility tries to explain the discrepancies between the results of Weyrword, Estel, Menner, Glass, etc., as due to the fact that they did not all use the same measure. Some breathe a little faster, some a little slower. Some break their inspirations into 2 parts, some do not, etc. The coincidence of the objective times measured with definite natural phases of breathing would very easily give periodical maxima of facility in measuring accurately. Anyone wishing yet further examples of this mental substitution will find one on observing how habitually he thinks of the spaces on the clock face instead of the periods they stand for. How, on discovering it to be half an hour later than be supposed, he does not represent the half hour in its duration, but scarcely passes beyond the sign of it marked by the finger. H. Spencer, Psychology, Section 336. The only objections to this which I can think of are, 1. The accuracy with which some men judge of the hour of day or night without looking at the clock, 2. The faculty some have of waking at a pre-appointed hour. 3. The accuracy of time perception reported to exist in certain trance subjects. It might seem that in these persons some sort of a subconscious record was kept of the lapse of time per se. But this cannot be admitted until it is proved that there are no physiological processes, the feeling of whose course may serve as a sign of how much time has sped, and so lead us to infer the hour. That there are such processes it is hardly possible to doubt. An ingenious friend of mine was long puzzled to know why each day of the week had such a characteristic physiognomy to him. That of Sunday was soon noticed to be due to the cessation of the city's rumbling, and the sound of people's feet shuffling on the sidewalk, of Monday, to come from the clothes drying in the yard and casting a white reflection on the ceiling. Of Tuesday, to a cause which I forget, and I think my friend did not get beyond Wednesday. Probably each hour in the day has for most of us some outer or inner sign associated with it as closely as these signs with the days of the week. It must be admitted, after all, however, that the great improvement of the time perception during sleep and trance is a mystery not as yet cleared up. All my life I have been struck by the accuracy with which I will wake at the same exact minute night after night and morning after morning, if only the habit fortuitously begins. The organic registration in me is independent of sleep. After lying in bed a long time awake I suddenly rise without knowing the time, and for days and weeks together will do so at an identical minute by the clock, as if some inward physiological process caused the act by punctually running down. Idiots are said sometimes to possess the time-measuring faculty in a marked degree. I have an interesting manuscript account of an idiot girl which says, she was punctual almost to a minute in her demand for food and other regular attentions. Her dinner was generally furnished her at 12:30 p.m., and at that hour she would begin to scream if it were not forthcoming. If on fast day or Thanksgiving it were delayed, in accordance with the New England custom, she screamed from her usual dinner hour until the food was carried to her. On the next day, however, she again made known her wants promptly at 12:30. Any slight attention shown her on one day was demanded on the next at the corresponding hour. If an orange were given her at 4 p.m. on Wednesday, at the same hour on Thursday she made known her expectation, and if the fruit were not given her she continued to call for it at intervals for 2 or 3 hours. At 4 on Friday the process would be repeated but would last less long, and so on for 2 or 3 days. If one of her sisters visited her accidentally at a certain hour, the sharp piercing scream was sure to summon her at the same hour the next day, etc., etc. For these obscure matters consult C. Duprel, The Philosophy of Mysticism, Chapter 3, Section 1. Ideal Fragen, 1878. Page 219, Essay, Zeit und Weil. Revue Philosophique, Volume 3, page 496. Empty time is most strongly perceived and it comes as a pause in music or in speech. Suppose a preacher in the pulpit, a professor at his desk, to stick still in the midst of his discourse, or let a composer, as is sometimes purposely done, make all his instruments stop at once. We await every instant the resumption of the performance, and, in this awaiting, perceive, more than in any other possible way, the empty time. To change the example, let, in a piece of polyphonic music, a figure, for instance, in which a tangle of melodies are under way, suddenly a single voice be heard, which sustains a long note, while all else is hushed. This one note will appear very protracted. Why? Because we expect to hear accompanying it the notes of the other instruments, but they fail to come. Herbart, Psychol ALSW, Section 115. Compare also Münsterberg, Beiträge, Heft 2, page 41. A night of pain will seem terribly long, we keep looking forward to a moment which never comes, the moment when it shall cease. But the odiousness of this experience is not named ennui or languile, like the odiousness of time that seems long from its emptiness. The more positive odiousness of the pain, rather, is what tinges our memory of the night. What we feel, as Prof. Lazarus says, op. cit. page 202, is the long time of the suffering, not the suffering of the long time per se. On these variations of time estimate, cf. Romanes, Consciousness of Time, in Mind, Volume 3, page 297, J. Sully, Illusions, pp. 245-261, 302-305, W. Wundt. Physio, Psych, 2, 287, 288, besides the essays quoted from Lazarus and Janet. In German, the successors of Herbart have treated of this subject, compare Volkmann's Lehrbuch die Psyche. Section 89, and for references to other authors his note 3 to this section. Lindner, LBH, D. Emper. Psyche. As a parallel effect, instances Alexander the Great's life, 33 years, which seems to us as if it must be long, because it was so eventful. Similarly the English Commonwealth, etc. Physio, Optic, page 445. Succession, time per se, is no force. Our talk about its devouring tooth, etc., is all elliptical. Its contents are what devour. The law of inertia is incompatible with time's being assumed as an efficient cause of anything. Lehrbuch die Psyche. Section 87. Compare also H. Lotze, Metaphysik, section 154. The cause of the perceiving, not the object perceived. No more and not yet are the proper time feelings, and we are aware of time in no other way than through these feelings, says Volkmann, Psychol, section 87. This, which is not strictly true of our feeling of time per se, as an elementary bit of duration, is true of our feeling of date in its events. We construct the miles just as we construct the years. Traveling in the cars makes a succession of different fields of view pass before our eyes. When those that have passed from present sight revive in memory, they maintain their mutual order because their contents overlap. We think them as having been before or behind each other, and, from the multitude of the views we can recall behind the one now presented, we compute the total space we have passed through. It is often said that the perception of time develops later than that of space, because children have so vague an idea of all dates before yesterday and after tomorrow. But no vaguer than they have of extensions that exceed as greatly their unit of space intuition. Recently I heard my child of 4 tell a visitor that he had been, as much as 1 week, in the country. As he had been there 3 months, the visitor expressed surprise, whereupon the child corrected himself by saying he had been there 12 years. But the child made exactly the same kind of mistake when he asked if Boston was not 100 miles from Cambridge, the distance being 3 miles. Most of these explanations simply give the signs which, adhering to impressions, lead us to date them within a duration, or, in other words, to assign to them their order. Why it should be a time order, however, is not explained. Herbart's would-be explanation is a simple description of time perception. He says it comes when, with the last member of a series present to our consciousness, we also think of the first. And then the whole series revives in our thought at once, but with strength diminishing in the backward direction, Cycle als wis, section 115, lerb. Zur Cycle, sections 171, 172, 175. Similarly Drobish, who adds that the series must appear as one already elapsed, Durchlaufen, a word which shows even more clearly the question-begging nature of this sort of account, Empirisch Cycle, section 59. Th. Waits is guilty of similar question-begging when he explains our time consciousness to be engendered by a set of unsuccessful attempts to make our percepts agree with our expectations, lerb. D. Cycle, section 52. Volkmann's mythological account of past representations striving to drive present ones out of the seat of consciousness, being driven back by them, etc., suffers from the same fallacy, Cycle, section 87. But all such accounts agree in implying one fact, viz., that the brain processes of various events must be active simultaneously, and in varying strength, for a time perception to be possible. Later authors have made this idea more precise. Thus, lips, sensations arise, occupy consciousness, fade into images, and vanish. According as 2 of them, A and B, go through this process simultaneously, or as one precedes or follows the other, the phases of their fading will agree or differ. And the difference will be proportional to the time difference between their several moments of beginning. Thus there are differences of quality in the images, which the mind may translate into corresponding differences of their temporal order. There is no other possible middle term between the objective time relations and those in the mind than these differences of phase. Grundtatschen des Seelenlebens, page 588. Lips accordingly calls them temporal signs, and hastens explicitly to add that the soul's translation of their order of strength into a time order is entirely inexplicable, page 591. M. Gau's account, Revue philosophique, 19, 353, hardly differs from that of his predecessors, except in picturesqueness of style. Every change leaves a series of trainees luminiuses in the mind like the passage of shooting stars. Each image is in a more fading phase, according as its original was more remote. This group of images gives duration, the mere time form, the bed of time. The distinction of past, present, and future within the bed comes from our active nature. The future, as with weights, is what I want, but have not yet got, and must wait for. All this is doubtless true, but is no explanation. Mr. Ward gives, in his Encyclopaedia Britannica article, Psychology, page 65, col. 1, a still more refined attempt to specify the temporal sign. The problem being, among a number of other things thought as successive, but simultaneously thought, to determine which is first and which last, he says, after each distinct representation, A, B, C, D. There may intervene the representation of that movement of attention of which we are aware in passing from one object to another. In our present reminiscence we have, it must be allowed, little direct proof of this intervention. Though there is, I think, indirect evidence of it in the tendency of the flow of ideas to follow the order in which the presentations were at first attended to. With the movement itself, when the direction of attention changes, we are familiar enough, though the residua of such movements are not ordinarily conspicuous. These residua, then, are our temporal signs. But temporal signs alone will not furnish all the pictorial exactness of the time perspective. These give us only a fixed series. But the law of oblaescence, by ensuring a progressive variation in intensity as we pass from one member of the series to the other, yields the effect which we call time distance. By themselves such variations in intensity would leave us liable to confound more vivid representations in the distance with fainter ones nearer the present, but from this mistake the temporal signs save us. Where the memory continuum is imperfect such mistakes continually occur. On the other hand, where these variations are slight and imperceptible, though the memory continuum preserves the order of events intact, we have still no such distinct appreciation of comparative distance in time as we have nearer to the present. Where these perceptive effects are considerable. Locke speaks of our ideas succeeding each other at certain distances not much unlike the images in the inside of a lantern turned round by the heat of a candle. And guesses that this appearance of theirs in train varies not very much in a waking man. Now what is this distance that separates A from B, B from C, and so on, and what means have we of knowing that it is tolerably constant in waking life? It is, probably, that, the residuum of which I have called a temporal sign. Or, in other words, it is the movement of attention from A to B. Nevertheless, Mr. Ward does not call our feeling of this movement of attention the original of our feeling of time, or its brain process the brain process which directly causes us to perceive time. He says, a moment later, that, though the fixation of attention does of course really occupy time, it is probably not in the first instance perceived as time, i.e. as continuous propensity, to use a term of Hamilton's, but as intensity. Thus, if this supposition be true, there is an element in our concrete time perceptions which has no place in our abstract conception of time. In time physically conceived there is no trace of intensity. In time psychically experienced, duration is primarily an intensive magnitude, and so far literally a perception. Its original is, then, if I understand Mr. Ward, something like a feeling which accompanies, as pleasure and pain may accompany, the movements of attention. Its brain process must, it would seem, be assimilated in general type to the brain processes of pleasure and pain. Such would seem more or less consciously to be Mr. Ward's own view, for he says, everybody knows what it is to be distracted by a rapid succession of varied impressions, and equally what it is to be wearied by the slow and monotonous recurrence of the same impressions. Now these feelings of distraction and tedium owe their characteristic qualities to movements of attention. In the first, attention is kept incessantly on the move. Before it is accommodated to A, it is disturbed by the suddenness, intensity, and novelty of B. In the second, it is kept all but stationary by the repeated presentation of the same impression. Such excess and defect of surprises make one realize a fact which in ordinary life is so obscure as to escape notice. But recent experiments have set this fact in a more striking light, and made clear what Locke had dimly before his mind in talking of a certain distance between the presentations of a waking man. In estimating very short periods of time of a second or less, indicated, say, by the beats of a metronome, it is found that there is a certain period for which the mean of a number of estimates is correct. While shorter periods are on the whole overdash, and longer periods underestimated. I take this to be evidence of the time occupied in accommodating or fixing attention. Alluding to the fact that a series of experiences, A, B, C, D, E, may seem short in retrospect, which seemed everlasting in passing, he says, what tells in retrospect is the series A, B, C, D, E, etc. What tells in the present is the intervening T1, T2, T3, etc., or rather the original accommodation of which these temporal signs are the residuum. And he concludes thus: we seem to have proof that our perception of duration rests ultimately upon quasimotor objects of varying intensity, the duration of which we do not directly experience as duration at all. Wundt also thinks that the interval of about 3/4 of a second, which is estimated with the minimum of error, points to a connection between the time feeling and the succession of distinctly apperceived objects before the mind. The association time is also equal to about 3/4 of a second. This association time he regards as a sort of internal standard of duration to which we involuntarily assimilate all intervals which we try to reproduce, bringing shorter ones up to it and longer ones down. In the Stevens result we should have to say contrast instead of assimilate, for the longer intervals there seem longer, and the shorter ones shorter still. Singularly enough, he adds, Physio, Psych. 286, this time is about that in which in rapid walking, according to the Webers, our legs perform their swing. It seems thus not unlikely that both psychical constants, that of the average speed of reproduction and that of the surest estimation of time, have formed themselves under the influence of those most habitual movements of the body which we also use when we try to subdivide rhythmically longer tracts of time. Finally, Professor Mach makes a suggestion more specific still. After saying very rightly that we have a real sensation of time, how otherwise should we identify two entirely different airs as being played in the same time? How distinguish in memory the first stroke of the clock from the second, unless to each there clove its special time sensation, which revived with it? He says, it is probable that this feeling is connected with that organic consumption which is necessarily linked with the production of consciousness, and that the time which we feel is probably due to the mechanical work of, the process of attention. When attention is strained, time seems long, during easy occupation, short, etc. The fatigue of the organ of consciousness, as long as we wake, continually increases, and the work of attention augments as continually. Those impressions which are conjoined with a greater amount of work of attention appear to us as the later. The apparent relative displacement of certain simultaneous events and certain anachronisms of dreams are held by Mach to be easily explicable as effects of a splitting of the attention between two objects, one of which consumes most of it, Beiträge zur Analyse der Empfindungen, p. 103 fol. Mach's theory seems worthy of being better worked out. It is hard to say now whether he, Ward, and Wundt mean at bottom the same thing or not. The theory advanced in my own text, it will be remarked, does not pretend to be an explanation, but only an elementary statement of the law which makes us aware of time. The Herbartian mythology purports to explain. It would be rash to say definitely just how many seconds long this specious present must needs be, for processes fade asymptotically. And the distinctly intuited present merges into a penumbra of mere dim recency before it turns into the past which is simply reproduced and conceived. Many a thing which we do not distinctly date by intercalating it in a place between two other things will, nevertheless, come to us with this feeling of belonging to a near past. This sense of recency is a feeling sui generis, and may affect things that happened hours ago. It would seem to show that their brain processes are still in a state modified by the foregoing excitement, still in a fading phase, in spite of the long interval. Physio, Psych. 263. I leave my text as it was printed before Münsterberg's essay appeared, see, above. He denies that we measure any but minimal durations by the amount of fading in the ideational processes, and talks almost exclusively of our feelings of muscular tension in his account, whereas I have made no mention of such things in mine. I cannot, however, see that there is any conflict between what he and I suggest. I am mainly concerned with the consciousness of duration regarded as a specific sort of object, he is concerned with this object's measurement exclusively. Feelings of tension might be the means of the measurement, whilst overlapping processes of any and every kind gave the object to be measured. The accommodative and respiratory movements from which the feelings of tension come form regularly recurring sensations divided by their phases into intervals as definite as those by which a yardstick is divided by the marks upon its length. Let A1, A2, A3, A4 be homologous phases in 4 successive movements of this kind. If 4 outer stimuli 1, 2, 3, 4 coincide each with one of these successive phases, then their distances apart are felt as equal, otherwise not. But there is no reason whatever to suppose that the mere overlapping of the brain process of 2 by the fading process of 1, or that of 3 by that of 2, etc., does not give the characteristic quality of content which we call distance apart in this experience, and which by aid of the muscular feelings gets judged to be equal. Doubtless the muscular feelings can give us the object, time, as well as its measure, because their earlier phases leave fading sensations which constantly overlap the vivid sensation of the present phase. But it would be contrary to analogy to suppose that they should be the only experiences which give this object. I do not understand Hermunsterberg to claim this for them. He takes our sense of time for granted, and only discusses its measurement. Exner and Hermans HDBCH Physial, BD, 2, THL, 2, page 281. Richer in Revue Philosophique, 21, 568, Juin, 1886. See the next chapter. I have spoken of fading brain processes alone, but only for simplicity's sake. Dawning processes probably play as important a part in giving the feeling of duration to the specious present. Rieden, St. Petersburg, 1864, Volume 1, pages 255 to 268. Psychology, Section 91. The patient cannot retain the image of an object more than a moment. His memory is as short for sounds, letters, figures, and printed words. If we cover a written or printed word with a sheet of paper in which a little window has been cut, so that only the first letter is visible through the window, he pronounces this letter. If, then, the sheet is moved so as to cover the first letter and make the second one visible, he pronounces the second, but forgets the first, and cannot pronounce the first and second together. And so forth to the end. If he closes his eyes and draws his finger exploringly over a well-known object like a knife or key, he cannot combine the separate impressions and recognize the object. But if it is put into his hand so that he can simultaneously touch it with several fingers, he names it without difficulty. This patient has thus lost the capacity for grouping successive impressions into a whole and perceiving them as a whole. Grahe, in Archiv für Psychiatrie, BD, 16, pages 672 to 673. It is hard to believe that in such a patient the time intuited was not clipped off like the impressions it held, though perhaps not so much of it. I have myself often noted a curious exaggeration of time perspective at the moment of a falling asleep. A person will be moving or doing something in the room, and a certain stage of his act, whatever it may be, will be my last waking perception. Then a subsequent stage will wake me to a new perception. The two stages of the act will not be more than a few seconds apart, and yet it always seems to me as if, between the earlier and the later one, a long interval has passed away. I conjecturally account for the phenomenon thus, calling the two stages of the act A and B respectively, where I awake, or would leave a fading process in my sensorium which would overlap the process of B when the latter came. And both would then appear in the same specious present, a belonging to its earlier end. But the sudden advent of the brain change called sleep extinguishes A's fading process abruptly. When B then comes and wakes me, A comes back, it is true, but not as belonging to the specious present. It has to be specially revoked in memory. This mode of revocation usually characterizes long past things, whence the illusion. Again I omit the future, merely for simplicity's sake. Chapter 16. Memory. In the last chapter what concerned us was the direct intuition of time. We found it limited to intervals of considerably less than a minute. Beyond its borders extends the immense region of conceived time, past and future, into one direction or another of which we mentally project all the events which we think of as real, and form a systematic order of them by giving to each a date. The relation of conceived to intuited time is just like that of the fictitious space pictured on the flat back scene of a theater to the actual space of the stage. The objects painted on the former, trees, columns, houses in a receding street, etc., carry back the series of similar objects solidly placed upon the latter, and we think we see things in a continuous perspective, when we really see thus only a few of them and imagine that we see the rest. The chapter which lies before us deals with the way in which we paint the remote past, as it were, upon a canvas in our memory, and yet often imagine that we have direct vision of its depths. The stream of thought flows on, but most of its segments fall into the bottomless abyss of oblivion. Of some, no memory survives the instant of their passage. Of others, it is confined to a few moments, hours, or days. Others, again, leave vestiges which are indestructible, and by means of which they may be recalled as long as life endures. Can we explain these differences? Primary memory. The first point to be noticed is that for a state of mind to survive in memory it must have endured, for a certain length of time. In other words, it must be what I call a substantive state. Prepositional and conjunctival states of mind are not remembered as independent facts. We cannot recall just how we felt when we said, how, or notwithstanding. Our consciousness of these transitive states is shut up to their own moment, hence one difficulty in introspective psychologizing. Any state of mind which is shut up to its own moment and fails to become an object for succeeding states of mind, is as if it belonged to another stream of thought. Or rather, it belongs only physically, not intellectually, to its own stream, forming a bridge from one segment of it to another, but not being appropriated inwardly by former segments or appearing as part of the empirical self. In the manner explained in all, the intellectual value for us of a state of mind depends on our aftermemory of it. Only then is it combined in a system and knowingly made to contribute to a result. Only then does it count for us. So that the effective consciousness we have of our states is the after-consciousness, and the more of this there is, the more influence does the original state have, and the more permanent a factor is it of our world. An indelibly imprinted pain may color a life, but, as Professor Richet says, to suffer for only 1/100th of a second is not to suffer at all. And for my part one would readily agree to undergo a pain, however acute and intense it might be, provided it should last only 1/100th of a second, and leave after it neither reverberation nor recall. Not that a momentary state of consciousness need be practically resultless. Far from it, such a state, though absolutely unremembered, might at its own moment determine the transition of our thinking in a vital way, and decide our action irrevocably. But the idea of it could not afterwards determine transition action, its content could not be conceived as one of the mind's permanent meanings. That is all I mean by saying that its intellectual value lies in aftermemory. As a rule sensations outlast for some little time the objective stimulus which occasioned them. This phenomenon is the ground of those after-images, which are familiar in the physiology of the sense organs. If we open our eyes instantaneously upon a scene, and then shroud them in complete darkness, it will be as if we saw the scene in ghostly light through the dark screen. We can read off details in it which were unnoticed whilst the eyes were open. In every sphere of sense, an intermittent stimulus, often enough repeated, produces a continuous sensation. This is because the after-image of the impression just gone by blends with the new impression coming in. The effects of stimuli may thus be superposed upon each other many stages deep, the total result in consciousness being an increase in the feeling's intensity, and in all probability, as we saw in the last chapter, an elementary sense of the lapse of time. C. Exner writes, impressions to which we are inattentive leave so brief an image in the memory that it is usually overlooked. When deeply absorbed, we do not hear the clock strike. But our attention may awake after the striking has ceased, and we may then count off the strokes. Such examples are often found in daily life. We can also prove the existence of this primary memory image, as it may be called, in another person, even when his attention is completely absorbed elsewhere. Ask someone, e.g., to count the lines of a printed page as fast as he can, and whilst this is going on walk a few steps about the room. Then, when the person has done counting, ask him where you stood. He will always reply quite definitely that you have walked. Analogous experiments may be made with vision. This primary memory image is, whether attention have been turned to the impression or not, an extremely lively one, but is subjectively quite distinct from every sort of afterimage or hallucination. It vanishes, if not caught by attention, in the course of a few seconds. Even when the original impression is attended to, the liveliness of its image in memory fades fast. The physical condition in the nerve tissue of this primary memory is called by Richer, elementary memory. I much prefer to reserve the word memory for the conscious phenomenon. What happens in the nerve tissue is but an example of that plasticity or of semi-inertness, yielding to change, but not yielding instantly or wholly, and never quite recovering the original form, which, we saw to be the groundwork of habit. Elementary habit would be the better name for what Professor Richer means. Well, the first manifestation of elementary habit is the slow dying away of an impressed movement on the neural matter, and its first effect in consciousness is this so-called elementary memory. But what elementary memory makes us aware of is the just past. The objects we feel in this directly intuited past differ from properly recollected objects. An object which is recollected, in the proper sense of that term, is one which has been absent from consciousness altogether, and now revives anew. It is brought back, recalled, fished up, so to speak, from a reservoir in which, with countless other objects, it lay buried and lost from view. But an object of primary memory is not thus brought back, it never was lost. Its date was never cut off in consciousness from that of the immediately present moment. In fact, it comes to us as belonging to the rearward portion of the present space of time, and not to the genuine past. In the last chapter we saw that the portion of time which we directly intuit has a breadth of several seconds, a rearward and a forward end, and may be called the specious present. All stimuli whose first nerve vibrations have not yet ceased seem to be conditions of our getting this feeling of the specious present. They give rise to objects which appear to the mind as events just past. When we have been exposed to an unusual stimulus for many minutes or hours, a nervous process is set up which results in the haunting of consciousness by the impression for a long time afterwards. The tactile and muscular feelings of a day of skating or riding, after long disuse of the exercise, will come back to us all through the night. Images of the field of view of the microscope will annoy the observer for hours after an unusually long sitting at the instrument. A thread tied around the finger, an unusual constriction in the clothing, will feel as if still there, long after they have been removed. These revivals, called phenomena of Sinnesgedächtnis by the Germans, have something periodical in their nature. They show that profound rearrangements and slow settlings into a new equilibrium are going on in the neural substance, and they form the transition to that more peculiar and proper phenomenon of memory, of which the rest of this chapter must treat. The first condition which makes a thing susceptible of recall after it has been forgotten is that the original impression of it should have been prolonged enough to give rise to a recurrent image of it. As distinguished from one of those primary afterimages which very fleeting impressions may leave behind, and which contain in themselves no guarantee that they will ever come back after having once faded away. A certain length of stimulation seems demanded by the inertia of the nerve substance. Exposed to a shorter influence, its modification fails to set, and it retains no effective tendency to fall again into the same form of vibration at which the original feeling was due. This, as I said at the outset, may be the reason why only substantive and not transitive states of mind are as a rule recollected, at least as independent things. The transitive states pass by too quickly. Analysis of the phenomenon of memory. Memory proper, or secondary memory as it might be styled, is the knowledge of a former state of mind after it has already once dropped from consciousness. Or rather it is the knowledge of an event, or fact, of which meantime we have not been thinking, with the additional consciousness that we have thought or experienced it before. The first element which such a knowledge involves would seem to be the revival in the mind of an image or copy of the original event. And it is an assumption made by many writers that the revival of an image is all that is needed to constitute the memory of the original occurrence. But such a revival is obviously not a memory, whatever else it may be. It is simply a duplicate, a second event, having absolutely no connection with the first event except that it happens to resemble it. The clock strikes today, it struck yesterday, and may strike 1,000,000 times ere it wears out. The rain pours through the gutter this week, it did so last week, and will do so in secula seculorum. But does the present clockstroke become aware of the past ones, or the present stream recollect the past stream, because they repeat and resemble them? Assuredly not. And let it not be said that this is because clockstrokes and gutters are physical and not psychical objects. For psychical objects, sensations for example, simply recurring in successive editions will remember each other on that account no more than clockstrokes do. No memory is involved in the mere fact of recurrence. The successive editions of a feeling are so many independent events, each snug in its own skin. Yesterday's feeling is dead and buried, and the presence of today's is no reason why it should resuscitate. A farther condition is required before the present image can be held to stand for a past original. That condition is that the fact imaged be expressly referred to the past, thought as in the past. But how can we think a thing as in the past, except by thinking of the past together with the thing, and of the relation of the two? And how can we think of the past? In the chapter on time perception we have seen that our intuitive or immediate consciousness of pastness hardly carries us more than a few seconds backward of the present instant of time. Remoter dates are conceived, not perceived. Known symbolically by names, such as last week, 1850, or thought of by events which happened in them, as the year in which we attended such a school, or met with such a loss. So that if we wish to think of a particular past epoch, we must think of a name or other symbol, or else of certain concrete events, associated therewithal. Both must be thought of, to think the past epoch adequately. And to refer any special fact to the past epoch is to think that fact with the names and events which characterize its date, to think it, in short, with a lot of contiguous associates. But even this would not be memory. Memory requires more than mere dating of a fact in the past. It must be dated in my past. In other words, I must think that I directly experienced its occurrence. It must have that warmth and intimacy, which were so often spoken of in the chapter on the self, as characterizing all experiences appropriated by the thinker as his own. A general feeling of the past direction in time, then, a particular date conceived as lying along that direction, and I defined by its name or phenomenal contents, an event imagined as located therein, and owned as part of my experience. Such are the elements of every act of memory. It follows that what we began by calling the image, or copy, of the fact in the mind, is really not there at all in that simple shape, as a separate idea. Or at least, if it be there as a separate idea, no memory will go with it. What memory goes with is, on the contrary, a very complex representation, that of the fact to be recalled plus its associates, the whole forming one object, as explained on, chapter 9. Known in one integral pulse of consciousness, as set forth on ff. And demanding probably a vastly more intricate brain process than that on which any simple sensorial image depends. Most psychologists have given a perfectly clear analysis of the phenomenon we describe. Christian Wolff, for example, writes. Suppose you have seen Mevius in the temple, but now afresh in Titus' house. I say you recognize Mevius, that is, are conscious of having seen him before because, although now you perceive him with your senses along with Titus' house, your imagination produces an image of him along with one of the temple. And of the acts of your own mind reflecting on Mevius in the temple. Hence the idea of Mevius which is reproduced in sense is contained in another series of perceptions than that which formerly contained it, and this difference is the reason why we are conscious of having had it before. For whilst now you see Mevius in the house of Titus, your imagination places him in the temple, and renders you conscious of the state of mind which you found in yourself when you beheld him there. By this you know that you have seen him before, that is, you recognize him. But you recognize him because his idea is now contained in another series of perceptions from that in which you first saw him. Similarly, James Mill writes, "In my remembrance of George III, addressing the two Houses of Parliament, there is, first of all, the mere idea, or simple apprehension, the conception, as it is sometimes called, of the objects. There is combined with this, to make it memory, my idea of my having seen and heard those objects. And this combination is so close that it is not in my power to separate them. I cannot have the idea of George III. His person and attitude, the paper he held in his hand, the sound of his voice while reading from it, without having the other idea along with it, that of my having been a witness of the scene. If this explanation of the case in which we remember sensations is understood, the explanation of the case in which we remember ideas cannot occasion much of difficulty. I have a lively recollection of Polyphemus's cave, and the actions of Ulysses and the Cyclops, as described by Homer. In this recollection there is, first of all, the ideas, or simple conceptions of the objects and acts. And along with these ideas, and so closely combined as not to be separable, the idea of my having formerly had those same ideas. And this idea of my having formerly had those ideas is a very complicated idea. Including the idea of myself of the present moment remembering, and that of myself of the past moment conceiving, and the whole series of the states of consciousness, which intervene between myself remembering, and myself conceiving. Memory is then the feeling of belief in a peculiar complex object, but all the elements of this object may be known to other states of belief. Nor is there in the particular combination of them as they appear in memory anything so peculiar as to lead us to oppose the latter to other sorts of thought as something altogether sui generis, needing a special faculty to account for it. When later we come to our chapter on belief we shall see that any represented object which is connected either mediately or immediately with our present sensations or emotional activities tends to be believed in as a reality. The sense of a peculiar active relation in it to ourselves is what gives to an object the characteristic quality of reality, and a merely imagined past event differs from a recollected one only in the absence of this peculiar feeling relation. The electric current, so to speak, between it and our present self does not close. But in their other determinations the re-recollected past and the imaginary past may be much the same. In other words, there is nothing unique in the object of memory, and no special faculty is needed to account for its formation. It is a synthesis of parts thought of as related together, perception, imagination, comparison and reasoning being analogous syntheses of parts into complex objects. The objects of any of these faculties may awaken belief or fail to awaken it. The object of memory is only an object imagined in the past, usually very completely imagined there, to which the emotion of belief adheres. Memory's causes. Such being the phenomenon of memory, or the analysis of its object, can we see how it comes to pass? Can we lay bare its causes? Its complete exercise presupposes two things. 1. The retention of the remembered fact. 2. Its reminiscence, recollection, reproduction, or recall. Now the cause both of retention and of recollection is the law of habit in the nervous system, working as it does in the association of ideas. Associationists have long explained recollection by association. James Mill gives an account of it which I am unable to improve upon, unless it might be by translating his word idea into thing thought of, or object, as explained so often before. There is, he says, a state of mind familiar to all men, in which we are said to remember. In this state it is certain we have not in the mind the idea which we are trying to have in it. How is it, then, that we proceed in the course of our endeavor, to procure its introduction into the mind? If we have not the idea itself, we have certain ideas connected with it. We run over those ideas, one after another, in hopes that some one of them will suggest the idea we are in quest of, and if any one of them does, it is always one so connected with it as to call it up in the way of association. I meet an old acquaintance, whose name I do not remember, and wish to recollect. I run over a number of names, in hopes that some of them may be associated with the idea of the individual. I think of all the circumstances in which I have seen him engaged, the time when I knew him, the persons along with whom I knew him, the things he did, or the things he suffered. And, if I chance upon any idea with which the name is associated, then immediately I have the recollection, if not, my pursuit of it is vain. There is another set of cases, very familiar, but affording very important evidence on the subject. It frequently happens that there are matters which we desire not to forget. What is the contrivance to which we have recourse for preserving the memory, that is, for making sure that it will be called into existence, when it is our wish that it should? All men invariably employ the same expedient. They endeavor to form an association between the idea of the thing to be remembered, and some sensation, or some idea, which they know beforehand will occur at or near the time when they wish the remembrance to be in their minds. If this association is formed, and the association or idea with which it has been formed occurs, the sensation, or idea, calls up the remembrance, and the object of him who formed the association is attained. To use a vulgar instance, a man receives a commission from his friend, and, that he may not forget it, ties a knot in his handkerchief. How is this fact to be explained? First of all, the idea of the commission is associated with the making of the knot. Next, the handkerchief is a thing which it is known beforehand will be frequently seen, and of course at no great distance of time from the occasion on which the memory is desired. The handkerchief being seen, the knot is seen, and this sensation recalls the idea of the commission, between which and itself the association had been purposely formed. In short, we make search in our memory for a forgotten idea, just as we rummage our house for a lost object. In both cases we visit what seems to us the probable neighborhood of that which we miss. We turn over the things under which, or within which, or alongside of which, it may possibly be, and if it lies near them, it soon comes to view. But these matters, in the case of a mental object sought, are nothing but its associates. The machinery of recall is thus the same as the machinery of association, and the machinery of association, as we know, is nothing but the elementary law of habit in the nerve centers. And this same law of habit is the machinery of retention also. Retention means liability to recall, and it means nothing more than such liability. The only proof of there being retention is that recall actually takes place. The retention of an experience is, in short, but another name for the possibility of thinking it again, or the tendency to think it again, with its past surroundings. Whatever accidental cue may turn this tendency into an actuality, the permanent ground of the tendency itself lies in the organized neural paths by which the cue calls up the experience on the proper occasion, together with its past associates. The sense that the self was there, the belief that it really happened, etc. etc., just as previously described. When the recollection is of the ready sort, the resuscitation takes place the instant the occasion arises. When it is slow, resuscitation comes after delay. But be the recall prompt or slow, the condition which makes it possible at all, or in other words, the retention of the experience, is neither more nor less than the brain paths which associate the experience with the occasion and cue of the recall. When slumbering, these paths are the condition of retention. When active, they are the condition of recall. Figure 45. A simple scheme will now make the whole cause of memory plain. Let n be a past event. O its setting, concomitants, date, self-present, warmth and intimacy, etc., etc., as already set forth, and m some present thought or fact which may appropriately become the occasion of its recall. Let the nerve centers, active in the thought of M, N, and O, be represented by M, N, and O, respectively. Then the existence of the paths M, N and N, O will be the fact indicated by the phrase, retention of the event N in the memory, and the excitement of the brain along these paths will be the condition of the event N's actual recall. The retention of N, it will be observed, is no mysterious storing up of an idea, in an unconscious state. It is not a fact of the mental order at all. It is a purely physical phenomenon, a morphological feature, the presence of these paths, namely, in the finest recesses of the brain's tissue. The recall or recollection, on the other hand, is a psychophysical phenomenon, with both a bodily and a mental side. The bodily side is the functional excitement of the tracks and paths in question. The mental side is the conscious vision of the past occurrence, and the belief that we experienced it before. These habit-worn paths of association are a clear rendering of what authors mean by predispositions, vestiges, traces, etc. left in the brain by past experience. Most writers leave the nature of these vestiges vague, few think of explicitly assimilating them to channels of association. Dr. Maudsley, for example, writes, "When an idea which we have once had is excited again, there is a reproduction of the same nervous current. With the conscious addition that it is a reproduction, it is the same idea plus the consciousness that it is the same. The question then suggests itself, what is the physical condition of this consciousness? What is the modification of the anatomical substrata of fibers and cells, or of their physiological activity, which is the occasion of this plus element in the reproduced idea? It may be supposed that the first activity did leave behind it, when it subsided, some after effect, some modification of the nerve element, whereby the nerve circuit was disposed to fall again readily into the same action. Such disposition appearing in consciousness as recognition or memory. Memory is, in fact, the conscious phase of this physiological disposition when it becomes active or discharges its functions on the recurrence of the particular mental experience. To assist our conception of what may happen, let us suppose the individual nerve elements to be endowed with their own consciousness, and let us assume them to be, as I have supposed, modified in a certain way by the first experience. It is hard to conceive that when they fall into the same action on another occasion they should not recognize or remember it. For the second action is a reproduction of the first, with the addition of what it contains from the after effects of the first. As we have assumed the process to be conscious, this reproduction with its addition would be a memory or remembrance. In this passage Dr. Maudsley seems to mean by that a nerve element, or anatomical substratum of fibers and cells, something that corresponds to the N of our diagram. And the modification he speaks of seems intended to be understood as an internal modification of this same particular group of elements. Now the slightest reflection will convince anyone that there is no conceivable ground for supposing that with the mere re-excitation of N there should arise the conscious addition, that it is a re-excitation. The two excitations are simply two excitations, their consciousnesses are two consciousnesses, they have nothing to do with each other. And a vague modification, supposed to be left behind by the first excitation, helps us not a whit. For, according to all analogy, such a modification can only result in making the next excitation more smooth and rapid. This might make it less conscious, perhaps, but could not endow it with any reference to the past. The gutter is worn deeper by each successive shower, but not for that reason brought into contact with previous showers. Psychology, which Dr. Maudsley in his next sentence says, affords us not the least help in this matter, puts us on the track of an at least possible brain explanation. As it is the setting O of the idea, when it recurs, which makes us conscious of it as past, so it can be no intrinsic modification of the nerve element N which is the organic condition of memory, but something extrinsic to it altogether, namely its connections with those other nerve elements which we called O, that letter standing in the scheme for the cerebral substratum of a great plexus of things other than the principal event remembered, dates, names, concrete surroundings, realized intervals, and what not. The modification is the formation in the plastic nerve substance of the system of associative paths between N and O. The only hypothesis, in short, to which the facts of inward experience give countenance is that the brain tracts excited by the event proper, and those excited in its recall, are in part different from each other. If we could revive the past event without any associates we should exclude the possibility of memory, and simply dream that we were undergoing the experience as if for the first time. Wherever, in fact, the recalled event does appear without a definite setting, it is hard to distinguish it from a mere creation of fancy. But in proportion as its image lingers and recalls associates which gradually become more definite, it grows more and more distinctly into a remembered thing. For example, I enter a friend's room and see on the wall a painting. At first I have the strange, wondering consciousness, surely I have seen that before, but when or how does not become clear. There only clings to the picture a sort of penumbra of familiarity, when suddenly I exclaim, I have it is a copy of part of one of the Fra Angelicos in the Florentine Academy, I recollect it there. But the motive to the recall does not lie in the fact that the brain tract now excited by the painting was once before excited in a similar way. It lies simply and solely in the fact that with that brain tract other tracts also are excited, those which sustain my friend's room with all its peculiarities, on the one hand. Those which sustain the mental image of the Florence Academy, on the other hand, with the circumstances of my visit there, and finally those which make me, more dimly, think of the years I have lived through between these two times. The result of this total brain disturbance is a thought with a peculiar object, namely, that I who now stand here with this picture before me, stood so many years ago in the Florentine Academy looking at its original. M. Taine has described the gradual way in which a mental image develops into an object of memory, in his usual vivid fashion. He says, I meet casually in the street a person whose appearance I am acquainted with, and say to myself at once that I have seen him before. Instantly the figure recedes into the past, and wavers about there vaguely, without at once fixing itself in any spot. It persists in me for some time, and surrounds itself with new details. When I saw him he was bareheaded, with a working jacket on, painting in a studio, he is so and so, of such and such a street. But when was it? It was not yesterday, nor this week, nor recently. I have it. He told me that he was waiting for the first leaves to come out to go into the country. It was before the spring. But at what exact date? I saw, the same day, people carrying branches in the streets and omnibuses. It was Palm Sunday. Observe the travels of the internal figure, its various shiftings to front and rear along the line of the past. Each of these mental sentences has been a swing of the balance. When confronted with the present sensation and with the latent swarm of indistinct images which repeat our recent life, the figure first recoiled suddenly to an indeterminate distance. Then, completed by precise details, and confronted with all the shortened images by which we sum up the proceedings of a day or a week, it again receded beyond the present day, beyond yesterday, the day before, the week, still farther. Beyond the ill-defined mass constituted by our recent recollections. Then something said by the painter was recalled, and it at once receded again beyond an almost precise limit, which is marked by the image of the green leaves and denoted by the word spring. A moment afterwards, thanks to a new detail, the recollection of the branches, it has shifted again, but forward this time, not backward. And, by a reference to the calendar, is situated at a precise point, a week further back than Easter, and 5 weeks nearer than the Carnival, by the double effect of the contrary impulsions, pushing it, one forward and the other backward. And which are, at a particular moment, annulled by one another. The conditions of goodness in memory. The remembered fact being n, then, the path n, o, is what arouses for n its setting when it is recalled, and makes it other than a mere imagination. The path m, n, on the other hand, gives the cue or occasion of its being recalled at all. Memory being this altogether conditioned on brain paths, its excellence in a given individual will depend partly on the number and partly on the persistence of these paths. The persistence or permanence of the paths is a physiological property of the brain tissue of the individual, whilst their number is altogether due to the facts of his mental experience. Let the quality of permanence in the paths be called the native tenacity, or physiological retentiveness. This tenacity differs enormously from infancy to old age, and from one person to another. Some minds are like wax under a seal, no impression, however disconnected with others, is wiped out. Others, like a jelly, vibrate to every touch, but under usual conditions retain no permanent mark. These latter minds, before they can recollect a fact, must weave it into their permanent stores of knowledge. They have no desultory memory. Those persons, on the contrary, who retain names, dates and addresses, anecdotes, gossip, poetry, quotations, and all sorts of miscellaneous facts, without an effort, have desultory memory in a high degree. and certainly owe it to the unusual tenacity of their brain substance for any path once formed therein. No one probably was ever effective on a voluminous scale without a high degree of this physiological retentiveness. In the practical as in the theoretic life, the man whose acquisitions stick is the man who is always achieving and advancing, whilst his neighbors, spending most of their time in relearning what they once knew but have forgotten, simply hold their own. A Charlemagne, a Luther, a Leibniz, a Walter Scott, any example, in short, of your quarto or folio editions of mankind, must needs have amazing retentiveness of the purely physiological sort. Men without this retentiveness may excel in the quality of their work at this point or at that, but will never do such mighty sums of it, or be influential contemporaneously on such a scale. But there comes a time of life for all of us when we can do no more than hold our own in the way of acquisitions, when the old paths fade as fast as the new ones form in our brain. And when we forget in a week quite as much as we can learn in the same space of time. This equilibrium may last many, many years. In extreme old age it is upset in the reverse direction, and forgetting prevails over acquisition, or rather there is no acquisition. Brain paths are so transient that in the course of a few minutes of conversation the same question is asked and its answer forgotten half a dozen times. Then the superior tenacity of the paths formed in childhood becomes manifest. The dotard will retrace the facts of his earlier years after he has lost all those of later date. So much for the permanence of the paths. Now for their number. It is obvious that the more there are of such paths as n in the brain, and the more of such possible cues or occasions for the recall of n in the mind, the prompter and surer, on the whole, the memory of n will be. The more frequently one will be reminded of it, the more avenues of approach to it one will possess. In mental terms, the more other facts a fact is associated with in the mind, the better possession of it our memory retains. Each of its associates becomes a hook to which it hangs, a means to fish it up by when sunk beneath the surface. Together, they form a network of attachments by which it is woven into the entire tissue of our thought. The secret of a good memory is thus the secret of forming diverse and multiple associations with every fact we care to retain. But this forming of associations with a fact, what is it but thinking about the fact as much as possible? Briefly, then, of two men with the same outward experiences and the same amount of mere native tenacity, the one who thinks over his experiences most, and weaves them into systematic relations with each other, will be the one with the best memory. We see examples of this on every hand. Most men have a good memory for facts connected with their own pursuits. The college athlete who remains a dunce at his books will astonish you by his knowledge of men's records in various feats and games, and will be a walking dictionary of sporting statistics. The reason is that he is constantly going over these things in his mind, and comparing and making series of them. They form for him not so many odd facts, but a concept system, so they stick. So the merchant remembers prices, the politician other politicians' speeches and votes, with a copiousness which amazes outsiders, but which the amount of thinking they bestow on these subjects easily explains. The great memory for facts which a Darwin and a Spencer reveal in their books is not incompatible with the possession on their part of a brain with only a middling degree of physiological retentiveness. Let a man early in life set himself the task of verifying such a theory as that of evolution, and facts will soon cluster and cling to him like grapes to their stem. Their relations to the theory will hold them fast. And the more of these the mind is able to discern, the greater the erudition will become. Meanwhile the theorist may have little, if any, desultory memory. Unutilizable facts may be unnoted by him and forgotten as soon as heard. An ignorance almost as encyclopedic as his erudition may coexist with the latter, and hide, as it were, in the interstices of its web. Those who have had much to do with scholars and savants will readily think of examples of the class of mind I mean. In a system, every fact is connected with every other by some thought relation. The consequence is that every fact is retained by the combined suggestive power of all the other facts in the system, and forgetfulness is well nigh impossible. The reason why cramming is such a bad mode of study is now made clear. I mean by cramming that way of preparing for examinations by committing points to memory during a few hours or days of intense application immediately preceding the final ordeal. Little or no work having been performed during the previous course of the term. Things learned thus in a few hours, on one occasion, for one purpose, cannot possibly have formed many associations with other things in the mind. Their brain processes are led into by few paths, and are relatively little liable to be awakened again. Speedy oblivion is the almost inevitable fate of all that is committed to memory in this simple way. Whereas, on the contrary, the same materials taken in gradually, day after day, recurring in different contexts, considered in various relations, associated with other external incidents, and repeatedly reflected on, grow into such a system. Form such connections with the rest of the mind's fabric, lie open to so many paths of approach, that they remain permanent possessions. This is the intellectual reason why habits of continuous application should be enforced in educational establishments. Of course, there is no moral turpitude in cramming. If it led to the desired end of secure learning, it would be infinitely the best method of study. But it does not, and students themselves should understand the reason why. One's native retentiveness is unchangeable. It will now appear clear that all improvement of the memory lies in the line of elaborating the associates of each of the several things to be remembered. No amount of culture would seem capable of modifying a man's general retentiveness. This is a physiological quality, given once for all with his organization, and which he can never hope to change. It differs no doubt in disease and health. And it is a fact of observation that it is better in fresh and vigorous hours than when we are fagged or ill. We may say, then, that a man's native tenacity will fluctuate somewhat with his hygiene, and that whatever is good for his tone of health will also be good for his memory. We may even say that whatever amount of intellectual exercise is bracing to the general tone and nutrition of the brain will also be profitable to the general retentiveness. But more than this we cannot say. And this, it is obvious, is far less than most people believe. It is, in fact, commonly thought that certain exercises, systematically repeated, will strengthen, not only a man's remembrance of the particular facts used in the exercises, but his faculty for remembering facts at large. And a plausible case is always made out by saying that practice in learning words by heart makes it easier to learn new words in the same way. If this be true, then what I have just said is false, and the whole doctrine of memory as due to paths must be revised. But I am disposed to think the alleged fact untrue. I have carefully questioned several mature actors on the point, and all have denied that the practice of learning parts has made any such difference as is alleged. What it has done for them is to improve their power of studying a part systematically. Their mind is now full of precedents in the way of intonation, emphasis, gesticulation. The new words awaken distinct suggestions and decisions. Are caught up, in fact, into a pre-existing network, like the merchant's prices, or the athlete's store of records, and are recollected easier, although the mere native tenacity is not a whit improved, and is usually, in fact, impaired by age. It is a case of better remembering by better thinking. Similarly, when schoolboys improve by practice in ease of learning by heart, the improvement will, I am sure, be always found to reside in the mode of study of the particular piece, due to the greater interest, the greater suggestiveness. The generic similarity with other pieces, the more sustained attention, etc. etc., and not at all to any enhancement of the brute retentive power. The error I speak of pervades an otherwise useful and judicious book, How to Strengthen the Memory, by Dr. Holbrook of New York. The author fails to distinguish between the general physiological retentiveness and the retention of particular things, and talks as if both must be benefited by the same means. I am now treating, he says, a case of loss of memory in a person advanced in years, who did not know that his memory had failed most remarkably till I told him of it. He is making vigorous efforts to bring it back again, and with partial success. The method pursued is to spend 2 hours daily, one in the morning and one in the evening, in exercising this faculty. The patient is instructed to give the closest attention to all that he learns, so that it shall be impressed on his mind clearly. He is asked to recall every evening all the facts and experiences of the day, and again the next morning. Every name heard is written down and impressed on his mind clearly, and an effort made to recall it at intervals. 10 names from among public men are ordered to be committed to memory every week. A verse of poetry is to be learned, also a verse from the Bible, daily. He is asked to remember the number of the page in any book where any interesting fact is recorded. These and other methods are slowly resuscitating a failing memory. I find it very hard to believe that the memory of the poor old gentleman is a bit the better for all this torture except in respect of the particular facts thus wrought into it, the occurrences attended to and repeated on those days. The names of those politicians, those Bible verses, etc. etc. In another place Dr. Holbrook quotes the account given by the late Thurlow Weed, journalist and politician, of his method of strengthening his memory. My memory was a sieve. I could remember nothing. Dates, names, appointments, faces, everything escaped me. I said to my wife, Catherine, I shall never make a successful politician, for I cannot remember, and that is a prime necessity of politicians. My wife told me I must train my memory. So when I came home that night, I sat down alone and spent 15 minutes trying silently to recall with accuracy the principal events of the day. I could remember but little at first. Now I remember that I could not then recall what I had for breakfast. After a few days' practice I found I could recall more. Events came back to me more minutely, more accurately, and more vividly than at first. After a fortnight or so of this, Catherine said, "Why don't you relate to me the events of the day, instead of recalling them to yourself? It would be interesting, and my interest in it would be a stimulus to you." Having great respect for my wife's opinion, I began a habit of oral confession, as it were, which was continued for almost 50 years. Every night, the last thing before retiring, I told her everything I could remember that had happened to me or about me during the day. I generally recalled the dishes I had had for breakfast, dinner, and tea. The people I had seen and what they had said, the editorials I had written for my paper, giving her a brief abstract of them. I mentioned all the letters I had sent and received, and the very language used, as nearly as possible. When I had walked or ridden, I told her everything that had come within my observation. I found I could say my lessons better and better every year, and instead of the practice growing irksome, it became a pleasure to go over again the events of the day. I am indebted to this discipline for a memory of somewhat unusual tenacity, and I recommend the practice to all who wish to store up facts, or expect to have much to do with influencing men. I do not doubt that Mr. Weed's practical command of his past experiences was much greater after 50 years of this heroic drill than it would have been without it. Expecting to give his account in the evening, he attended better to each incident of the day, named and conceived it differently, set his mind upon it, and in the evening went over it again. He did more thinking about it, and it stayed with him in consequence. But I venture to affirm pretty confidently, although I know how foolish it often is to deny a fact on the strength of a theory, that the same matter, casually attended to and not thought about, would have stuck in his memory no better at the end than at the beginning of his years of heroic self-discipline. He had acquired a better method of noting and recording his experiences, but his physiological retentiveness was probably not a bit improved. All improvement of memory consists, then, in the improvement of one's habitual methods of recording facts. In the traditional terminology, methods are divided into the mechanical, the ingenious, and the judicious. The mechanical methods consist in the intensification, prolongation, and repetition of the impression to be remembered. The modern method of teaching children to read by blackboard work, in which each word is impressed by the fourfold channel of eye, ear, voice, and hand, is an example of an improved mechanical method of memorizing. Judicious methods of remembering things are nothing but logical ways of conceiving them and working them into rational systems, classifying them, analyzing them into parts, etc., etc. All the sciences are such methods. Of ingenious methods, many have been invented, under the name of technical memories. By means of these systems it is often possible to retain entirely disconnected facts, lists of names, numbers, and so forth, so multitudinous as to be entirely unrememberable in a natural way. The method consists usually in a framework learned mechanically, of which the mind is supposed to remain in secure and permanent possession. Then, whatever is to be remembered is deliberately associated by some fanciful analogy or connection with some part of this framework, and this connection thenceforward helps its recall. The best known and most used of these devices is the figure alphabet. To remember numbers, e.g., a figure alphabet is first formed, in which each numerical digit is represented by one or more letters. The number is then translated into such letters as will best make a word, if possible a word suggestive of the object to which the number belongs. The word will then be remembered when the numbers alone might be forgotten. The most common figure alphabet is this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. T, N, M, R, L, S, H, G, F, B, S. D, J, K, V, P, C. C, H, C, Z. G, Q. To briefly show its use, suppose it is desired to fix 1,142 feet in a second as the velocity of sound, T, T, R, N, are the letters and order required. Fill up with vowels forming a phrase, like tight run, and connect it by some such flight of the imagination as that if a man tried to keep up with the velocity of sound, he would have a tight run. When you recall this a few days later, great care must be taken not to get confused with the velocity of light, nor to think he had a hard run which would be 3,000 feet too fast. Dar. Pick and others use a system which consists in linking together any two ideas to be remembered by means of an intermediate idea which will be suggested by the first and suggest the second, and so on through the list. Thus, let us suppose that we are to retain the following series of ideas: garden, hair, watchman, philosophy, copper, etc. We can combine the ideas in this manner: garden, plant, hair of plant, hair, bonnet, watchman. Watchman, wake, study, philosophy, chemistry, copper, etc. etc. Pick. It is matter of popular knowledge that an impression is remembered the better in proportion as it is 1. More recent, 2. More attended to, and 3. More often repeated. The effect of recency is all but absolutely constant. Of two events of equal significance, the remoter one will be the one more likely to be forgotten. The memories of childhood which persist in old age can hardly be compared with the events of the day or hour which are forgotten, for these latter are trivial once repeated things. Whilst the childish reminiscences have been wrought into us during the retrospective hours of our entire intervening life. Other things equal, at all times of life recency promotes memory. The only exception I can think of is the unaccountable memory of certain moments of our childhood, apparently not fitted by their intrinsic interest to survive, but which are perhaps the only incidents we can remember out of the year in which they occurred. Everybody probably has isolated glimpses of certain hours of his nursery life, the position in which he stood or sat, the light of the room, what his father or mother said, etc. These moments, so oddly selected for immunity from the tooth of time, probably owe their good fortune to historical peculiarities which it is now impossible to trace. Very likely we were reminded of them again soon after they occurred. That became a reason why we should again recollect them, etc., so that at last they became ingrained. The attention which we lend to an experience is proportional to its vivid or interesting character. And it is a notorious fact that what interests us most vividly at the time is, other things equal, what we remember best. An impression may be so exciting emotionally as almost to leave a scar upon the cerebral tissues. And thus originates a pathological delusion. A woman attacked by robbers takes all the men whom she sees, even her own son, for brigands bent on killing her. Another woman sees her child run over by a horse. No amount of reasoning, not even the sight of the living child, will persuade her that he is not killed. A woman called thief in a dispute remains convinced that everyone accuses her of stealing, Esquirol. Another, attacked with mania at the sight of the fires in her street during the Commune, still after 6 months sees in her delirium flames on every side about her, lies, etc., etc. On the general effectiveness of both attention and repetition I cannot do better than copy what M. Taine has written. If we compare different sensations, images, or ideas, we find that their aptitudes for revival are not equal. A large number of them are obliterated, and never reappear through life. For instance, I drove through Paris a day or two ago, and though I saw plainly some 60 or 80 new faces, I cannot now recall any one of them. Some extraordinary circumstance, a fit of delirium, or the excitement of hashish would be necessary to give them a chance of revival. On the other hand, there are sensations with a force of revival which nothing destroys or decreases. Though, as a rule, time weakens and impairs our strongest sensations, these reappear entire and intense, without having lost a particle of their detail, or any degree of their force. M. Brière de Boismont, having suffered when a child from a disease of the scalp, asserts that, after 55 years have elapsed he can still feel his hair pulled out under the treatment of the skullcap. For my own part, after 30 years, I remember feature for feature the appearance of the theatre to which I was taken for the first time. From the third row of boxes, the body of the theatre appeared to me an immense well, red and flaming, swarming with heads. Below, on the right, on a narrow floor, 2 men and a woman entered, went out, and re-entered, made gestures, and seemed to me like lively dwarfs. To my great surprise, one of these dwarfs fell on his knees, kissed the lady's hand, then hid behind a screen. The other, who was coming in, seemed angry, and raised his arm. I was then 7, I could understand nothing of what was going on. But the well of crimson velvet was so crowded, gilded, and bright, that after a quarter of an hour I was, as it were, intoxicated, and fell asleep. Every one of us may find similar recollections in his memory, and may distinguish in them a common character. The primitive impression has been accompanied by an extraordinary degree of attention, either as being horrible or delightful, or as being new, surprising, and out of proportion to the ordinary run of our life. This it is we express by saying that we have been strongly impressed, that we were absorbed, that we could not think of anything else, that our other sensations were effaced, that we were pursued all the next day by the resulting image. That it beset us, that we could not drive it away, that all distractions were feeble beside it. It is by force of this disproportion that impressions of childhood are so persistent. The mind being quite fresh, ordinary objects and events are surprising. At present, after seeing so many large halls and full theatres, it is impossible for me, when I enter one, to feel swallowed up, engulfed, and, as it were, lost in a huge dazzling well. The medical man of 60, who has experienced much suffering, both personally and in imagination, would be less upset now by a surgical operation than when he was a child. Whatever may be the kind of attention, voluntary or involuntary, it always acts alike. The image of an object or event is capable of revival, and of complete revival, in proportion to the degree of attention with which we have considered the object or event. We put this rule in practice at every moment in ordinary life. If we are applying ourselves to a book or are in lively conversation, while an air is being sung in the adjoining room, we do not retain it, we know vaguely that there is singing going on, and that is all. We then stop our reading or conversation, we lay aside all internal preoccupations and external sensations which our mind or the outer world can throw in our way. We close our eyes, we cause a silence within and about us, and, if the air is repeated, we listen. We say then that we have listened with all our ears, that we have applied our whole minds. If the air is a fine one, and has touched us deeply, we add that we have been transported, uplifted, ravished, that we have forgotten the world and ourselves, that for some minutes our soul was dead to all but sounds. This exclusive momentary ascendancy of one of our states of mind explains the greater durability of its aptitude for revival and for more complete revival. As the sensation revives in the image reappears with a force proportion to that of the sensation. What we meet with in the first state is also to be met with in the second, since the second is but a revival of the first. So, in the struggle for life, in which all our images are constantly engaged, the one furnished at the outset with most force retains in each conflict, by the very law of repetition which gives it being, the capacity of treading down its adversaries. This is why it revives, incessantly at first, then frequently, until at last the laws of progressive decay, and the continual accession of new impressions take away its preponderance, and its competitors, finding a clear field, are able to develop in their turn. A second cause of prolonged revivals is repetition itself. Every one knows that to learn a thing we must not only consider it attentively, but consider it repeatedly. We say as to this in ordinary language, that an impression many times renewed is imprinted more deeply and exactly on the memory. This is how we contrive to retain a language, airs of music, passages of verse or prose, the technical terms and propositions of a science, and still more so the ordinary facts by which our conduct is regulated. When, from the form and color of a currant jelly, we think of its taste, or, when tasting it with our eyes shut, we imagine its red tint and the brilliancy of a quivering slice, the images in our mind are brightened by repetition. Whenever we eat, or drink, or walk, or avail ourselves of any of our senses, or commence or continue any action whatever, the same thing happens. Every man and every animal thus possesses at every moment of life a certain stock of clear and easily reviving images, which had their source in the past in a confluence of numerous experiences, and are now fed by a flow of renewed experiences. When I want to go from the Tuileries to the Pantheon, or from my study to the dining room, I foresee at every turn the colored forms which will present themselves to my sight. It is otherwise in the case of a house where I have spent 2 hours, or of a town where I have stayed 3 days. After 10 years have elapsed the images will be vague, full of blanks, sometimes they will not exist, and I shall have to seek my way or shall lose myself. This new property of images is also derived from the first. As every sensation tends to revive in its image, the sensation twice repeated will leave after it a double tendency, that is, provided the attention be as great the second time as the first. Usually this is not the case, for, the novelty diminishing, the interest diminishes. But if other circumstances renew the interest, or if the will renovates the attention, the incessantly increasing tendency will incessantly increase the chances of the resurrection and integrity of the image. If a phenomenon is met with, however, too often, and with too great a variety of contexts, although its image is retained and reproduced with correspondingly great facility, it fails to come up with any one particular setting. And the projection of it backwards to a particular past date consequently does not come about. We recognize but do not remember it, its associates form too confused a cloud. No one is said to remember, says Mr. Spencer, that the object at which he looks has an opposite side, or that a certain modification of the visual impression implies a certain distance, or that the thing he sees moving about is a live animal. To ask a man whether he remembers that the sun shines, that fire burns, that iron is hard, would be a misuse of language. Even the almost fortuitous connections among our experiences cease to be classed as memories when they have become thoroughly familiar. Though, on hearing the voice cf some unseen person slightly known to us, we say we recollect to whom the voice belongs, we do not use the same expression respecting the voices of those with whom we live. The meanings of words which in childhood have to be consciously recalled seem in adult life to be immediately present. These are cases where too many paths, leading to too diverse associates, block each other's way, and all that the mind gets along with its object is a fringe of felt familiarity or sense that there are associates. A similar result comes about when a definite setting is only nascently aroused. We then feel that we have seen the object already, but when or where we cannot say, though we may seem to ourselves to be on the brink of saying it. That nascent cerebral excitations can affect consciousness with a sort of sense of the imminence of that which stronger excitations would make us definitely feel, is obvious from what happens when we seek to remember a name. It tingles, it trembles on the verge, but does not come. Just such a tingling and trembling of unrecovered associates is the penumbra of recognition that may surround any experience and make it seem familiar, though we know not why. There is a curious experience which everyone seems to have had, the feeling that the present moment in its completeness has been experienced before. We were saying just this thing, in just this place, to just these people, etc. This sense of pre-existence has been treated as a great mystery and occasioned much speculation. Dr. Wigan considered it due to a dissociation of the action of the two hemispheres, one of them becoming conscious a little later than the other, but both of the same fact. I must confess that the quality of mystery seems to me a little strained. I have over and over again in my own case succeeded in resolving the phenomenon into a case of memory, so indistinct that whilst some past circumstances are presented again, the others are not. The dissimilar portions of the past do not arise completely enough at first for the date to be identified. All we get is the present scene with a general suggestion of pastness about it. That faithful observer, Prof. Lazarus, interprets the phenomenon in the same way, and it is noteworthy that just as soon as the past context grows complete and distinct, the emotion of weirdness fades from the experience. Exact measurements of memory have recently been made in Germany. Professor Ebbinghaus, in a really heroic series of daily observations of more than 2 years' duration, examined the powers of retention and reproduction. He learned lists of meaningless syllables by heart, and tested his recollection of them from day to day. He could not remember more than 7 after a single reading. It took, however, 16 readings to remember 12, 44 readings to remember 24, and 55 readings to remember 26 syllables, the moment of remembering being here reckoned as the first moment when the list could be recited without a fault. When a 16-syllable list was read over a certain number of times on one day, and then studied on the day following until remembered, it was found that the number of seconds saved in the study on the second day was proportional to the number of readings on the first, proportional, that is, within certain rather narrow limits, for which see the text. No amount of repetition spent on nonsense verses over a certain length enabled Dr. Ebbinghaus to retain them without error for 24 hours. In forgetting such things as these lists of syllables, the loss goes on very much more rapidly at first than later on. He measured the loss by the number of seconds required to relearn the list after it had been once learned. Roughly speaking, if it took 1,000 seconds to learn the list, and 500 to relearn it, the loss between the two learnings would have been 1/2. Measured in this way, full half of the forgetting seems to occur within the first half hour, whilst only 4/5 is forgotten at the end of a month. The nature of this result might have been anticipated, but hardly its numerical proportions. Dr. Ebbinghaus says, the initial rapidity, as well as the final slowness, as these were ascertained under certain experimental conditions and for a particular individual, may well surprise us. An hour after the work of learning had ceased, forgetting was so far advanced that more than half of the original work had to be applied again before the series of syllables could once more be reproduced. 8 hours later 2/3 of the original labor had to be applied. Gradually, however, the process of oblivion grew slower, so that even for considerable stretches of time the losses were but barely ascertainable. After 24 hours 1/3, after 6 days 1/4, and after a whole month a good 1/5 of the original labor remain in the shape of its after-effects, and made the relearning by so much the more speedy. But the most interesting result of all those reached by this author relates to the question whether ideas are recalled only by those that previously came immediately before them, or whether an idea can possibly recall another idea with which it was never in immediate contact, without passing through the intermediate mental links. The question is of theoretic importance with regard to the way in which the process of association of ideas must be conceived, and Dr. Ebbinghaus's attempt is as successful as it is original, in bringing two views, which seem at first sight inaccessible to proof, to a direct practical test, and giving the victory to one of them. His experiments conclusively show that an idea is not only associated directly with the one that follows it, and with the rest through that, but that it is directly associated with all that are near it, though in unequal degrees. He first measured the time needed to impress on the memory certain lists of syllables, and then the time needed to impress lists of the same syllables with gaps between them. Thus, representing the syllables by numbers, if the first list were 1, 2, 3, 4. 13, 14, 15, 16, the second would be 1, 3, 5. 15, 2, 4, 6. 16, and so forth, with many variations. Now, if 1 and 3 in the first list were learned in that order merely by 1 calling up 2, and by 2 calling up 3, leaving out the 2 ought to leave 1 and 3 with no tie in the mind. And the second list ought to take as much time in the learning as if the first list had never been heard of. If, on the other hand, 1 has a direct influence on 3 as well as on 2, that influence should be exerted even when 2 is dropped out. And a person familiar with the first list ought to learn the second one more rapidly than otherwise he could. This latter case is what actually occurs, and Dr. Ebbinghaus has found that syllables originally separated by as many as 7 intermediaries still reveal, by the increased rapidity with which they are learned in order, the strength of the tie that the original learning established between them. Over the heads, so to speak, of all the rest. These last results ought to make us careful, when we speak of nervous paths, to use the word in no restricted sense. They add one more fact to the set of facts which prove that association is subtler than consciousness, and that a nerve process may, without producing consciousness, be effective in the same way in which consciousness would have seemed to be effective if it had been there. Evidently the path from 1 to 3, omitting 2 from consciousness, is facilitated, broadened perhaps, by the old path from 1 to 3 through 2, only the component which shoots round through this latter way is too feeble to let 2 be thought as a distinct object. Mr. Wolf, in his experiments on recognition, used vibrating metal tongues. These tongues gave tones differing by 2 vibrations only in the 2 lower octaves, and by 4 vibrations in the 3 higher octaves. In the first series of experiments a tone was selected, and, after sounding it for 1 second, a second tone was sounded, which was either the same as the first, or different from it by 4, 8, or 12 vibrations in different series. The person experimented upon was to answer whether the second tone was the same as the first, thus showing that he recognized it, or whether it was different, and, if so, whether it was higher or lower. Of course, the interval of time between the 2 tones was an important factor. The proportionate number of correct judgments, and the smallness of the difference of the vibration rates of the 2 tones, would measure the accuracy of the tone memory. It appeared that one could tell more readily when the 2 tones were alike than when they were different, although in both cases the accuracy of the memory was remarkably good. The main point is the effect of the time interval between the tone and its reproduction. This was varied from 1 second to 30 seconds, or even to 60 seconds or 120 seconds in some experiments. The general result is, that the longer the interval, the smaller are the chances that the tone will be recognized, and this process of forgetting takes place at first very rapidly, and then more slowly. This law is subject to considerable variations, one of which seems to be constant and is peculiar, namely, there seems to be a rhythm in the memory itself, which, after falling, recovers slightly, and then fades out again. This periodical renewal of acoustic memory would seem to be an important element in the production of the agreeableness of certain rates of recurrence in sound. Forgetting. In the practical use of our intellect, forgetting is as important a function as recollecting. Locke says, in a memorable page of his dear old book, "The memory of some men, it is true, is very tenacious, even to a miracle. But yet there seems to be a constant decay of all our ideas, even of those which are struck deepest, and in minds the most retentive, so that if they be not sometimes renewed by repeated exercise of the senses, or reflection on those kinds of objects which at first occasion them, the print wears out, and at last there remains nothing to be seen. Thus the ideas, as well as children, of our youth, often die before us, and our minds represent to us those tombs to which we are fast approaching, where, though the brass and marble remain, yet the inscriptions are effaced by time, and the imagery moulders away. The pictures drawn in our minds are laid in fading colors, and, if not sometimes refreshed, vanish and disappear. How much the constitution of our bodies, and the make of our animal spirits, are concerned in this. And whether the temper of the brain makes this difference, that in some it retains the characters drawn on it like marble, in others like freestone, and in others little better than sand, I shall not here inquire. Though it may seem probable that the constitution of the body does sometimes influence the memory. Since we oftentimes find a disease quite strip the mind of all its ideas, and the flames of a fever in a few days calcine all those images to dust and confusion, which seem to be as lasting as if graven in marble. This peculiar mixture of forgetting with our remembering is but one instance of our mind's selective activity. Selection is the very keel on which our mental ship is built. And in this case of memory its utility is obvious. If we remembered everything, we should on most occasions be as ill off as if we remembered nothing. It would take as long for us to recall a space of time as it took the original time to elapse, and we should never get ahead with our thinking. All recollected times undergo, accordingly, what M. Ribot calls foreshortening, and this foreshortening is due to the omission of an enormous number of the facts which filled them. As fast as the present enters into the past, our states of consciousness disappear and are obliterated. Passed in review at a few days' distance, nothing or little of them remains, most of them have made shipwreck in that great nonentity from which they never more will emerge. And they have carried with them the quantity of duration which was inherent in their being. This deficit of surviving conscious states is thus a deficit in the amount of represented time. The process of abridgment, of foreshortening, of which we have spoken, presupposes this deficit. If, in order to reach a distant reminiscence, we had to go through the entire series of terms which separate it from our present selves, memory would become impossible on account of the length of the operation. We thus reach the paradoxical result that one condition of remembering is that we should forget. Without totally forgetting a prodigious number of states of consciousness, and momentarily forgetting a large number, we could not remember at all. Oblivion, except in certain cases, is thus no malady of memory, but a condition of its health and its life. There are many irregularities in the process of forgetting which are as yet unaccounted for. A thing forgotten on one day will be remembered on the next. Something we have made the most strenuous efforts to recall, but all in vain, will, soon after we have given up the attempt, saunter into the mind, as Emerson somewhere says, as innocently as if it had never been sent for. Experiences of bygone date will revive after years of absolute oblivion, often as the result of some cerebral disease or accident which seems to develop latent paths of association. As the photographer's fluid develops the picture sleeping in the collodion film. The oftenest quoted of these cases is Coleridge's. In a Roman Catholic town in Germany, a young woman, who could neither read nor write, was seized with a fever, and was said by the priests to be possessed of a devil. Because she was heard talking Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. Whole sheets of her ravings were written out, and found to consist of sentences intelligible in themselves, but having slight connection with each other. Of her Hebrew sayings, only a few could be traced to the Bible, and most seemed to be in the rabbinical dialect. All trick was out of the question, the woman was a simple creature, there was no doubt as to the fever. It was long before any explanation, save that of demoniacal possession, could be obtained. At last the mystery was unveiled by a physician, who determined to trace back the girl's history, and who, after much trouble, discovered that at the age of 9 she had been charitably taken by an old Protestant pastor, a great Hebrew scholar, in whose house she lived till his death. On further inquiry it appeared to have been the old man's custom for years to walk up and down a passage of his house into which the kitchen opened, and to read to himself with a loud voice out of his books. The books were ransacked, and among them were found several of the Greek and Latin fathers, together with a collection of rabbinical writings. In these works so many of the passages taken down at the young woman's bedside were identified that there could be no reasonable doubt as to their source. Hypnotic subjects as a rule forget all that has happened in their trance. But in a succeeding trance they will often remember the events of a past one. This is like what happens in those cases of double personality, in which no recollection of one of the lives is to be found in the other. We have already seen in an earlier chapter that the sensibility often differs from one of the alternate personalities to another, and we have heard M. Pierre Janet's theory that anesthesias carry amnesias with them, see above, ff. In certain cases this is evidently so, the throwing of certain functional brain tracts out of gear with others, so as to dissociate their consciousness from that of the remaining brain, throws them out for both sensorial and ideational service. M. Janet proved in various ways that what his patients forgot when anesthetic they remembered and the sensibility returned. For instance, he restored their tactile sense temporarily by means of electric currents, passes, etc. And then made them handle various objects, such as keys and pencils, or make particular movements, like the sign of the cross. The moment the anesthesia returned they found it impossible to recollect the objects or the acts. They had had nothing in their hands, they had done nothing, etc. The next day, however, sensibility being again restored by similar processes, they remembered perfectly the circumstance, and told what they had handled or had done. All these pathological facts are showing us that the sphere of possible recollection may be wider than we think, and that in certain matters apparent oblivion is no proof against possible recall under other conditions. They give no countenance, however, to the extravagant opinion that nothing we experience can be absolutely forgotten. In real life, in spite of occasional surprises, most of what happens actually is forgotten. The only reasons for supposing that if the conditions were forthcoming everything would revive are of a transcendental sort. Sir William Hamilton quotes and adopts them from the German writer Schmid. Knowledge being a spontaneous self-energy on the part of the mind. This energy being once determined, it is natural that it should persist, until again annihilated by other causes. This, annihilation, would be the case, were the mind merely passive. But the mental activity, the act of knowledge, of which I now speak, is more than this. It is an energy of the self-active power of a subject one and indivisible, consequently a part of the ego must be detached or annihilated, if a cognition once existent be again extinguished. Hence it is that the problem most difficult of solution is not, how a mental activity endures, but how it ever vanishes. Those whom such an argument persuades may be left happy with their belief. Other positive argument there is none certainly of a physiological sort. When memory begins to decay, proper names are what go first, and at all times proper names are harder to recollect than those of general properties and classes of things. This seems due to the fact that common qualities and names have contracted an infinitely greater number of associations in our mind than the names of most of the persons whom we know. Their memory is better organized. Proper names as well organized as those of our family and friends are recollected as well as those of any other objects. Organization means numerous associations, and the more numerous the associations, the greater the number of paths of recall. For the same reason adjectives, conjunctions, prepositions, and the cardinal verbs, those words, in short, which form the grammatical framework of all our speech, are the very last to decay. Kussmaul makes the following acute remark on this subject. The concreter a conception is, the sooner is its name forgotten. This is because our ideas of persons and things are less strongly bound up with their names than with such abstractions as their business, their circumstances, their qualities. We easily can imagine persons and things without their names, the sensorial image of them being more important than that other symbolic image, their name. Abstract conceptions, on the other hand, are only acquired by means of the words which alone serve to confer stability upon them. This is why verbs, adjectives, pronouns, and still more adverbs, prepositions, and conjunctions are more intimately connected with our thinking than our substantives. The disease called aphasia, of which a little was said in, has let in a flood of light on the phenomenon of memory, by showing the number of ways in which the use of a given object, like a word, may be lost by the mind. We may lose our acoustic idea or our articulatory idea of it, neither without the other will give us proper command of the word. And if we have both, but have lost the paths of association between the brain centers which support the two, we are in as bad a plight. Ataxic and amnesic aphasia, word deafness, and associative aphasia, are all practical losses of word memory. We have thus, as M. Ribot says, not memory so much as memories. The visual, the tactile, the muscular, the auditory memory may all vary independently of each other in the same individual, and different individuals may have them developed in different degrees. As a rule, a man's memory is good in the departments in which his interest is strong, but those departments are apt to be those in which his discriminative sensibility is high. A man with a bad ear is not likely to have practically a good musical memory, or a purblind person to remember visual appearances well. In a later chapter we shall see illustrations of the differences in men's imagining power. It is obvious that the machinery of memory must be largely determined thereby. Mr. Galton, in his work on English Men of Science, has given a very interesting collation of cases showing individual variations in the type of memory, where it is strong. Some have it verbal. Others have it good for facts and figures, others for form. Most say that what is to be remembered must first be rationally conceived and assimilated. There is an interesting fact connected with remembering, which, so far as I know, Mr. R. Verdon was the first writer expressly to call attention to. We can set our memory as it were to retain things for a certain time, and then let them depart. Individuals often remember clearly and well up to the time when they have to use their knowledge, and then, when it is no longer required, there follows a rapid and extensive decay of the traces. Many schoolboys forget their lessons after they have said them, many barristers forget details got up for a particular case. Thus a boy learns 30 lines of Homer, says them perfectly, and then forgets them so that he could not say 5 consecutive lines the next morning, and a barrister may be 1 week learned in the mysteries of making cogwheels. But in the next he may be well acquainted with the anatomy of the ribs instead. The rationale of this fact is obscure, and the existence of it ought to make us feel how truly subtle are the nervous processes which memory involves. Mr. Verdon adds that when the use of a record is withdrawn, and attention withdrawn from it, and we think no more about it, we know that we experience a feeling of relief, and we may thus conclude that energy is in some way liberated. If the attention is not withdrawn, so that we keep the record in mind, we know that this feeling of relief does not take place. Also we are well aware, not only that after this feeling of relief takes place, the record does not seem so well conserved as before, but that we have real difficulty in attempting to remember it. This shows that we are not as entirely unconscious of a topic as we think, during the time in which we seem to be merely retaining its subject to recall. Practically, says Mr. Verdon, we sometimes keep a matter in hand not exactly by attending to it, but by keeping our attention referred to something connected with it from time to time. Translating this into the language of physiology, we mean that by referring attention to a part within, or closely connected with, the system of traces, paths, required to be remembered, we keep it well fed. So that the traces are preserved with the utmost delicacy. This is perhaps as near as we can get to an explanation. Setting the mind to remember a thing involves a continual minimal irradiation of excitement into paths which lead thereto, involves the continued presence of the thing in the fringe of our consciousness. Letting the thing go involves withdrawal of the irradiation, unconsciousness of the thing, and, after a time, obliteration of the paths. A curious peculiarity of our memory is that things are impressed better by active than by passive repetition. I mean that in learning by heart, for example, when we almost know the piece, it pays better to wait and recollect by an effort from within, than to look at the book again. If we recover the words in the former way, we shall probably know them the next time, if in the latter way, we shall very likely need the hook once more. Figure 46. The learning by heart means the formation of paths from a former set to a later set of cerebral word processes. Call 1 and 2 in the diagram the processes in question. Then when we remember by inward effort, the path is formed by discharge from 1 to 2, just as it will afterwards be used. But when we excite 2 by the eye, although the path 1, 2 doubtless is then shot through also, the phenomenon which we are discussing shows that the direct discharge from 1 into 2, unaided by the eyes, plows the deeper and more permanent groove. There is, moreover, a greater amount of tension accumulated in the brain before the discharge from 1 to 2, when the latter takes place unaided by the eye. This is proved by the general feeling of strain in the effort to remember 2. And this also ought to make the discharge more violent and the path more deep. A similar reason doubtless accounts for the familiar fact that we remember our own theories, our own discoveries, combinations, inventions, in short whatever ideas originate in our own brain. 1,000 times better than exactly similar things which are communicated to us from without. A word, in closing, about the metaphysics involved in remembering. According to the assumptions of this book, thoughts accompany the brain's workings, and those thoughts are cognitive of realities. The whole relation is one which we can only write down empirically, confessing that no glimmer of explanation of it is yet in sight. That brains should give rise to a knowing consciousness at all, this is the one mystery which returns, no matter of what sort the consciousness and of what sort the knowledge may be. Sensations, aware of mere qualities, involve the mystery as much as thoughts, aware of complex systems, involve it. To the Platonizing tradition in philosophy, however, this is not so. Sensational consciousness is something quasi-material, hardly cognitive, which one need not much wonder at. Relating consciousness is quite the reverse, and the mystery of it is unspeakable. Professor Ladd, for example, in his usually excellent book, after well showing the matter-of-fact dependence of retention and reproduction on brain paths, says, in the study of perception psychophysics can do much towards a scientific explanation. It can tell what qualities of stimuli produce certain qualities of sensations, it can suggest a principle relating the quantity of the stimuli to the intensity of the sensation. It can investigate the laws under which, by combined action of various excitations, the sensations are combined, into presentations of sense. It can show how the time relations of the sensations and percepts in consciousness correspond to the objective relations in time of the stimulations. But for that spiritual activity which actually puts together in consciousness the sensations, it cannot even suggest the beginning of a physical explanation. Moreover, no cerebral process can be conceived of, which, in case it were known to exist, could possibly be regarded as a fitting basis for this unifying actus of mind. Thus also, and even more emphatically, must we insist upon the complete inability of physiology to suggest an explanation for conscious memory, in so far as it is memory, that is, in so far as it most imperatively calls for explanation. The very essence of the act of memory consists in the ability to say, this after-image is the image of a percept I had a moment since. Or this image of memory is the image of the percept I had at a certain time, I do not remember precisely how long since. It would, then, be quite contrary to the facts to hold that, when an image of memory appears in consciousness, it is recognized as belonging to a particular original percept on account of its perceived resemblance to this percept. The original percept does not exist and will never be reproduced. Even more palpably false and absurd would it be to hold that any similarity of the impressions or processes in end organs or central organs explains the act of conscious memory. Consciousness knows nothing of such similarity, knows nothing even of the existence of nervous impressions and processes. Moreover, we could never know two impressions or processes that are separated in time to be similar, without involving the same inexplicable act of memory. It is a fact of consciousness on which all possibility of connected experience and of recorded and cumulative human knowledge is dependent that certain phases or products of consciousness appear with a claim to stand for, to represent, past experiences to which they are regarded as in some respect similar. It is this peculiar claim in consciousness which constitutes the essence of an act of memory. It is this which makes the memory wholly inexplicable as a mere persistence or recurrence of similar impressions. It is this which makes conscious memory a spiritual phenomenon, the explanation of which, as arising out of nervous processes and conditions, is not simply undiscovered in fact, but utterly incapable of approach by the imagination. When, then, we speak of a physical basis of memory, recognition must be made of the complete inability of science to suggest any physical process which can be conceived of as correlated with that peculiar and mysterious actus of the mind, connecting its present and its past, which constitutes the essence of memory. This passage seems to me characteristic of the reigning halfway modes of thought. It puts the difficulties in the wrong places. At one moment it seems to admit with the cruder sensationalists that the material of our thoughts is independent sensations reproduced, and that the putting together of these sensations would be knowledge, if it could only be brought about. The only mystery being as to the what, actus, can bring it about. At another moment it seems to contend that even this sort of combining would not be knowledge, because certain of the elements connected must claim to represent or stand for past originals, which is incompatible with their being mere images revived. The result is various confused and scattered mysteries and unsatisfied intellectual desires. But why not pool our mysteries into one great mystery, the mystery that brain processes occasion knowledge at all? It is surely no different mystery to feel myself by means of one brain process writing at this table now, and by means of a different brain process a year hence to remember myself writing. All that psychology can do is to seek to determine what the several brain processes are, and this, in a wretchedly imperfect way, is what such writings as the present chapter have begun to do. But of images reproduced, and claiming to represent, and put together by a unifying actus, I have been silent, because such expressions either signify nothing, or they are only roundabout ways of simply saying that the past is known when certain brain conditions are fulfilled, and it seems to me that the straightest and shortest way of saying that is the best. For a history of opinion about memory, and other bibliographic references, I must refer to the admirable little monograph on the subject by Mr. W. H. Burnham in the American Journal of Psychology, Volumes I and II. Useful books are, D. K.'s Memory, What It Is, and How to Improve It, 1888, and F. Foth's Das Gedächtnis, Studie zu einer Pädagogik, etc., 1888. End of Volume 1. L'Homme l'Intelligence, page 32. Professor Richet has therefore no right to say, as he does in another place, Revue Philosophique, 21, 570, without memory no conscious sensation, without memory no consciousness. All he is entitled to say is, without memory no consciousness known outside of itself. Of the sort of consciousness that is an object for later states, and becomes as it were permanent, he gives a good example. Who of us, alas, has not experienced a bitter and profound grief, the immense laceration caused by the death of some cherished fellow being? Well, in these great griefs the present endures neither for a minute, for an hour, nor for a day, but for weeks and months. The memory of the cruel moment will not efface itself from consciousness. It disappears not, but remains living, present, coexisting with the multitude of other sensations which are juxtaposed in consciousness alongside of this one persistent emotion which is felt always in the present tense. A long time is needed ere we can attain to forgetting it, ere we can make it enter into the past. Haeret lateri latalis arundo. Ibid. 583. This is the primary positive afterimage. According to Helmholtz, 1/3 of a second is the most favorable length of exposure to the light for producing it. Longer exposure, complicated by subsequent admission of light to the eye, results in the ordinary negative and complementary afterimages, with their changes, which may, if the original impression was brilliant and the fixation long, last for many minutes. Fechner gives the name of memory afterimages, Psychophysic, 2, 492, to the instantaneous positive effects, and distinguishes them from ordinary afterimages by the following characters. 1. Their originals must have been attended to. Only such parts of a compound original as have been attended to appearing. This is not the case in common visual afterimages. 2. The strain of attention towards them is inward, as in ordinary remembering, not outward, as in observing a common afterimage. 3. A short fixation of the original is better for the memory afterimage, a long one for the ordinary afterimage. 4. The colors of the memory afterimage are never complementary of those of the original. Hermans HDBCH 2, 2. 282. Reverend Philos. 562. Richet says, the present has a certain duration, a variable duration, sometimes a rather long one, which comprehends all the time occupied by the after-reverberation, retentissement, afterimage, of a sensation. For example, If the reverberation of an electric shock within our nerves lasts 10 minutes, for that electric shock there is a present of 10 minutes. On the other hand, a feebler sensation will have a shorter present. But in every case, for a conscious sensation, I should say for a remembered sensation, to occur, there must be a present of a certain duration, of a few seconds at least. We have seen in the last chapter that it is hard to trace the backward limits of this immediately intuited duration, or specious present. The figures which M. Richer supposes appear to be considerably too large. Cf. Fechner, Psychophysic, 2, 499. The primary afterimage itself cannot be utilized if the stimulus is too brief. Mr. Cattell found, Psychologische Studien, 3, page 93 ff, that the color of a light must fall upon the eye for a period varying from 0.00275 to 0.006 of a second, in order to be recognized for what it is. Letters of the alphabet and familiar words require from 0.00075 to 0.00175 seconds. Truly an interval extremely short. Some letters, E for example, are harder than others. In 1871 Helmholtz and Bakst had ascertained that when an impression was immediately followed by another, the latter quenched the former and prevented it from being known to later consciousness. The first stimulus was letters of the alphabet, the second a bright white disk. With an interval of 0.0048 seconds, between the two excitations, I copy here the abstract in Ladd's Physiological Psychology, p. 480, the disk appeared as scarcely a trace of a weak shimmer, with an interval of 0.0096 seconds, letters appeared in the shimmer, one or two which could be partially recognized when the interval increased to 0.0144 seconds. When the interval was made 0.0192 seconds the objects were a little more clearly discerned, at 0.00336 seconds for letters could be well recognized, at 0.0432 seconds, 5 letters, and at 0.0528 seconds all the letters could be read. Pfluger's Archive, 4, 325 ff. When the past is recalled symbolically or conceptually only, it is true that no such copy need be there. In no sort of conceptual knowledge is it requisite that definitely resembling images be there, cfff. But as all conceptual knowledge stands for intuitive knowledge, and terminates therein, I abstract from this complication, and confine myself to those memories in which the past is directly imaged in the mind, or, as we say, intuitively known. E.g. Spencer, Psychology, I, page 448. How do the believers in the sufficiency of the image formulate the cases where we remember that something did not happen, that we did not wind our watch, did not lock the door, etc.? It is very hard to account for these memories of omission. The image of winding the watch is just as present to my mind now when I remember that I did not wind it as if I remembered that I did. It must be a difference in the mode of feeling the image which leads me to such different conclusions in the two cases. When I remember that I did wind it, I feel it grown together with its associates of past date and place. When I remember that I did not, it keeps aloof, the associates fuse with each other, but not with it. This sense of fusion, of the belonging together of things, is a most subtle relation, the sense of non-fusion is an equally subtle one. Both relations demand most complex mental processes to know them, processes quite different from that mere presence or absence of an image which does such service in the cruder books. Psychologia Empirica, section 174. Analysis, I, 330-1. Mill believed that the various things remembered, the self included, enter consciousness in the form of separate ideas, but so rapidly that they are all clustered into one. Ideas called up in close conjunction. Assume, even when there is the greatest complexity, the appearance, not of many ideas, but of 1 inch, volume 1, page 123. This mythology does not impair the accuracy of his description of memory's object. Compare, however, chapter 9. Professor Bain adds, in a note to this passage of Mill's, this process seems best expressed by laying down a law of compound or composite association. under which a plurality of feeble links of connection may be a substitute for one powerful and self-sufficing link. Analysis, Chapter 10. H. Maudsley, The Physiology of Mind, London, 1876, page 513. The only fact which might plausibly be alleged against this view is the familiar one that we may feel the lapse of time in an experience so monotonous that its earlier portions can have no associates different from its later ones. Sit with closed eyes, for example, and steadily pronounce some vowel sound, thus, thinking only of the sound. Nothing changes during the time occupied by the experiment, and yet at the end of it you know that its beginning was far away. I think, however, that a close attention to what happens during this experiment shows that it does not violate in the least the conditions of recall laid down in the text. And that if the moment to which we mentally hark back lie many seconds behind the present instant, it always has different associates by which we define its date. Thus it was when I had just breathed out, or in. Or it was the first moment of the performance, the one preceded by silence, or it was one very close to that, or it was one when we were looking forward instead of back, as now. Or it is simply represented by a number and conceived symbolically with no definite image of its date. It seems to me that I have no really intuitive discrimination of the different past moments after the experience has gone on some little time. But that back of the specious present they all fuse into a single conception of the kind of thing that has been going on, with a more or less clear sense of the total time it has lasted. This latter being based on an automatic counting of the successive pulses of thought by which the process is from moment to moment recognized as being always the same. Within the few seconds which constitute the specious present there is an intuitive perception of the successive moments. But these moments, of which we have a primary memory image, are not properly recalled from the past, our knowledge of them is in no way analogous to a memory properly so called. Cf. Supra. On Intelligence, I, 258-9. Not that mere native tenacity will make a man great. It must be coupled with great passions and great intellect besides. Imbeciles sometimes have extraordinary desultory memory. Drobisch describes, Empirisch Psychol, p. 95, the case of a young man whom he examined. He had with difficulty been taught to read and speak. But if 2 or 3 minutes were allowed him to peruse an octavo page, he then could spell the single words out from his memory as well as if the book lay open before him. That there was no deception I could test by means of a new Latin law dissertation which had just come into my hands, which he never could have seen, and of which both subject and language were unknown to him. He read off, mentally, many lines, skipping about 2 of the page which had been given him to see, no worse than if the experiment had been made with a child's story. Drobisch describes this case as if it were one of unusual persistence in the visual image, primary memory, vide Supra, page 643. But he adds that the youth remembered his pages a long time. In the Journal of Speculative Philosophy for Jan. 1871, 6 is an account by Mr. W. D. Henkel, together with the stock classic examples of preternatural memory, of an almost blind Pennsylvania farmer who could remember the day of the week on which any date had fallen for 42 years past, and also the kind of weather it was. And what he was doing on each of more than 15,000 days. Pity that such a magnificent faculty as this could not have found more worthy application. What these cases show is that the mere organic retentiveness of a man need bear no definite relation to his other mental powers. Men of the highest general powers will often forget nothing, however insignificant. One of the most generally accomplished men I know has a memory of this sort. He never keeps written note of anything, yet is never at a loss for a fact which he has once heard. He remembers the old addresses of all his New York friends, living in numbered streets, addresses which they themselves have long since moved away from and forgotten. He says that he should probably recognize an individual fly, if he had seen him 30 years previous. He is, by the way, an entomologist. As an instance of his desultory memory, he was introduced to a certain colonel at a club. The conversation fell upon the signs of age in man. The colonel challenged him to estimate his age. He looked at him, and gave the exact day of his birth, to the wonder of all. But the secret of this accuracy was that, having picked up some days previously an army register, he had idly turned over its list of names, with dates of birth, graduation, promotions, etc. attached, and when the colonel's name was mentioned to him at the club, these figures, on which he had not bestowed a moment's thought, involuntarily surged up in his mind. Such a memory is of course a priceless boon. Cf. Ebbinghaus, Über das Gedächtnis, 1885, pages 67, 45. One may hear a person say, I have a very poor memory, because I was never systematically made to learn poetry at school. How to strengthen the memory? Or, the natural and scientific methods of never forgetting. By M. H. Holbrook, M.D. New York, no date. Page 39. Op. Cit. page 100. In order to test the opinion so confidently expressed in the text, I have tried to see whether a certain amount of daily training in learning poetry by heart will shorten the time it takes to learn an entirely different kind of poetry. During 8 successive days I learned 158 lines of Victor Hugo's Satyr. The total number of minutes required for this was 131 5/6. It should be said that I had learned nothing by heart for many years. I then, working for 20-odd minutes daily, learned the entire first book of Paradise Lost, occupying 38 days in the process. After this training I went back to Victor Hugo's poem, and found that 158 additional lines, divided exactly as on the former occasion, took me 151.5 minutes. In other words, I committed my Victor Hugo to memory before the training at the rate of a line in 50 seconds, after the training at the rate of a line in 57 seconds, just the opposite result from that which the popular view would lead one to expect. But as I was perceptibly fagged with other work at the time of the second batch of Victor Hugo, I thought that might explain the retardation, so I persuaded several other persons to repeat the test. Drive W. H. Burnham learned 16 lines of In Memoriam for 8 days, time, 14 to 17 minutes, daily average 14 3/4. He then trained himself on Schiller's translation of the second book of the Aeneid into German, 16 lines daily for 26 consecutive days. On returning to the same quantity of In Memoriam again, he found his maximum time 20 minutes, minimum 10, average 14 27/48. As he feared the outer conditions might not have been as favorable this time as the first, he waited a few days and got conditions as near as possible identical. The result was, minimum time 8 minutes, maximum 19.5, average 14 3/48. Mr. E. S. Drown tested himself on Virgil for 16 days, then again for 16 days, after training himself on Scott. Average time before training, 13 minutes 26 seconds, after training, 12 minutes 16 seconds. 16 days is too long for the test, it gives time for training on the test verse. Mr. C. H. Baldwin took 10 lines for 15 days as his test, trained himself on 450 lines of an entirely different verse, and then took 15 days more of the former verse 10 lines a day. Average result, 3 minutes 41 seconds before, 3 minutes 2 seconds after, training. Same criticism as before. Mr. E. A. Pease tested himself on Idylls of the King, and trained himself on Paradise Lost. Average result of 6 days each time, 14 minutes 34 seconds before, 14 minutes 55 seconds after, training. Mr. Burnham having suggested that to eliminate facilitating effect entirely from the training verses one ought to test one's self à la Ebbinghaus on series of nonsense syllables, having no analogy whatever with any system of expressive verses. I induced 2 of my students to perform that experiment also. The record is unfortunately lost, but the result was a very considerable shortening of the average time of the second series of nonsense syllables, learned after training. This seems to me, however, more to show the effects of rapid habituation to the nonsense verses themselves than those of the poetry used between them. But I mean to prosecute the experiments farther, and will report in another place. One of my students having quoted a clergyman of his acquaintance who had marvelously improved by practice his power of learning his sermons by heart, I wrote to the gentleman for corroboration. I append his reply, which shows that the increased facility is due rather to a change in his methods of learning than to his native retentiveness having grown by exercise. As for memory, mine has improved year by year, except when in ill health. Like a gymnast's muscle. Before 20 it took 3 or 4 days to commit an hour-long sermon, after 20, 2 days, 1 day, half a day, and now one slow analytic, very attentive or adhesive reading does it. But memory seems to me the most physical of intellectual powers. Bodily ease and freshness have much to do with it. Then there is a great difference of facility in method. I used to commit sentence by sentence. Now I take the idea of the whole, then its leading divisions, then its subdivisions, then its sentences. E. Pick, Memory and Its Doctors, 1888, page 7. This system is carried out in great detail in a book called Memory Training, by William L. Evans, 1889. Paulhan, L'activite Mental, et les Elements de l'Esprit, 1889. Page 70. On Intelligence, I, 77-82. Psychology, section 201. Professor Hofting considers that the absence of contiguous associates distinctly thought of is a proof that associative processes are not concerned in these cases of instantaneous recognition where we get a strong sense of familiarity with the object, but no recall of previous time or place. His theory of what happens is that the object before us, A, comes with a sense of familiarity whenever it awakens a slumbering image, A, of its own past self, whilst without this image it seems unfamiliar. The quality of familiarity is due to the coalescence of the two similar processes A plus A in the brain, Psychology, page 188, Wirtlich. F. Wyss. Phil, 13, 432. This explanation is a very tempting one where the phenomenon of recognition is reduced to its simplest terms. Experiments have been performed in Wundt's laboratory by Messrs. Wolf, see below, and Lehmann, Philosophische Studien, v. 96, in which a person had to tell out of several closely resembling sensible impressions, sounds, tints of color, presented, which of them was the same with one presented a moment before. And it does seem here as if the fading process in the just excited tract must combine with the process of the new impression to give to the latter a peculiar subjective tinge which should separate it from the impressions which the other objects give. But recognition of this immediate sort is beyond our power after a very short time has intervened. A couple of minutes' interval is generally fatal to it, so that it is impossible to conceive that our frequent instantaneous recognition of a face, e.g., as having been met before, takes place by any such simple process. Where we associate a head of classification with the object, the time interval has much less effect. Dar. Lehmann could identify shades of gray much more successfully and permanently after mentally attaching names or numbers to them. Here it is the recall of the contiguous associate, the number or name, which brings about the recognition. Where an experience is complex, each element of the total object has had the other elements for its past contiguous associates. Each element thus tends to revive the other elements from within, at the same time that the outward object is making them revive from without. We have thus, whenever we meet a familiar object, that sense of expectation gratified which is so large a factor in our aesthetic emotions. And even were there no fringe of tendency toward the arousal of extrinsic associates, which there certainly always is, still this intrinsic play of mutual association among the parts would give a character of ease to familiar percepts which would make of them a distinct subjective class. A process fills its old bed in a different way from that in which it makes a new bed. One can appeal to introspection for proof. When, for example, I go into a slaughterhouse into which I once went years ago, and the horrid din of the screaming hog strikes me with the overpowering sense of identification, when the blood-stained face of the sticker, whom I had long ceased to think of, is immediately recognized as the face that struck me so before. When the dingy and reddened woodwork, the purple flowing floor, the smell, the emotion of disgust, and all the details, in a word, forthwith re-establish theme elves as familiar occupants of my mind. The extraneous associates of the pastime are anything but prominent. Again, in trying to think of an engraving, say the portrait of Raja Brooke prefixed to his biography, I can do so only partially. But when I take down the book and, looking at the actual face, am smitten with the intimate sense of its sameness with the one I was striving to resuscitate, wherein the experience is the element of extrinsic association. In both these cases it surely feels as if the moment and the sense of recall is most vivid were also the moment when all extraneous associates were most suppressed. The butcher's face recalls the former walls of the shambles. Their thought recalls the groaning beasts, and they the face again, just as I now experience them, with no different past ingredient. In like manner the peculiar deepening of my consciousness of the Raja's physiognomy at the moment when I open the book and say, "Ah! That's the very face," is so intense as to banish from my mind all collateral circumstances, whether of the present or of former experiences. But here it is the nose preparing tracks for the eye preparing them for the mouth preparing them for the nose again, all these processes involving paths of contiguous association, as defended in the text. I cannot agree, therefore, with Professor Hofting, in spite of my respect for him as a psychologist, that the phenomenon of instantaneous recognition is only explicable through the recall and comparison of the thing with its own past image. Nor can I see in the facts in question any additional ground for reinstating the general notion which we have already rejected, supra, that a sensation is ever received into the mind by an image of its own past self. It is received by contiguous associates, or if they form too faint a fringe, its neural currents run into a bed which is still warm from just previous currents, and which consequently feel different from currents whose bed is cold. I agree, however, with Hofting that Dr. Lehmann's experiments, many of them, do not seem to prove the point which he seeks to establish. Lehmann, indeed, seems himself to believe that we recognize a sensation by comparing it with its own past image alpha, Locke Sit page 114, in which opinion I altogether fail to concur. Duality of the Mind, page 84. The same thesis is defended by the late Mr. R. H. Proctor, who gives some cases rather hard to reconcile with my own proposed explanation, in Knowledge for November 8, 1884. See also Ribot, Maladies de la Mémoire, page 149 ff. Zeitcher. F. Volker Psychology U.S. W. B.D. v. page 146. Über das Gedächtnis, Experimentelle Untersuchungen, 1885, page 64. Ibid, section 23. Op. Cit. page 103. All the inferences for which we can give no articulate reasons exemplify this law. In the chapter on perception we shall have innumerable examples of it. A good pathological illustration of it is given in the curious observations of M. Binet on certain hysterical subjects, with anesthetic hands, who saw what was done with their hands as an independent vision but did not feel it. The hand being hidden by a screen, the patient was ordered to look at another screen and to tell of any visual image which might project itself thereon. Numbers would then come, corresponding to the number of times the insensible member was raised, touched, etc. Colored lines and figures would come, corresponding to similar ones traced on the palm. The hand itself, or its fingers, would come when manipulated, and, finally, objects placed in it would come, but on the hand itself nothing could ever be felt. The whole phenomenon shows how an idea which remains itself below the threshold of a certain conscious self may occasion associative effects therein. The skin sensations, unfelt by the patient's primary consciousness, awaken, nevertheless, their usual visual associates therein. I copy from the abstract of Wolff's paper in Science for November 19, 1886. The original is in Psychologische Studien, 3, 534 ff. Essay conc Human Understanding, 2, x. 5. Th. Ribot, Les Maladies de la Mémoire, page 46. Biographia Literaria, ed. 1847, I. 117, quoted in Carpenter's Mental Physiology, chapter 10, which see for a number of other cases, all unfortunately deficient, like this one, in the evidence of exact verification which psychical research demands. Compare also Th. Ribot, Diseases of Memory, chapter 4. The knowledge of foreign words, etc., reported in trance mediums, etc., may perhaps often be explained by exaltation of memory. An hysteroepileptic girl, whose case I quoted in Proc. of A.M. SOC. For psychical research, automatically writes an Ingoldsby legend, in several cantos, which her parents say she had never read. Of course she must have read or heard it, but perhaps never learned it. Of some macaronic Latin-English verses about a sea serpent which her hand also wrote unconsciously, I have vainly sought the original, see Proc. etc., page 553. Lectures on Metaph, 2, 212. Cf. on this point J. Delboeuf, Le Sommel et les Rêves, 1885, page 119 ff. R. Verdun, Forgetfulness, in Mind, 2, 437. CFA, Maury, Le Sommel et les Rêves, page 442. Storingen der Sprache, quoted by Ribot, Les Maladies de l'âme, page 133. Op. Cit. chapter 3. Those who have a good memory for figures are in general those who know best how to handle them, that is, those who are most familiar with their relations to each other and to things. A. Maury, Le Sommel et les Rêves, page 443. pp. 107-121. For other examples see Hamilton's Lectures, 2, 219, and A. Huber, Das Gedächtnis, page 36 ff. Mind, 2, 449. Physiological Psychology, pt. 2, chapter 10, section 23. Why not say no, W. J. Index. X. Y. Authors the titles only of whose works are cited are not, as a rule, referred to in this index. Abbott, T. K. 2. 221. Abstract Ideas, I. 2. 48. Abstract Qualities, 2. 329-37, 340. Abstraction, I. 2. 346 ff. C. Accommodation, Feeling of, 2. 93, 235. Acquaintance, I. Acquired Characters, C. Acquisitiveness, 2. 422, 679. Actors, Their Emotions whilst Playing, 2. 464. Adaptation of mind to environment results in our knowing the impressing circumstances, 2. 625 ff. Aesthetic Principles, 2. 639, 672. Afterimages, I. 2. 67, 200, 604. Agoraphobia, 2. 421. Agraphia, I. Alfieri, 2. 543. Allen, G. I. 2. 631. Alteration of one impression by another one simultaneously taking place, 2. 28 ff. 201. Alternating personality, I. ff. Ambiguity of optical sensations, 2. 231-7. Amidon, I. Amnesia in hysterical disease, I. ff. Accompanies anesthesia. In hypnotic trance, 2. 602. C. Amputated limbs, feeling of, 2. 38-9, 105. Anesthesia, in hysterics, I. ff. Involves correlated amnesia. Movements executed during, 2. 105, 489-92, 520-1. And emotion, 455-6. In hypnotism, 606-9. Analogies, the perception of, I. Analysis, I, 2. 344. Anger, 2. 409, 460, 478. Aphasia, motor, I. Sensory, I. Optical, I. Amnesia in, 2. 58. Apperception, 2. 107 ff. Apperception, transcendental unity of, I. Appropriateness, characterizes mental acts, I. Apraxia, I. A priori connections exist only between objects of perception and movements, not between sensory ideas, 2. 581. A priori ideas and experience, Chapter 28. A priori propositions, 2. 661-5. Archer, W. 2. 464. Arithmetic, 2. 654. Articular sensibility, 2. 189 ff. Association. Is not of ideas, but of things thought of, I. Examples of, ff. Its rapidity, ff. By contiguity. Elementary law of. Mixed association. Conditions of, ff. By similarity. Three kinds of association compared. Involuntary thought. By contrast. History of the doctrine of. Association, the means of localization, 2. 158 ff. Connection of association by similarity with reasoning, 345 ff. Associationism, I. Associationist theory of the self, I, ff. Of space perception, 2. 271 ff. Asymbolia, I. Attention, to how many things possible, I, ff. To simultaneous sight and sound, ff. Its varieties. Passive. Voluntary, ff. Its effects, ff. Its influence on reaction time. Accompanied by feelings of tension due to adaptation of sense organs. Involves imagination or preperception of object. Conceivable as a mere effect, ff. Aubert, H. 2. 235. Auditory center in brain, I. Auditory type of imagination, 2. 60. Ausfallserskinen, I. Automatic writing, I, ff. Austin, Jane, I. Automaton theory. Postulated rather than proved, I. Reasons against it. Applied to attention. Disregarded in this book, 2. 583. Awesome, Dr., I. Babe and Candle, Scheme of, I. Baby's First Perception, 2. 884. His Early Instinctive Movements, 404 ff. Bear, Vaughan, I. Badgett, W. I. 2. 283, 308. Bain, On Series Conscious of Itself, I. On Self-Esteem. On Self-Love. On Attention. On Association, 2. 6, 12, 69, 186, 271, 282, 296, 319, 322, 372-3, 463, 466, 551, 554-5. Ballard, I. Balzac, I. Bartels, I. Bastian, H. C. 2. 488. Bauman, 2. 409. Baxt, I. Bonis, E. 2. 492. Bechtereau, I. Belief, Chapter 21. Insensations, 2. 299 ff. In Objects of Emotion, 306 ff. In Theories, 311 ff. And Will, 319. C. Bell, C. 2. 483, 492. Bergson, J. 2. 609. Berkeley, I. 2. 43, 49, 77, 212, 240, 666. Bernhard, 2. 502. Bernheim, I. Bertrand, A. 2. 518. Bessel, I. Binet, A. I. ff. 2. 71, 74, 128 ff. 130, 167, 491, 520. Black, R. W. 2. 339. Bleak, 2. 358. Blind, Their Space Perception, 2. 202 ff. After Restoration to Sight, 211 to 2. Hallucination of a Blind Man, 323. Dreams of the, 44. Blindness, Mental, I. C, etc. Blix, 2. 170. Block, 2. 515. Blood, Its Exciting Effect on the Nerves, 2. 412 to 3. Blood, B. P. 2. 284. Blood Supply to Brain, I. Bourne, A. I. Buru, Dr. I. Bowditch, H. P. His Reaction Timer, I. On Contrast in Scene Motion, 2. 247. On Knee Jerk, 380. Comparison of Touch and Sight, 520. Bowen, F. I. Bown, B. P. On Knowledge, I. Bradley, F. H. I. 2. 7, 9, 284, 648. Brain, Its Functions, Chapter 2. Of Frog, I. Of Dog. Of Monkey. Of Man. Lower centers compared with hemispheres. Circulation in. Instability. Its connection with mind. Entire brain not a real physical fact. Its changes as subtle as those of thought. Its dying vibrations operative in producing consciousness. Influence of environment upon it, ff. Brain process, c. Brain structure, the two modes of its genesis, 2. 624. Brentano, I. Bridgman, Laura, 2. 62, 358, 420. Broca's Convolution, I. Broadhun, I. Brown, Dawes, I. 2. 271. Brown Sequard, I. 2. 695. Brutes, The Intellect of, 2. 348 ff. Buck, R. M. 2. 460. Bubnoff, I. Burke, 2. 464. Burnham, W. H. I. Burett, Dr. I. Caird, E. I. 2. ff. Commel, A. 2. 524. Campanella, 2. 464. Campbell, G. I. Cardalic, I. Carlyle, T. I. Carpenter, W. B. On Formation of Habits, I. Ethical Remarks on Habit. Mistakes in Speech. Lapses of Memory. On Not Feeling Pain. On Ideomotor Action, 2. 522. Carville, I. Catalepsy, I. 2. 583. Cattell, On Reaction Time, I. On Recognition. On Attention. On association time, FF. Cause, consciousness I, 2. 583, 592. Centers, cortical, FF. Motor. Visual. Auditory. Olfactory. Gustatory. Tactile. Cerebral process, C. Cerebrum, C. Chadburn, PA, 2. 383. Characters, General, 2. 329 FF. Charcot, I, 2. 58, 596. Chloroform, I. Choice, C. Circulation in brain, I. Effects of sensory stimuli upon, 2. 374 FF. In grief, 443-4. Classic and romantic, 2. 469. Classifications, 2. 646. Clay, E.C.R.I. Cleanliness, 2. 434. Clearness, I. Clifford, I. Clouston, 2. 114, 284-5, 537, 539. Cobby, F. P. I. Cochlea, Theory of its Action, 2. 169. Cognition, C. Cohen, H. I. Coleridge, S. T. I. Collateral innervation, C. Comparison. Relations discovered by comparison have nothing to do with the time and space order of their terms, 2. 641. Mediate, 489, 644. C. Composition, of mind out of its elements, C. Differences due to, I. Kant, A. I. Conceivability, I. Conceptions. Defined, I. Their permanence, FF. Do not develop of themselves, FF. Abstract. Universal. Essentially teleological, 2. 332. Conceptual order different from perceptual, I. Concomitance, law of varying, I. Confusion, 2. 352. Consciousness, its seat, I. Its distribution. Its function of selection. Is personal in form. Is continuous. Of lack. Of self not essential. Of object comes first. Always partial and selective, FF, C. Of the process of thinking, FF. The span of. Consent, in willing, 2. 568. Considerations, I. Constructiveness, 2. 426. Contiguity, association by, I. Continuity of object of consciousness, I. Contrast, of colors, 2. 13-27. Of temperatures, 14. Two theories of, 17 FF, 245. Of movements, 245 FF. 250. Convolutions, motor, I. Cortex, of brain, experiments on, I, FF. Cramming, I. Credulity, our primitive, 2. 319. Cudworth, R, 2. 9. Q, the mental, 2. 497, 518. Cumberland, S, 2. 525. Curiosity, 2. 429. Chermak, 2. 170, 175. Darwin, C, 2. 432, 446, 479, 484, 678, 681-2-4. Darwinism, scholastic reputation of, 2. 670. Data, of psychology, I. Davidson, T. I. Deaf-mute's thought in infancy, I. Deafness, mental, I. C. Dean, S. I. Decision, 5 types of, 2. 531. Degenerations, descending in nerve centers, I. Delabar, E. 2. 13-27, 71. Delboeuf, J. I. 2. 100, 189, 249, 264, 605, 609, 612. Deliberation, 2. 528 ff. Delusions, insane, I. 2. 114 ff. Depth, C. Descartes, I. Destutt de Tracy, I. Determinism must be postulated by psychology, 2. 576. Dewey, J. I. Dichotomy in thinking, 2. 654. Dickens, C. I. Diets, I. Difference, not resolvable into composition, I. Noticed most between species of a genus. The magnitude of. Least discernible, ff. Methods for ascertaining, ff. Difference, local, 2. 167 ff. Genesis of our perception of, 642. Diffusion of movements, the law of, 2. 372. Dimension, 3rd, 2. 134 ff, 212 ff, 220. Dipsomania, 2. 543. Disbelief, 2. 284. Discrimination. Conditions which favor it, I. Improves by practice. Spatial, 2. 167 ff. C. Dissociation, I. Law of, by varying concomitants. Dissociation, ditto, 2. 345, 359. Dissociation, of one part of the mind from another, C. Distance, between terms of a series, I. Distance, in space, C. Distraction, I. C. Dizziness, C. Dog's cortical centers, after Ferrier, I. After Monk, I. After Luciani, I. For special muscles. Hemispheres ablated. Donaldson, 2. 170. Donders, 2. 235. Double images, 2. 225-30, 252. Doubt, 2. 284, 318 ff. The Mania of, 545. Dougal, J. D. 2. 222. Drainage of one brain cell by another, 2. 583 ff. Dreams, 2. 294. Drobish, I. Drunkard, 2. 565. Drunkenness, I. 2. 543, 565, 628. Dualism of object and knower, I. Duality, of brain, I. Dudley, A. T., on mental qualities of an athlete, 2. 539. Dufour, 2. 211. Dunan, Ch. 2. 176, 206, 208-9. Duration, the primitive object in time perception, I. Our estimate of short, ff. Dynamogeny, 2. 379 ff, 491. Ebbinghaus, H. I. Eccentric projection of sensations, 2. 31 ff, 195 ff. Education of hemispheres, I. C. Effort, 2. 534 to 7. Muscular effort, 562. Moral effort, 549, 561, 578 to 9. Egger, v. I. 2. 256. Ego, empirical, I. ff. Pure, ff. Transcendental. Criticized. Elementary factors of mind, c. Elsa's, I. Emerson, R. W. I. 2. 307. Emotion, Chapter 25. Continuous with instinct, 2. 442. Description of typical emotions, 443 to 9. Results from reflex effects of stimulus upon organism, 449 ff. Their classification, 454. In anesthetic subjects, 455. In the absence of normal stimulus, 458 to 60. Effects of expressing, 463 ff. Of repressing, 466. The subtler, 469 ff. The neural process in, 472. Differences in individuals, 474. Evolution of special emotions, 477 ff. Empirical ego, I. Empirical propositions, 2. 644. Emulation, 2. 409. Ennui, I. Entoptic sensations, I. ff. Equation, personal, I. Equilibration, direct and indirect, 2. 627. Essences, their meaning, 2. 329 ff. Sentimental and mechanical, 665. Essential qualities, c. Estel, I. Evolutionism demands a mind dust, I. Exner, on human cortical centers, I. On circumvallation of centers. His psychodometer. On reaction time. On perception of rapid succession. On attention. On time perception. On feeling of motion, 2. 172. Experience, I. Relation of experience to necessary judgments, Chapter 28. Experience defined, 2. 619 ff, 628. Experimentation in psychology, I. Extradition of sensations, 2. 31 ff, 195 ff. Fallacy, the psychologists, I. 2. 281. Familiarity, sense of, c. Fatalism, 2. 574. Fatigue, diminishes span of consciousness, I. Fear, instinct of, 2. 396, 415. The symptoms of, 446. Morbid, 460. Origin of, 478. Fechner, I. ff. 2. 50, 70, 137 ff, 178, 464. Feeling, synonym for consciousness in general in this book, I. Feelings of relation. Felida X, I. Fear, ch. 2. 68, 378 ff. Ferrier, D. I. 2. 503. Ferrier, Jazz, I. Fiat, of the Will, 2. 501, 526, 561, 564, 568. C. Fichte, I. Fick, I. Fisk, J. 2. 577. Fixed ideas. C. Flechsig's Pyramidenben, I. Flint, R. 2. 425. Flowerens, P. I. Force, supposed sense of, 2. 518. Forgetting, I. FF, 2. 870-1, C. Folie, A. 2. 500, 570. François Frank, I. Franklin, Mrs. C. L. 2. 94. Franz, Dr. 2. 63. Freedom, of the Will, 2. 569 ff. Fringe, of Object, I. Frogs' Nerve Centers, I. Fusion of Feelings Unintelligible, I. 2. 2, C. Fusion of Impressions into One Object, I. 2. 103, 183. Galton, F. I. On Mental Imagery, 2. 51-7. On Gregariousness, 430. General Propositions, What They Involve, 2. 337 ff. C. Genesis of Brain Structure, Its Two Modes, 2. 624. Genius, I. 2. 110, 352, 360. Gentleman, The Mind of the 2. 370. Geometry, 2. 658. Giddiness, C. Gilman, B. I. Glay, E. 2. 514-5, 525. Goldscheider, 2. 170, 192 ff, 200. Goltz, I. Gorilla, 2. 416. Graefe, A. 2. 507, 510. Grahe, I. Grassman, R. 2. 654. Gregariousness, 2. 430. Green, T. H. I. 2. 4, 10, 11. Grief, 2. 448, 480. Griesinger, W. 2. 298. Grubelsucht, 2. 284. Guinea pigs, epileptic, etc., 2. 682-7. Guislane, 2. 546. Gurney, E. I. 2. 117, 130, 469, 610. Giao, 2. 414, 469. Habit. Due to plasticity of brain matter, I. Depends on paths in nerve centers. Origination of. Mechanism of concatenated habits. They demand some sensation. Ethical and pedagogic maxims. Is the ground of association. Of memory. Habits may inhibit instincts, 2. 394. Habit accounts for one large part of our knowledge, 632. Hall, G. S. I. 2. 155, 247, 281, 423. Hallucination, sensation of veridical, 2. 33. Of lost limbs, 38, 105. Of emotional feeling, 459. Hallucinations, 2. 114 ff. Hypnagogic, 124. The brain process in, 122 ff. Hypnotic, 604. Hamilton, W. I. 2. 113. Hammond, E. 2. 673. Haploscopic method, 2. 226. Harless, 2. 497. Hartley, I. Hartmann, R. 2. 416. Hashish delirium, 2. 121. Hearing, its cortical center, I. Heat, of mental work, I. Hecker, 2. 480. Hegel, I. Heidenhain, I. Helmholtz, H. I. On attention. On discrimination. Time as a category. After images. On color contrast, 2. 17 ff. On sensation, 33. On cochlea, 170. On convergence of eyes, 200. Vision with inverted head, 213. On what marks a sensation, 218 ff, 243-4. On entoptic objects, 241-2. On contrast in scene movement, 247. On relief, 257. On measurement of the field of view, 266 ff. On theory of space perception, 279. On feeling of innervation, 493, 507, 510. On conservation of energy, 667. Hemiamblyopia, I. Hemianopsia, I, 2. 73. Hemispheres, their distinction from lower centers, I. Their education. Localization of function in. The exclusive seat of consciousness. Effects of deprivation of, on frogs. On fishes. On birds. On rodents. On dogs. On primates. Not devoid of connate paths. Their evolution from lower centers. Henley, J. 2. 445, 461, 481. Herbart, I. Hereditary transmission of acquired characters, C. Herring, E. On attention, I. On comparing weights. On pure sensation, 2. 4. On color contrast, 20 ff. On roomy character of sensations, 136 ff. On afterimages and convergence, 200. On distance of double images, 230. On stereoscopy, 252. On reproduction in vision, 260 ff. On movements of closed eye, 510. Herzen, I. On reaction time from a corn. On cerebral thermometry. On swooning. Hitzig, I. Hobbes, T. I. ff. Hodgson, R. I. Hodgson, S. H. On inertness of consciousness, I. On self. On conceptual order. On association, ff. On voluntary redintegration. On the present in time. Hofting, H. I. 2. 455. Holbrook, M. H. I. Holmes, O. W. I. Holtii, Vaughan, I. Horopter, 2. 226. Horsley, V. I. Horwich, I. Howe, S. G. 2. 358. Human intellect, compared with that of brute, 2. 348 ff. Depends on association by similarity, 353 ff. Various orders of, 360. What brain peculiarity it depends on, 366, 638. Hume, I. On personal identity. Association. Due to brain laws. On mental images, 2. 45-6. On belief, 295-6, 302. On pleasure and will, 558. Hunting instinct, 2. 411. Huxley, I. 2. 46. Hyatt, A. 2. 102. Hylozoism, C. Hyperesthesia, in hypnotism, 2. 609. Hypnotism, I, 2. 128, 351. General account of, Chapter 27. Methods, 2. 593. Theories of, 596. Symptoms of trance, 602 ff. Post-hypnotic suggestion, 618. Hysterics, their so-called anesthesias, and unconsciousness, IFF. Ideal objects, eternal and necessary relations between, 2. 639, 661. C. Ideas, the theory of, I. Confounded with objects. They do not exist as parts of our thought. Platonic. Abstract, FF. Universal, FF. Never come twice the same. Ideation, no distinct centers for, I, 2. 78. Identity, sense of, I. 3 principles of. Not the foundation of likeness. Identity, personal, I, FF. Based on ordinary judgment of sameness. Due to resemblance and continuity of our feelings. Lotzi on. Only relatively true. Ideomotor action, the type of all volition, 2. 522. Idiosyncrasy, 2. 631. Idomenians, 2. 214. Illusions, 2. 85 ff, 129, 232 ff, 243-66. C. Images, double, in vision, 2. 225-30. Images, mental, not lost in mental blindness, etc., I, 2. 73. Images, are usually vague, 2. 45. Visual, 51 ff. Auditory, 160. Motor, 61. Tactile, 165. Between sleep and waking, 124-6. Imagination, Chapter 18. It differs in individuals, 2. 51 ff. Sometimes leaves an afterimage, 67. The cerebral process of, 68 ff. Not locally distinct from that of sensation, 73. Is figured, 82. Imitation, 2. 408. Immortality, I. Impulses, morbid, 2. 542 ff. C. Impulsiveness of all consciousness, 2. 526 ff. Inattention, I, ff. Increase, serial, I. Indeterminism, 2. 569 ff. Ingersoll, R, 2. 469. Inheritance of acquired characters, 2. 367, 678 ff. Inhibition, I, 2. 126, 373. Of instincts, 391, 394. Of one cortical process by another, 583. Innervation, feeling of, 2. 236, 493. It is unnecessary, 494 ff. No evidence for it, 499, 518. Innervation, collateral, c. Insane delusions, I, 2. 113. Insistent ideas, 2. 545. Instinct. Chapter 24. Defined, 2. 384. Is a reflex impulse, 385 ff. Is neither blind nor invariable, 389. Contrary instincts in same animal, 392. Man has more than other mammals, 393, 441. Their transitoriness, 398. Special instincts, 404 to 441. The origin of instincts, 678. Integration of feelings, Spencer's theory of IFF. Intelligence, the test of its presence, I. Of lower brain centers, FF. Intention to speak, I. Interest, I, FF, 2. 312 FF, 344 to 5, 634. Intermediaries, the axiom of skipped, 2. 646. Introspection, I. Inverted head, vision with, 2. 213. Jackson, Huglings, I, 2. 125 to 6. Janet, J, I. Janet, Paul, I, 2. 40 to 1. Janet, Pierre, I, FF, 2. 456, 614. Jastrow, I, 2. 44, 135, 180. Jevons, W, S, I. Joints, their sensibility, 2. 189 FF. Judgments, existential, 2. 290. Justice, 2. 673. Kandinsky, V, 2. 70, 116. Kant, I. His transcendental deduction of the categories. His paralogisms. Criticized. On time. On symmetrical figures, 2. 150. On space, 273 FF. On the real, 296. On synthetic judgments a priori, 661. And their relation to experience, 664. Kinesthetic feelings, 2. 488 FF, 493. Kleptomania, 2. 425. Knee-jerk, 2. 380. Knowing, I, FF. Psychology assumes it. Not reducible to any other relation. Knowledge, two kinds of, I. Of self not essential to. The relativity of, 2. 9 FF. The genesis of, 630 FF. Knowledge about, I. Koenig, I. Kreis, Vaughan, I, 2. 253. Chris Haber, I. Kuzmal, A, I. Ladd, G, T, I, 2. 311. Lamarck, 2. 678. Landry, 2. 490, 492. Lang, A, I. Lang, C, 2. 443, 449, 455, 457, 460, 462. Lang, K, 2. 111. Lang, L. On reaction time, muscular and sensorial, I. Lang, N. On muscular element in imagination, I. Language, as a human function, 2. 356 to 8. Lero-Maguire, I. Laughter, 2. 480. Lazarus, I, 2. 84, 97, 369, 429. Le-Conte, Joseph, 2. 228, 252, 265. Leone, M. Janet's transsubject, I, FF. Levy, W. H. 2. 204. Lewis, on Frogs SP chord, I. On thought as a sort of algebra. On preperception. On muscular feeling, 2. 199. On begging in pup, 400. On lapsed intelligence, 678. Lewinsky, 2. 192. Liberatori, 2. 670. Liebman, O., On Brain as a Machine, I, 2. 34. Legiois, J, 2. 594, 606. Light, Effects of, On Movement, 2. 379. Likeness, I. Lindsay, T. L., 2. 421. Lips, On Unconscious Sensations, I. On Theory of Ideas. Time Perception. On Muscular Feeling, 2. 200. On Distance, 221. On Visual Illusions, 251, 264. On Space Perception, 280. On Reality, 297. On Effort, 575. Liessauer, I. Local Signs, 2. 155 ff, 167. Localization, in Hemispheres, I, ff. Localization, 2. 153 ff. Of one sensible object in another, 2. 31 ff, 183 ff, 195 ff. Locke, J, I. 2. 210, 306, 644, 662-4. Locksley Hall, I. Locomotion, Instinct of, 2. 405. Loeb, I, 2. 255, 516, 628. Logic, 2. 647. Lombard, J. S. I. Lombard, W. 2. 380. Lotzi, I. On Immortality. On Personal Identity. On Attention. On Fusion and Discrimination of Sensations. On Local Signs, 2. 157, 495. On Volition, 523-4. Louis V, I. Love, Sexual, 2. 437, 543. Parental, 439. Bain's Explanation of, 551. Lowell, J. R. I. Luciani, I. Makash, I. Mach, E. On Attention, I. On Space Feeling. On Time Feeling. On Motion Contrast, 2. 247. On Optical Inversion, 255. On Probability, 258. On Feeling of Innervation, 509, 511. Magnitude of Differences, I, ff. Malebranche, 2. 9. Manouvrier, 2. 496. Mania, Transitory, 2. 460. Man's Intellectual Distinction from Brutes, 2. 348 ff. Mansell, H. L. I. Mantegazza, P. 2. 447, 479, 481. Marcus Aurelius, I. 2. 675. Merlier, L. I. 2. 514. Marique, I. Martin, H. N. I. 2. 3. Martineau, J. I. ff. 2. 9. Maudsley, H. I. Maury, A. 2. 83, 124, 127. Mechanical Philosophy, the 2. 666 ff. Mechanism versus Intelligence, I. Mediate Comparison, I. Mediumship, I. ff. Menner, I. Memory. It depends on material conditions, I. The essential function of the hemispheres. Lapses of FF. In hysterics, FF. Favored by attention. Primary. Analysis of the phenomenon of memory. The return of a mental image is not memory. Memory's causes, FF. The result of association. Conditions of good memory. Brute retentiveness. Multiple associations. Improvement of memory, FF. Its usefulness depends on forgetting much. Its decay. Metaphysical explanations of it, FF. Mentality, the mark of its presence, I. Mental operations, simultaneous, I. Mercier, C. On inertness of consciousness, I. On inhibition, 2. 583. Merkel, I. Metaphysical principles, 2. 669 ff. Metaphysics, I. Meyer's experiment on color contrast, 2. 21. Meyer, G. H. 2. 66, 97-8. Maynard, T. His Brain Scheme, I. Mill, James, I. 2. 77. Mill, J. S. I. On Unity of Self. On Abstract Ideas. Methods of Inquiry. On Infinitude and Association. On Space, 2. 271. On Belief, 285, 822. On Reasoning, 331. On the Order of Nature, 634. On Arithmetical Propositions, 654. Mills, C. K. I. Mimicry, Its Effects on Emotion, 2. 463-6. Mind, Depends on Brain Conditions, I. The Mark of Its Presence. Difficulty of stating its connection with brain. What psychology means by it. Mind stuff theory. A postulate of evolution, I. Some proofs of it. Author's interpretation of them. Feelings cannot mix, ff. 2. 103. Miser, associationist explanation of the 2. 423 ff. Mitchell, J. K. 2. 616. Mitchell, S. W. I. 2. 38-9, 380. Modesty, 2. 435. Moll, A. 2. 616. Molyneux, 2. 210. Monadism, I. Monism, I. Monkey's cortical centers, I. Montgomery, E. I. Moral principles, 2. 639, 672. Morris, G. S. I. Mosso, On Blood Supply to Brain, I. Plethysmographic Researches, 2. 378. On Fear, 419, 483. Motor Centers, I. ff. Motor Circle, 2. 583. Motor Strands, I. For Special Muscles, I. Motor Type of Imagination, 2. 61. Movement, Perception of, by Sensory Surfaces, 2. 171 ff. Part played by, in Vision, 197, 203, 234-7. The production of, Chapter 22. Requires guiding sensations, 490. Illusory perception of, during anesthesia, 489. Results from every kind of consciousness, 526. Mozart, I. Muller, G. E. I. 2. 198, 280, 491, 502, 508, 517. Muller, J. I. 2. 640. Muller, J. 2. 213. Muller, Max, I. Monk, H. I. Munsterberg, On Maynard's Scheme, I. On Reaction Times with Intellectual Operation. On Association. On Time Perception. On Imagination, 2. 74. On Muscular Sensibility, 189. On Volition, 505. On Feeling of Innervation, 514. On Association, 590. Muscles, How Represented in Nerve Centers, I. Muscle Reading, 2. 525. Muscular Sense, Its Cortical Center, I. Its Existence, 2. 189 ff, 197 ff. Its Insignificance in Space Perception, 197 to 203, 234 to 7. Music, Its Accidental Genesis, 2. 627, 687. Mussey, 2. 543. Mutilations, Inherited, 2. 627. Myers, F. W. H. I. 2. 133. Mysophobia, 2. 435, 545. Nature, the order of, its incongruence with that of our thought, 2. 634 ff. Nonin, I. Necessary truths are all truths of comparison, 2. 641 ff, 651, 662. C, etc. Nieglich, I. Neural process, in perception. I, ff. In habit, ff. In association. In memory. In imagination, 2. 68 ff. In perception, 82 ff, 103 ff. In hallucination, 122 ff. In space perception, 143. In emotion, 474. In volition, 580 ff. In association, 587 ff. Nitrous oxide intoxication, 2. 284. Nonsense, how it escapes detection, I. Normal position in vision, 2. 238. Notnagel, I. Number, 2. 653. Obersteiner, I. Object, use of the word, I. Confusion of, with thought that knows it. Objective world, known before self, I. Its primitive unity. Ditto, 2. 8. Objects versus ideas, I. Old Fogyism, 2. 110. Orkansky, I. Overtone, psychic, I. Pain, I. Its relations to the will, 2. 549 ff, 583 to 4. Paneth, I. Parallelism, theory of, between mental and cerebral phenomena, c. Paresis of external rectus muscle, 2. 236, 507. Parano, 2. 71. Partiality of mind, c. Pastime, known in a present feeling, I. The immediate past is a portion of the present duration block, ff. Patellar reflex, 2. 380. Paths through cortex, I. Their formation, 2. 584 ff. Association depends on them, 567 ff. Memory depends on them, 655 ff, 661, 686. Paulhan, F. I. 2. 64, 476. Pedagogic Remarks, I. 2. 110, 401-2, 409, 463, 466. Perception. Chapter 19. Compared with sensation, 2. 176. Involves reproductive processes, 78. Is of probable objects, 82 ff. Not an unconscious inference, 111 ff. Rapidity of, 131. Perception time, 2. 131. Perez, B. I. 2. 416. Personal equation, I. Personality, alterations of, I. ff. Pfluger, on frog's spinal cord, I. Philosophies, their test, 2. 312. Phosphorus and thought, I. Phrenology, I. Pick, E. I. Petrie's, I. Planchette writing, I. ff. Plasticity, as basis of habit, defined, I. Plattner, 2. 208. Plato, I. Play, 2. 427. Pleasure, as related to will, I. 2. 549, 583-4. Points, identical, theory of, 2. 222 ff. Possession, spirit dash, I. ff. Post-hypnotic suggestion, 2. 613. Practical interests, their effects on discrimination, I. ff. Prayer, I. Preperception, I. Present, the present moment, I. ff. Prayer, 2. 403. Probability determines what object shall be perceived, 2. 82, 104, 258, 260-3. Problematic conceptions, I. Problems, the process of solution of, I. Projection of sensations, eccentric, 2. 31 ff. Projection, theory of, 2. 228. Psychologist's fallacy, the, C. Psychophysic law, I. Pugnacity, 2. 409. Pure ego, I. Putnam, J. J. I. Questioning mania, 2. 284. Rabier, I. Rational propositions, 2. 644. Rationality is based on apprehension of series, 2. 659. Rationality, postulates of, 2. 670, 677. Rationality, sense of, I. 2. 647. Reaction time, I. Simple. What it measures is not conscious thought. Lang's distinction between muscular and sensorial. Its variations. Influenced by expectant attention, ff. After intellectual process. After discrimination. After association. After perception, 2. 131. Real size and shape of visual objects, 2. 179, 237 ff. Reality, the perception of, chapter 21. Not a distinct content of consciousness, 2. 286. Various orders of, 287 ff. Every object has some kind of reality, 291 ff. The choice of, 290. Practical, 293 ff. Means relation to the self, 295-8. Relation of sensations to, 299. Of emotions, 306. Reason, I. C. Reasoning, chapter 22. Its definition, 2. 325. Involves the picking out of essences, or sagacity, 329. An abstraction, 332. Its utility depends on the peculiar constitution of this world, 337 ff, 651. Depends on association by similarity, 345. Recall, I. Receps, 2. 327, 349, 351. Recognition, I. Recollection, voluntary, IFF. Red integration, I. Reductives, 2. 125, 291. Reflex acts, I. Reaction time measures 1. Concatenated habits are constituted by a chain of. Read, Thomas, I. 2. 214, 216, 218, 240, 309. Relating principle, I. Relation, feelings of, IFF. Space relations, 2. 148 ff. Relations, inward, between ideas, 2. 639, 642, 661, 671. The principle of transferred, 646. Relief, 2. 254 to 7. C. Renouvier, ch. I. 2. 309. Reproduction in memory, IFF. Voluntary, FF. Resemblance, I. Respiration, effects of sensory stimuli upon, 2. 376. Restitution of function, IFF. Restoration of function, IFF. Retention in memory, IFF. Retentiveness, organic, IFF. It is unchangeable, FF. Retinal image, 2. 92. Retinal sensibility, C, etc. Revival in memory, IFF. Reynolds, Mary, I. Ribot, th, I. On attention, 682. Richer, ch, I. Real, A, 2. 32. Robertson, G, C, I, 2. 86. Romaines, G, J, 2. 95, 132, 327 to 9, 349, 351, 355, 397. Romantic and Classic, 2. 469. Rosenthal, I. Ross, J, I. Royce, J, I, 2. 316 to 7. Royer Collard, I. Rutherford, 2. 170. Sagacity, 2. 331, 343. Sameness, I, 2. 650. Schaefer, W, I. Schiff, M, I. Schmid, I. Schmidt, H, D, 2. 399 to 400. Schneider, G, H, On Habits, I. On Perception of Motion, 2. 173. On Evolution of Movements, 380. On Instincts, 387 to 8, 411, 418, 439. Schopenhauer, 2. 33, 273. Schrader, I, ff. Science, The Genesis of, 2. 665 to 9. Seasickness, Susceptibility to, an Accident, 2. 627. Seat of Consciousness, I. Of Soul. Of Sensations, No Original, 2. 34. Sciences, the Natural, the Factors of their Production, 2. 633 ff. A Turkish Qadi upon, 640. Postulate Things with Unchangeable Properties, 656. Sciences, the Pure, they express results of comparison exclusively, 2. 641. Classifications, 646. Logic, 647. Mathematics, 653. Secretiveness, 2. 432. Sigine, I. Selection, a cardinal function of consciousness, IFF, 2. 584. Of visual reality, 2. 177 ff, 237. Of reality in general, 290, 294. Of essential quality, 333, 370, 634. Self, consciousness of. Not primary, I. The empirical self, I. Its constituents. The material self. The social self. The spiritual self. Resolvable into feelings localized in head, FF. Consciousness of personal identity, FF. Its alterations, FF. Self-feeling, I, FF. Self-love, I. The name for active impulses and emotions towards certain objects. We do not love our bare principle of individuality. Self-seeking, I, FF. Selves, their rivalry, I, FF. Semi-reflex acts, I. Sensation, does attention increase its strength? I. Terminus of thought. Sensation, Chapter 17. Distinguished from perception, 2. 1, 76. Its cognitive function, 3. Pure sensation and abstraction, 3. The terminus of thought, 7. Sensations, are not compounds, IFF, 2. 2. Their supposed combination by a higher principle, I, 2. 27 to 30. Their influence on each other, 2. 28 to 30. Their eccentric projection, 31 ff, 195 ff. Their localization inside of one another, 183 ff. Their relation to reality, 299 ff. To emotions, 453. Their fusion, c. Sensationalism, I. Criticized by spiritualism. Sensationalism, 2. 5. In the field of space perception, criticized, 216 ff. Its difficulties, 231 to 7. Defended, 237 ff, 517. Sergi, 2. 34. Serial increase, I, 2. 644. Series, 2. 644 to 51, 659 ff. Seth, A, 2. 4. Sexual function, I. Shadows, colored, 2. 25. Shame, 2. 435. Shoemaker, Doctor, I. Shyness, 2. 430. Sight, its cortical center, I, ff. Sign-making, a differentia of man, 2. 356. Signs, local, 2. 155 ff. Sigwart, c. 2. 634 to 6. Sikorsky, 2. 465. Similarity, I. Similarity, association by, I, 2. 345, 353. Skin, discrimination of points on, I. Sleep, partial consciousness during, I. Sociability, 2. 430. Somnambulism, c. Soul, theory of the, I. Inaccessibility of. Its essence is to think, according to Descartes. Seat of. Arguments for its existence, ff. An unnecessary hypothesis for psychology. Compared with transcendental ego. A relating principle. Space, the perception of, Chapter 20. Primitive extensity in 3 dimensions, 2. 134-9. Spatial order, 145. Space relations, 148. Localization in, 153 ff. How real space is mentally constructed, 166 ff. Part played by movement in, 171-6. Measurement of extensions, 177 ff. Synthesis of originally chaotic sensations of extension, 181 ff. Part played by articular surfaces in, 189 ff. By muscles, 197 ff. How the blind perceive space, 203 ff. Visual space, 211-268. Theory of identical points, 222. Of projection, 228. Difficulties of sensation theory expounded and replied to, 231-268. Historical sketch of opinion, 270 ff. Spalding, D. A. 2. 396, 398, 400, 406. Span of consciousness, I. Speech, the center of, I. Its misleading influence in psychology, I. Thought possible without it. C. Spencer, his formula of adjustment, I. On formation of paths in nerve centers. On chasm between mind and matter. On origin of consciousness. On integration of nervous shocks. On feelings of relation. On unity of self. On conceivability. On abstraction. On association. On time perception. On memory. On recognition. On feeling and perception, 2. 113, 180. On space perception, 272, 282. On genesis of emotions, 478 ff. On free will, 576. On inheritance of acquired peculiarities, 620 ff, 679. On equilibration, 627. On genesis of cognition, 643. On that of sociality and pity, 685. Spinoza, 2. 288. Speer, A. 2. 665, 677. Spirit control, I. Spiritualist theory of the self, I. 2. 5. Spiritualists, I. Stanley, Henry M. 2. 310. Starr, A. I. Statistical method in psychology, I. Steiner, I. Steinthal, I. 2. 107-9. Stepanov, 2. 170. Stereoscope, 2. 87. Stereoscopy, 2. 223, 252. C. Sternberg, 2. 105, 515. Stevens, I. Stevens, E. W. I. Story, Jean, I. Stream of thought. Schematic representations of, I. Stricker, S. 2. 62 ff. Strumpel, A. I. Strumpel, Professor, 2. 353. Stewart, D. I. Stumpf. C. On attention, I. On difference. On fusion of impressions. On strong and weak sensations. On relativity of knowledge, 2. 11. On sensations of extent, 219, 221. Subjective sensations, I, ff. Substance, spiritual, I. Substantive states of mind, I. Substitution of parts for wholes in reasoning, 2. 330. Of the same for the same, 650. Subsumption, the principle of mediate, 2. 648. Succession, not known by successive feelings, I. Versus duration. Suggestion, in hypnotism, 2. 598 to 601. Post-hypnotic, 613. Suicide, I. Sully, J. I. 2, 79, 221, 272, 281, 322, 425. Summation of stimuli, I. Of elements of feeling. The latter is inadmissible. Superposition, in space measurements, 2. 177, 266 ff. Symbols as substitutes for reality, 2. 305. Sympathy, 2. 410. Synthetic judgments a priori, 2. 661 to 2. Systems, philosophic, sentimental, and mechanical, 2. 665 to 7. Tactile center, I. Tactile images, 2. 65. Tactile sensibility, its cortical center, I. Taine, H., on unity of self, I. On alterations of ditto. On recollecting. On projection of sensations, 2. 33. On images, 48, and their reduction, 125 to 6. On reality, 291. Tachys, 2. 490. Tard, G. I. Taylor, C. F. 2. 99. Tedium, I. Teleology, created by consciousness, I. Essence of intelligence. Involved in the fact of essences, 2. 335. Its barrenness in the natural sciences, 665. Tendency, feelings of, I. Thackeray, W. M. 2. 434. Thermometry, cerebral, I. Thing, 2. 184, 259. Thinking, the consciousness of, I. Ff. Thinking principle, I. Third dimension of space, 2. 134 ff, 212 ff, 220. Thompson, D. G. I. 2. 662. Thomson, Alan, I. Thought, synonym for consciousness at large, I. The stream of. It tends to personal form. Same thought never comes twice, ff. Sense in which it is continuous. Can be carried on in any terms. What constitutes its rational character? Is cognitive. Not made up of parts, ff. 2. 79 ff. Always partial to some of its objects, I. Ff. The consciousness of it as a process, ff. The present thought is the thinker. Depends on material conditions. Thought reading, 2. 525. Time, occupied by neural and mental processes, c. Time, unconscious registration of, I. Time, the perception of. Begins with duration, I. Compared with perception of space, ff. Empty time not perceived. Its discrete flow. Long intervals conceived symbolically, ff. Variations in our estimate of its length, ff. Cerebral process underlying, ff. Tissure, I. Touch, cortical center for, I. Trance, c. Transcendentalist theory of the self, I. Ff. Criticized, ff. Transitive states of mind, I. Ff. Skish, Vaughan, I. Tuke, D. H. 2. 130, 413. Taylor, E. B. 2. 304. Tympanic membrane, its tactile sensibility, 2. 140. Tyndall, I. Uberweg, I. Unconscious states of mind, proofs of their existence, I, ff. Objections, ff. Unconsciousness, I, ff. In hysterics, ff. Of useless sensations, ff. Understanding of a sentence, I. Units, psychic, I. Unity of original object, I, 2. 8, 183 ff. Universal conceptions, I. C. Unreality, the feeling of, 2. 298. Valentine, I. Varying concomitants, law of dissociation by, I. Venom, lurency, I. Ventriloquism, 2. 184. Verdun, R, I. Vertigo, 2. 89. Mental vertigo, 309. Optical, 506. Vicarious function of brain parts, I, 2. 592. Virord, I. ff, 2. 154, 172. Vinchgau, I. Vision with head upside down, 2. 213. Visual center in brain, I, ff. Visual space, 2. 211 ff. Visualizing power, 2. 51 to 60. Vocalization, 2. 407. Volition, C. Volkmann. A. W. 2. 198, 252 ff. Volkmann, W. von Volkmar, I. 2. 276. Voluminousness, primitive, of sensations, 2. 184. Voluntary thinking, I. Vulgarity of mind, 2. 370. Vulpian, I. Wall, I. Weights, th, I, 2. 436. Walking, in child, 2. 405. Walter. J. E. I. Ward, J. I. 2. 282. Warren, J. W. I. Wayland, I. Weber, E. H. His Law, I. ff. On Space Perception on Skin, 2. 141 to 2. On Muscular Feeling, 198. Weed, T. I. Weissman, A. 2. 684 ff. Wernicke's Convolution, I. Wheatstone's Experiment, 2. 326 to 7. Wigan, Dr. I. 2. 566 to 7. Will Brand, I. Will, Chapter 26. Involves memory of past acts, and nothing else but consent that they shall occur again, 2. 487 to 518. The memory may involve images of either resident or remote effects of the movement, 518 to 22. Ideomotor action, 522 to 8. Action after deliberation, 528. Decision, 531. Effort, 535. The explosive will, 537. The obstructed will, 546. Relation of will to pleasure and pain, 549 ff. To attention, 561. Terminates in an idea, 567. The question of its indeterminism, 569. Psychology must assume determinism, 576. Neural processes concerned in education of the will, 579 ff. Will, relations of, to belief, 2. 320. Wills, Jazz, I. Witchcraft, 2. 309. Wolf, H. K., I. Wolf, chr, I. World, the peculiar constitution of the 2. 337, 647, 651-2. Writing, automatic, IFF. Wundt, on frontal lobes, I. On reaction time, FF. On introspective method. On self-consciousness. On perception of strokes of sound. On perception of simultaneous events, FF. On Weber's law, FF. Association time. On time perception, FF. On local signs, 2. 155-7. On eyeball muscles, 200. On sensations, 219. On paresis of ext rectus, 236. On contrast, 250. On certain illusions, 264. On feeling of innervation, 266, 493. On space as synthesis, 276. On emotions, 481. On dichotomic form of thought, 654. Zollner's pattern, 2.